Assembly chamber. Signed. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber. Sound.
seated. Members will have been saddened to learn of the passing of Mickey Brady, former Assembly member for Newry and Armagh. As with all of the members, because I've been here for all of that time, I knew Mickey over the years as well. And he first of all was a community representative, and he worked for many, many years, I know, in that background in terms of the Citizens' Advice and all of that. And he gave many, many years of sterling service to helping people with their benefits and so forth. And I think that's where his heart really lay in politics, was to help people who were less well off. He was in the Assembly here for 8 years, and as a consequence of his previous work, the Social Development Committee and the Health Committee were the committees that he served. And he went on to serve as a Member of Parliament for Newry and Armagh. So we pass our condolences to both his party colleagues, but his wife Caroline and family, Saoirse and Michael and Sean and Niall and their stepchildren. I call Michelle O'Neill.
Good, Ken Corlia, and thank you for your condolences. It was with deep sadness that we learned on Friday evening of the untimely death of our dear friend and party colleague Mickey Brady. Mickey was, of course, a former member of this Assembly and then a proud abstentionist MP for Newry and Armagh, up to his recent retirement as elected representative in 2024. Mickey was a lifelong champion for the people of Newry and Armagh, dedicating more than 5 decades of his life to his community and also to Irish politics. He really was an exemplar for political activism, grounded in his community, but also engaged in politics at a national and international level. He had a deep-seated passion for his community and its people, always fighting their corner, always with boundless energy, and he really had a prolific knowledge of welfare advice. And then as a Sinn Féin MLA and MP for the area, his door was always open to people right across the community, and he gave his time so generously to everyone who sought his help. He loved the people of Newry and Armagh, and they loved him in return. As an Irish Republican, from his involvement in the civil rights movement through to the peace process, Mickey witnessed and often spoke with great pride about the strides forward towards justice and equality and towards a new and united Ireland. I certainly will always remember Mickey for his sharp wit, the captivating stories that he told us all with such natural skill and enthusiasm, stories that were always populated with a whole cast of countless Newry characters, because in Newry, Mickey knew everyone and everyone did know Mickey. He really did have that rare ability, and anybody that knows him would know this. He had that ability to lift spirits. He had the ability to bring smiles wherever he went. He was a gentleman and a deeply insightful, skilled and committed political activist, and I certainly will miss him profoundly, as will all here in the Sinn Féin team. My thoughts today are with his wife Caroline, daughter Saoirse, sons Michael, Sean and Niall and Lewis, and the wider family. His family have lost a kind and deeply devoted father and grandfather. Newry and our wider society, and we in Sinn Féin, have lost a giant of our community. Aryesh J. Goro Anam.
Michelle McElwain.
On behalf of the Democratic Unionist Party, I want to express my sympathy to the family and loved ones of Mickey Brady following his passing. They've lost someone dear to them, and my thoughts and prayers are with them at this very difficult time. Like many colleagues across the chamber, I served alongside Mickey in this Assembly, including on the Social Development Committee. And while our political positions and aspirations could not have been more different, we worked on a number of issues on the committee which were motivated by the shared responsibility of public service. He was an active Assembly member who represented his constituents in Newry and Armagh over many years, and I'm conscious that, like all elected representatives, he will have helped many people on day-to-day issues, bread and butter issues, and things that matter to families and communities. At moments like this, it is right to acknowledge the loss felt by those closest to him and to recognise his role as a public representative. Certainly my condolences go to his family and those who worked with him.
Kate Neal.
Speaker, and I'd like to extend mine and my party's condolences to Mickey Brady's family and his wider Sinn Féin family as well. When I worked for Anna Lower, Mickey was an MLA in the Assembly, and he attended the All-Party Group on Ethnic Minorities, among a number of others that Anna sat on. And he was just a kind man, and you could feel that when you were in his presence. In 2015, back in the days when Alliance didn't have that many party members in other constituencies, I'd been put in as a paper candidate to run in Newry and Armagh. And I remember going down to the count, and it was just me and my husband who were there. We didn't have high hopes of me becoming the Alliance MP for Newry and Armagh at that time. And I remember him and Megan Fearon being really excited for me because there was one vote in Crossmaglen. And they came around and they were saying, you got to vote in Crossmaglen. He was just a really decent person. You knew that when you were talking to him. He was really funny, he was really kind, and I actually had a family connection because I remember going to his nephew Dave's wedding in Barcelona, and we were coming out of the chapel, and I said to my husband, there's a man who looks so like Mickey Brady there. And it was only a little bit later I realised actually that was Mickey Brady, and we shared some of those stories later on that evening, and I always enjoyed seeing him. And I know that you will be feeling his loss, the whole family will. 5 decades of community work is impressive, and I'm just so sorry that he didn't get the time to enjoy his retirement, which he deserved after such dedication. So to his wife Caroline, to the wider family, to his political family, and to everyone who came across him in Newry and Armagh, we send our deepest condolences, and we'll be thinking of you in the days ahead.
Mr. McNulty.
Mickey Brady, a man from a different strand of republicanism than me, was a proud Newry man and a proud Irish man. He did his best to represent the people of Newry and Armagh as an MLA and as an MP. Mickey was one of the first paid welfare advice officers in the North, and the advice he provided was very popular and vital for people. The relationships and the trust he built stood him in good stead when he entered elected politics first. A family man first, Mickey Brady's hallmarks were his cordial and friendly nature, his history and storytelling, and the advice he gave people who needed help. Politics is a tough business, and Mickey stuck with it for 17 years. And that takes stamina, and that takes fortitude. Dedicated to his beloved Ballybot, Mickey comes from a well-known and respected Newry family. I offer them my sincere sympathies, and I offer my sympathies to his friends, to his colleagues, and to his community. Ardesh De, Garo, and Nanam.
Mike Nesbitt.
And can I, on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party, offer sympathies and condolences to Mickey Brady's family, to his friends and to his political colleagues in Sinn Féin. There are certain people for whom just seeing the name or seeing the picture conjures up word association. And with Mickey Brady, that word was benefits, state, entitlements. I've often said I think we've grossly overcomplicated how we deliver large parts of government, not least health. But the thing that fried my head, being first elected in 2011, was constituents coming with problems in terms of their state entitlements, because it is so deeply, deeply complex. And I think there are 3 exemplars, to use the First Minister's word, of those who are expert in it. I think Andy Allen is particularly good today. The late Professor Eileen Everson and Mickey Brady. And I think that is a tribute to him, that he was so across the fine detail. Mr. McNulty said the constituents really loved and appreciated his advice because it was really, really good advice. But I don't want to cast him in a 2-dimensional sense. He was a 3-dimensional person. I found him quite quiet in the corridors of this building, friendly, but quiet. But if you took the time to try and get to know him, to speak to him, then you found a guy who was rich, who was warm, and could be very, very funny. And as you said, Mr. Speaker, he was fundamentally a community worker. And I think this building and this chamber was all the better and the richer for it. And I'm sure he will be sadly missed.
Liz Kimmins.
Mickey Brady, what can you say? Someone who I am very proud to have known and to have grown to love. He is a kind, gentle, warm person. And the news of his passing on Friday evening has sent shockwaves right across our community, and I will go as far to say right across these islands. Mickey was a person who had time for everyone. First appointed as a welfare advisor, the first of its kind here in the North in 1981, a senior member of the Belfast Law Society actually stated that in 1984-85, Mickey had represented more Social Security tribunal cases than all of the solicitors in the north of Ireland. And I think that in itself encapsulates the dedication and the commitment of Mickey as a person to ensuring that he could see the betterment of people's lives. Mickey quite literally put food on the table for many, many families over the years through very hard times, and ensured that they got what they were rightly entitled to. And that legacy is something that has carried through the decades of work that he gave to our community, but broader than Newry. And I think when we see the outpouring of tributes over the last few days alone, that is testament to just the high esteem that he is held in by people right across all backgrounds and communities. But the Mickey that I knew was a warm, witty, fun person to be around. He had a brilliant memory to tell you right back to the early 60s and what happened, and his student days in Liverpool, his days in Frederick Street and Bridge Street in Newry, and right through to the antics that him and Fra McCann and others got up to here in Stormont, and many across this chamber and across this building will be aware of that. He had a great ability for slagging, so if you come in with something on you that was a wee bit different, Mickey wouldn't be long pointing that out. But that was the type of person that Mickey was. But he was so kind and so caring, and that was reflected, you know, as we've seen over the last few days. I know through my own children, who were practically reared in my constituency office, Mickey was always there if you needed somebody to hold the baby, quite literally. And you know, even my own children have great memories of him. I was very proud when we opened our constituency office in Monaghan Street to have my name alongside Mickey Brady's name and to share that office with him, because for the people of Newry, Mickey Brady defines what you call a legend, and that is not an exaggeration. He was always a joy to canvass with, but especially for, but it took you a long time to get round the doors because he knew absolutely everybody and everyone wanted to talk to him. He was a fierce advocate for Daisy Hill, for Palestine, and indeed for welfare rights and inequalities. But first and foremost, he was a family man who absolutely adored his family. He spoke daily about his late wife Rose, who he lost at a very young age, and also his wife Caroline, and his children, and more recently his grandchildren, who he adored. So I know that their loss is immeasurable, and our loss is huge. I think we can't imagine a life without Mickey Brady. He has been our constant. Right up to a few weeks ago, he's still doing appointments and doing forums with people in what is meant to be his retirement. So Mickey was the people's champion. I don't think there's a more fitting term for somebody like Mickey Brady, and we will miss him dearly.
Boylan.
I can't call you. It is with deep sadness that I rise here today. Today, Sinn Féin lost a great friend, colleague and comrade. Mickey Brady was a pure gentleman, a great advocate for the people of Newry and Armagh. He was an expert in welfare rights and helped each and every one who ever crossed his doorstep or asked for advice. He was my great companion on many's a campaign trail and had a great wit and humour about him. He made a wonderful contribution to politics both here in this building and locally, and was well respected by comrades and community alike. He will be sadly missed. I would just like to extend my sympathies and condolences to Caroline, his children, grandchildren, and the wider Brady clan. Farewell to a working class hero. Farewell to the people's champion.
Aoife Finnegan.
Cordia. It's with a heavy heart that I rise today to pay tribute to Mickey Brady, a man whose impact on people's lives cannot be measured by titles or roles, but by the dignity he restored, the hope he gave and the doors he opened for those who had nowhere else to turn. I had the honour of calling Mickey a friend and comrade. He always showed his love for people through his compassion, quiet confidence and quick wit. I was privileged to be mentored by him in the welfare system, where he passed on not only his deep knowledge but his belief that public service must always be rooted in dignity and fairness. He taught compassion, he taught persistence, he taught us that behind every case was a human being, often frightened, often struggling and often unheard. Mickey had a rare power. He could sit with someone at their lowest point and make them feel seen, respected and believed in. He understood the system inside and out, but more importantly, he understood people. He fought relentlessly for those who were sick, struggling, or worn down by a system that too often worked against them. And he did so without ever seeking recognition. There truly was no one like him. Mickey dedicated his life to helping people and political activism, and in doing so he understood a fundamental truth that building a better Ireland meant bringing everyone with us. He believed that justice, equality and dignity were values that transcended tradition and backgrounds. In his work, Mickey represented not only his fellow Republicans, but also those from Unionist and other backgrounds, treating every person who came through his door with the same respect, determination and humanity. For decades, Mickey stood as a shield between the ordinary people and an often unforgiving system. He carried the weight of their worries as if they were his own, quietly and confidently, day after day. Families across Newry and Armagh may never fully know the extent of what he did for them, but their lives are better because he was there. Mickey believed deeply in a united Ireland, not as a distant aspiration, but as a fairer society where no one is left behind, where compassion sits at the heart of public service, and where dignity is something every person can expect, not something they have to fight for. In his absence will be deeply felt. His voice, his guidance and his quiet strength will be sorely missed. My sincere condolences goes to his family, his wife, his children, grandchildren and his many, many friends. Mickey, from all of us in Newry and Armagh, in the 32 counties and in Sinn Féin, we will miss you profoundly.
Thank you. That brings to a conclusion tributes to the late Mickey Brady. Next item in the order paper is that Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on President Trump's tariff decision, which fulfills the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Mr Gaston, you have up to 3 minutes, as does all other speakers.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. Today we are witnessing an international debate over sovereignty, self-determination and economic bullying. The people of Greenland have made it abundantly clear that their future is not for sale to the highest bidder. Yet, in recent days, the President of the United States has escalated the situation by threatening to impose punitive tariffs on European nations, including the United Kingdom, if they do not acquiesce to pressure over Greenland. Our Prime Minister this morning rightly condemned this tariff threat, stating that penalising allies over joint security commitments in the Arctic is completely wrong. He affirmed that decisions about Greenland's future lie with its people in Denmark, as they should. However, while the Prime Minister claims to champion sovereignty abroad, he accepts a protocol that subjects people of this part of the United Kingdom to rule by Brussels in over 300 areas of law. While members of this House will rail against President Trump, they will doff their caps to the President of the European Commission, Ursula von der Leyen. It is profoundly contradictory to claim you stand with Denmark and Greenland against external cohesion while accepting arrangements which undermine the democratic rights of the people of Northern Ireland. Let us be clear. Greenland's future belongs to the Greenlanders and should be decided by their elected representatives and their own sovereign parliament. The future of Northern Ireland should be decided by those we elect and by our own sovereign parliament. Trump has been condemned for rhetorical and hypothetical interference in Greenland, while the EU acts as a real colonial power over people in a non-EU member state, facilitated by the UK government and parties in Stormont. Whether colonialism is from Washington or Brussels, it should be rejected. To condemn one and accept the other is rank hypocrisy.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Donald Trump's latest threat to impose tariffs on the UK and a swathe of European NATO allies is an outrageous abuse of power and an attack on the principle of national self-determination. This hostile act will ultimately lead to higher costs for ordinary workers and families, including here in Northern Ireland. Let us be clear, Mr. Speaker, that the sovereignty of Greenland is for the people of Greenland and for the people of Denmark to decide. Whilst we have long enjoyed a close relationship with the United States, which has supported jobs, investment and our political process, it is increasingly clear that this President is no ally of Northern Ireland, the UK or Europe. Trump's assertion that he no longer feels an obligation to think purely of peace just because he didn't receive the Nobel Peace Prize shows just how much this President's strategy is driven by vanity and self-service. The Prime Minister's policy of appeasement of this increasingly erratic and self-serving President has failed, flattering a man who has bullied the democratically elected leader of Ukraine, been found liable for sexual assault, torn up international law and who is overseeing democratic backsliding in his own country does not go far enough. Starmer must now stand up to the bully in the White House. The UK must work with its European partners and allies on a robust response. Make clear there will be no state visit this year if this course of action continues. And if we are serious about protecting jobs and businesses, we must deepen cooperation across the continent, rejoin the customs union, so that we are not dependent on the fleeting favour of one unreliable ally. It's quite telling, Mr. Speaker, that many of those in this chamber who would claim to put Northern Ireland first, including the previous Speaker, are such fanboys for Donald Trump and his dangerous approach to politics that they can barely utter a word of condemnation of these tariffs, which will hurt businesses, consumers, both in the United States but also here in Northern Ireland. To coin a phrase, Mr. Speaker, it is time to take back control, to show genuine backbone against these attacks from Trump and stand up for Greenland's self-determination and to pursue deeper ties with our European neighbours and allies. Thank you.
Emma Sheeran.
And like others in this chamber, we obviously watched with shock and disbelief as the news unfolded this weekend and the confusion that has created. And like the member for North Antrim, I too am appalled by colonialism and have always stood against it. Our Economy Minister, Keith Archibald, has written to both the British and Irish governments with our concerns and I suppose in a quest for clarity as to what these proposed tariffs might mean for us. We know the tariffs benefit no one and that this economic bullying must be stood against, and as has already been said, it is for the people of Greenland, and there are an Indigenous people in Greenland, to decide their future, and we support their self-determination like we support our own. Gurmila Mayagat.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. And I must say, listening to the Alliance Party's latest contribution, you would forgive me for thinking that I'd stumbled across a Foreign Affairs seminar at a Sinn Féin party conference. Because apparently, in the worldview, according to Owen Tennyson, unionism in some way is implicated in the United States' position on Greenland. And so here we have the worldview according to the Alliance Party's Mr. Tennyson. Let me be absolutely clear. There are many issues on which I personally, and indeed many of my constituents, agree with our friends and neighbours in the US administration. I make no apology for saying so. I proudly support their strong stance on gender, the protection of women's safe spaces, the assurance that men no longer should compete in women's sport. I stand with them in a pursuit of peace in the Middle East and Ukraine and Russia, alongside their NATO allies. I stand with them in the belief that a strong nation must have strong borders. All of these issues fall short of what Mr. Tennyson's worldview is. But here's the point, Speaker. I can agree with the US administration on all of those issues, and yet still hold firm to the position that Greenland, territory of a NATO ally, is not hostile territory for the United States and its people. It is for the Greenlanders and the people of the Kingdom of Denmark to decide their constitutional future. But here is where the irony is almost breathtaking. The knockoff, Emmanuel Macron, Mr. Tennyson, is waxing lyrical about Greenland's sovereignty. Yet tell me this, has anyone ever heard the Alliance Party, and indeed Mr. Tennyson, shed 1 ounce of concern for Northern Ireland's sovereignty? I certainly haven't heard that position. If anything, he has held it in outright contempt. From day one, Alliance have been rigorous implementers of a Northern Ireland protocol that classed Northern Ireland in trading terms as a foreign entity. From day one, Mr. Tennyson and his colleagues in Alliance run to collaborate with people that wanted to punish Northern Ireland because of a democratic vote which happened nationwide. So whilst the Alliance, the SDLP and Sinn Féin lament the sovereignty of Greenland, he can't spare one single thought for the consequences here for the people of Northern Ireland. This House deserves consistency and honesty, and they will get that from me at each and every opportunity.
Steve Egan.
Before I start, I need to make a declaration of interest in that I have previously worked for Her Majesty's Government on the Arctic, and I also worked with the Arctic Council as well. And I gave a recent lecture here to the Royal Geographical Society in the Assembly on Arctic security, of which Greenland was part of. Mr. Speaker, there is no doubt there is a security challenge in the Arctic. It's growing, driven by the climate emergency. Previously unsustainable areas and maritime routes are now opened up, and actually the melting permafrost has made access to strategic minerals, rare earth and oil and gas that much easier to get to. Greenland is central to the opening of the Arctic and has attracted considerable interest from China and other areas, amongst others. Despite the United States, however, despite the Alaskan Northern Slope, until now, has taken very little interest in the Arctic. The USA has only one operational icebreaker, the 50-year-old Polar Star. Canada has 20 plus, Russians have 57, even Denmark has 4 of them. The United States had 9 to 10 bases in Greenland, and now only has 1. And there is nothing stopping the United States reopening bases in Greenland if it has security concerns. Indeed, Denmark and Greenland would actively welcome them because of the importance of building up infrastructure, what they've done. But, Mr. Speaker, the United States introducing tariff change to get what it does not make any sense. Any of us who've served with the Danes in Afghanistan will know that the Danes fought very bravely in support of the United States in Afghanistan and elsewhere. Proportionately, they gave more of their lives and had more people injured than virtually any other nation in NATO. This is a manufactured crisis, and it's not, as I say again, in the US interests. It wouldn't be in the interests of Teddy Roosevelt, Truman, Eisenhower, or even Ronald Reagan. It is time for the United States President, as he has done on many occasions, to reconsider these issues. Now is not the time, with everything else going on in the world, to be picking a fight with the Danes and the rest of NATO. Thank you.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, I'm at least, I suppose, encouraged. I frequently disagree with Dr. Aiken. At least there's a little bit of difference between him and a couple of the other prior unionist speakers on the Trump administration's actions. And I would have been concerned if every single unionist representative who stood up today refused to properly and clearly condemn the actions of, frankly, a madman who is in the White House, a madman who is in the White House. Donald Trump is not the United States. There are lots of very robust, legitimate criticisms of the actions of the United States, both now and in the past, including most recently in terms of the genocide in Gaza. There are also lots of reasons to believe the United States can be, when it chooses to be, an extremely positive force in the world, including in relation to our own peace process. But we make a mistake when we talk about Donald Trump as if he were some kind of normal US president. This man is, it appears, a madman. Genuinely, I say that, Mr. Speaker, and I don't mean to be histrionic or offensive, but there's no other conclusion that one can draw from his actions. As was said previously, there can be no serious security reason for his threatening to annex sovereign territory against the wishes of the people who live there, other than his own vanity and his wish to see another thing on the map that is stamped with his name. That is, frankly, egomania, insanity, and it is florid. And it is scary that it's happening. It's scary that it has taken up until now for European leaders, and indeed Prime Minister Starmer, to stand up to this individual, to say clearly to him, no, this is completely unacceptable. We've seen grotesque actions, including, of course, what's happened in Gaza, but we've seen ever more grotesque, preposterous things. His humiliation of President Zelensky in the Oval Office, his actions in Venezuela, and the preposterous scenario last week of an actual winner of a Nobel Peace Prize going and grovelling to this man, giving him a Peace Prize, and he acts like a spoilt 9-year-old receiving it. We're all, then the rest of us, supposed to act like this is normal, or this person is worthy of of being negotiated with or being engaged with in a serious way. I genuinely hope the people of the United States send a message to Donald Trump in November. But until that happens, leaders across the world, including the EU and the UK, need to be clear with Trump that there will be consequences, economic and trade consequences, to be clear, Mr. Speaker, for threatening an independent, sovereign state in this way. He cannot and must not get away with it. I just say this point in relation to some of the Trump fanboys in this room. He doesn't care about you. He does not care about anybody in this chamber. He doesn't care about the protocol. He doesn't care about the Windsor Framework. Let's be clear. He doesn't care about anybody on this planet other than himself. That's why this is so scary. That's why it's important there is a robust diplomatic response. And I say to those people who do indulge and flatter this individual, grow up and look what's happening in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Another week gone by and another attempt by the US President to engage in an act of land grab for resources, regardless of the impact on sovereign people who already live in a sovereign country. Much was made of this President being a non-interventionist by Jonathan Buckley to my right. But the actions a few weeks ago with the capturing of Maduro and now the actions toward Greenland show that Trump and his regime are willing to go anywhere it suits to meet the needs of the US capitalism and empire. And I disagree with the previous speaker. I don't think he's a madman. This is the illogical actions of a man at the head of a declining empire. And much as it's welcome, the Unionist parties, standing up for sovereignty. They mentioned Greenland, but no mention of Venezuela, Iran or Palestine, just to add that into the discussion. So normally, Mr. Speaker, before an invasion, the US and Britain and others usually promise to bring democracy or other sort of liberal and what's quoted as Western values to a land of natives to the barrel of a gun. But this time it's been completely different. And Trump has engaged, like I said, in pure, naked imperialism. Trump is a gangster, and like many presidents before him, but what he is he's brazen, upfront, and grotesque about his aims and goals. Nunavut, which is the indigenous word for Greenland, belongs to the people who live on it. It's up to them to determine their own future and how they govern themselves. And notwithstanding the crimes of the Danish state against the Greenlanders, including forced sterilisation of women and other things. There is a real fear about what US intervention and annexation by the Americans could result in. We remember Afghanistan, Fallujah, and what intervention, empire and occupation results in, and we know the brutality of empire, and people have a right to stand up against it in Greenland and elsewhere. The whole saga really calls into question, Deputy Speaker, or Mr. Speaker, this state and this island's approach to the United States. It's long past the time that this executive stops facilitating the US war machine through Aldergrove, and nobody has mentioned that so far. It's long past the time for this administration to stop cozying up the US presidents and diplomats, and it's time to shun this gangster and stand against this terrorist state. And the solution will not be found in more EU weapons, more war from EU member states. We need to build an anti-war and anti-empire movement right across Greenland, Scandinavia and the world. Thank you.
That concludes the matter of the day. Moving on to member statements, and call Orlia Flynn.
Good to Concordia, and today on what is often referred to as Blue Monday, I want to pause and speak directly to the reality behind that phrase. While Blue Monday is sometimes described as the most difficult day of the year for many people in our constituencies, emotional distress, loneliness and despair are not confined to one Monday in January. They are daily realities shaped by social isolation, poverty, trauma, poor mental health services and ongoing pressures facing individuals and families. As a society, we must be careful not to trivialise these experiences, but instead use moments like this to recommit ourselves to meaningful action, compassion and prevention. In my own community in West Belfast, we see firsthand the impact that poor mental health and suicide has had on families and communities, which highlights the urgent need for more support. And tomorrow, the All-Party Group on Suicide Prevention will mark an important and solemn moment here at Parliament Buildings. At 1 p.m. In room 342, we will come together for the official launch of an inquiry into cross-departmental funding for suicide prevention, and a welcome confirmation that our Health Minister will formally launch this inquiry, underlining the seriousness and urgency of this work. With 290 suicides registered here in the North in 2024, this inquiry cannot be more timely. Suicide does not sit with one department alone, and it genuinely needs a whole government approach. And just to inform members, no notification was sent out, but immediately following the meeting in room 342, we're going to be meeting at 1:45 p.m. Members can gather outside Parliament Buildings for a moment of reflection to remember each of the 290 lives that have been lost to suicide. There's going to be family members there, community and voluntary groups. The Minister of Health will be in attendance, so you are all more than welcome, and hopefully you can come along. The moment of reflection will be quiet, it will be dignified and deeply human, and it's an opportunity not just to remember but to recommit for all of us to try and do better and act earlier to ensure that no family feels abandoned in their darkest hour. So I would encourage colleagues, if you are available, to try and attend and join with some of the families. That's tomorrow at 1:45 p.m. Thank you.
If you can.
This weekend marked another anniversary of one of the most harrowing atrocities of the Troubles, the Taban bombing on the 17th of January 1992. On that winter evening, 8 Protestant workmen were murdered and 5 others were injured when a massive IRA roadside bomb destroyed their minibus at Taban crossroads between Cookstown and Omagh. These are tradesmen, nothing more. Ordinary hard-working individuals returning home after a day's work at Lisnally Army Barracks. They were targeted solely because of their contracts their employer, Carroll Construction, undertook. Their murder was an act of pure brutality. The blast was heard for many, many miles, indeed shook the windows of my own home. The Provisional IRA Tyrone Brigade, Cards, claimed responsibility, attempting to justify the unjustifiable by labelling these men as collaborators. That narrative was as false then as it is now. To this day, no one has been convicted for that atrocity. No one. That continuing absence of justice deepens the pain for the families left behind. There must never be a hierarchy of victims. Every life taken during the Troubles deserves truth, accountability and remembrance. I again urge anyone with information about terrorist activity during that period to bring it to the police. Silence only protects those who inflicted suffering on their own neighbours. To those who carried out this attack and fled the scene, I want you to listen, and listen very clearly. You may have evaded justice, earthly justice, but you will never, ever escape justice on the weight of what you did. Every day you will think about what you did. You will think about the vision of that minibus coming down that road, and you press the button and you know who you are. And the people that rang to tell them that the minibus was in the way, you know who you are. You have evaded justice here, but you will never evade it in the next world. Be that fundamentally clear. Not a day will pass when the memory of your actions does not return to you and haunt you. It will. And there will be a reckoning beyond this world that no one, absolutely no one, can avoid. When you sit and look at your children at Christmas or previous Christmas or your grandchildren, tell them what you did. Tell them the coward you were to kill innocent people, absolutely innocent people. If tragedies happen to you or your family or your community, have a good long think about what you did and what you inflicted. It will come back on you. Mr. Speaker, today we remember with respect 8 decent men whose lives were stolen. Gary Bleaks, Cecil Caldwell, Robert Dunseith, Oswald Gilchrist, David Harkness, Bobby Irons, Richard McConnell and Nigel McKee. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen Tennyson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to commend the campaign of my constituent, Dr. Jonathan Dillon, a respected Banbridge GP who has spent his career caring for others. And in February 2024, Jonathan was diagnosed with bowel cancer, a diagnosis that, in his own words, came as a bolt from the blue. Jonathan had no obvious symptoms, no family history, a healthy lifestyle, and nothing that would have placed him in a high-risk category. Yet a 7-centimetre tumour was discovered during a scope. He underwent major surgery just 2 days after his 50th birthday, and since then has spoken bravely and openly about the physical and emotional toll of his diagnosis, the long recovery, and the extraordinary support he received from colleagues, friends, and family. But Jonathan has also spoken candidly and with remarkable clarity about what this experience must mean for public policy. He reminds us that 13% of all bowel cancers are diagnosed between the ages of 50 and 59, yet the screening age in Northern Ireland remains at 60. The evidence is clear. Screening from age 50 significantly increases the likelihood of detecting cancer at stage 1, where the 5-year survival rate is over 93%. Early detection saves lives, but only if people are offered screening early enough. Jonathan is now using his voice to raise awareness, to fundraise for research and to encourage others to seek help. His courage is inspiring, but it should not fall to individuals to highlight gaps in our system. Mr. Speaker, we have the evidence, we have the strategy, we have the lived experience of people like Dr. Jonathan Dillon. What we need now is action. Action to accelerate the lowering of the screening age to 50 in line with the rest of the UK. This step would align with the Minister's commitment to move towards a more preventative system of healthcare, one that avoids complex surgeries, reduces emergency admissions and long-term needs, and helps people return to work sooner and healthier. Above all, Mr. Speaker, it would save lives.
Dave Egan.
Today, Mr. Speaker. Members may not be aware of regulations pertaining to European Commission COM 2023-258 final 2023/015602 and its annexes. These regulations set out EU revenue-raising customs proposals in e-commerce that were to apply from the 1st of March 2028 but have now been brought forward to July 2026. This regulation is a mouthful to recite, so I'll simplify it for the rest of my statement and I'll call it the tax of the rigorous implementers, or shortened to the alliance tax. These changes rule that the duty relief regulation exemption from customs duty for consignments valued under €150 are to be rescinded, and that a flat €3 fee would be applied to all non-excise goods imported. In simple terms, that will mean any parcel coming in from outside the EU within an EU-designated custom areas like Northern Ireland will be subject to this charge. Additionally, in order to pay for the new EU Customs Authority, an extra charge of €2 per item will be added in the near future to the alliance tax, bringing it up to €5 per item. The alliance tax raised will be collected by HMRC, then passed to the EU. Detailed data on parcel transactions isn't currently available. However, doing some calculations on the alliance tax, I'd like to share with you some of my initial outline figures. Firstly, there are 768,900 households in Northern Ireland. If we assume that households receive 3 parcels a week, I know many homes like mine receive more, from the likes of Amazon, Avery or whatever, that would lead to a revenue of normal parcel traffic of that figure times 3 times 52 times 5, equalling €599.7 million per annum. If we add to that our business traffic with 81,135 registered businesses in Northern Ireland, the maths for that work out at that figure times 10 times 52 times 5, equalling €210.9 million. That would mean a total alliance tax of €810.6 million, or £703.7 million sterling per annum going to Brussels. That's €703.7 million of revenue sucked out of Northern Ireland families, businesses, farmers and out of our economy. Mr. Speaker, this £703 million alliance tax could go a very long way to fixing our crumbling water infrastructure, paying for 7,500 PSNI officers, fixing our education system, and would even use it to help to fix Lough Neagh. But this alliance tax would be going straight to the EU and not to our Northern Ireland Executive. The alliance tax is just one of many Windsor Framework charges that we will be subject to. When this alliance tax is extorted from us, let that name just remind you who champions the EU at every opportunity. Thank you.
And within my constituency lies the town of Warrenpoint, where people enjoy their local community and have an excellent community spirit, and whether that is the young families, the older residents, sports clubs or local community groups. And that is why the long-promised Warrenpoint Community Centre matters so deeply to local people. But residents are increasingly frustrated by the shifting story that there is around it. 2 years ago, local people were told by the council that this facility would require an investment of €7.1 million. Council said that it would be completed by December 2025, and that expectation was set clearly and publicly. Then in February last year, residents were told something different. They were told by the largest party on the council, Sinn Féin, that €8 million had been secured and that the work would commence in the coming months. People believed that. They planned around it and they took reassurance from it. I was told by the council that the project would be on the October Planning Committee agenda, and that didn't happen. There was no decision, no clarity and no explanation. Now residents are being told by a local rep that he anticipates a decision to be made by January or February. Maybe. Now I have written to the council seeking clear timelines and straight answers on the delays and on the siting of the project. And while I have received an update, there is nothing new here and no indication of when the centre will progress to that crucial planning committee meeting. I have been told, though, that the cost of the centre is now €7.3 million, which Council has committed. The people of Warrenpoint are not asking for special treatment, but for honesty, for consistency and for respect. Residents must be kept informed and properly listened to, not led up the garden path by changing narratives and political claims. If the centre is to be built in Clonallen Park, as is proposed, and if it is to deliver health, well-being and community benefits as promised, then the process must now be transparent and decisive. People in Warrenpoint deserve certainty how the funding will be used, whether the timelines are credible and when a final decision will be taken. This project has been talked about for years, but talk is no longer enough. It's time for clarity, accountability and delivery, because Warrenpoint deserves nothing less. Let's get the Warrenpoint Community Centre built.
Speaker, and I rise to say that it is really concerning that the Justice Minister is having to clarify her words and apologise for inaccuracies around very important matters that impact on victims' lives, their court case coming up, and people's livelihoods and jobs. We need the Justice Minister to do all in her power to prioritise criminal court cases commencing again. And we need the criminal bar to do all they can to end their strike. Putting out inaccurate information is not going to help anyone, not least the victims of some of the most heinous crimes in our recent history. I have been speaking with some of the victims' families who have been desperately waiting trial. And that is not an easy thing. Their worlds were cut asunder when they lost loved ones because of murder. People's lives were cut asunder when their loved ones were victims of sexual crimes. But those people now have to wait and then prepare themselves for a trial where all of the details will be laid out bare for all to see. And Mr. Speaker, that is not easy. But yet they are now faced, those victims and their families are now faced with this intolerable anxiety and weight, because not only do they have to live with this delay, they have absolutely no idea of when their loved ones are going to receive justice. They have not got a date that can be delayed again. They haven't a date. They haven't a time. And so they can't even prepare themselves for that. That in itself, Mr. Speaker, is criminal. So I would ask again that the Justice Minister reprioritise this issue, to stay off the microphone and to get into the table, around the table, along with the criminal bar, and step up to resolve this for the victims of crime.
Pat Shane.
I've got a Ceann Comhairle. A Ceann Comhairle.
I speak today to highlight the case of Liam Ogue from NECAP. He was brought before the British courts once again last week, and to send solidarity to him. This entire saga has been nothing more than a distraction, a blatant attempt to silence NECAP, because they have used their platform to highlight the genocide in Gaza. The charge against Liam Ogue has been deemed unlawful. The British government need to accept that and to turn their attention to those inflicting the genocide, not those who are highlighting it. The British government should focus on holding Israel to account. It has murdered more than 440 people since the ceasefire was introduced. Some ceasefire. This case was never about public safety, the public or the proper administration of justice. It is about the use of state power to persecute an artist who has used his voice unapologetically in a political way. I commend Liam Ogue and NECAP for their unwavering determination in the face of a campaign to silence them. I have no doubt they will continue to use their platform to highlight injustice, no matter how hard the British government attempt to criminalise them or to silence them. We will continue to stand with Liam Ogue as he fights his case. We will continue to speak up against genocide and support the people of Palestine. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In 2015, my own DUP colleague, Lord Morrow, got his human trafficking and exploitation bill through this Assembly and it became law. I'm very thankful to him and I'm very thankful to CARE, a Christian social policy charity, for their work then and their ongoing focus on this issue since then. However, today, human trafficking remains pervasive, adaptive and very deeply entrenched. Criminal networks continue to exploit gaps between immigration systems, labour markets and social protections, and technology has accelerated recruitment and control. As chair of the newly formed APG on modern slavery and commercial sexual exploitation, I am keen to push forward with our inquiry into the operation and impact of pimping websites in Northern Ireland. Globally, growing evidence is showing that online websites which attempt to cynically label themselves as adult services websites are profiting from the trafficking, exploitation and abuse of women and girls. Often these websites are heralded as providing women with empowerment, but instead they are full of adverts for women who have been trafficked, deceived and manipulated. Recently, the House of Commons committee found that the advertising of sexual services has increasingly moved online, and adult services websites are now the most significant enabler of trafficking for sexual exploitation. I want to pause briefly to thank the excellent work of the UK Anti-Slavery Commissioner, Eleanor Lyons, for her research in this area, and also want to bring the Assembly's attention to the brilliant work of Ruth Breslin, who is the Director of Sexual Exploitation Research and Policy in the South. A critical issue in addressing commercial sexual exploitation is the persistent myth of choice. The presence of money does not negate coercion. Where there is an imbalance of power, vulnerability, fear, or lack of viable alternatives, consent is rendered meaningless. I'm proud it was my party, the DUP, that brought forward this legislation to protect women, but now we all must refocus and adapt our energies to combat this new pervasive enemy in our midst. If we are to call ourselves a society that values dignity and justice, we must ensure that exploitation is neither tolerated nor ignored. The measure of our commitment will be found not in words, but in the protection that we offer our most vulnerable. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In July last year, a GAA summer camp in Cumber was cancelled. Almost immediately, a narrative was constructed and amplified by the BBC, suggesting that the cancellation was caused by opposition from the Gold Springs of Cumber Orange Lodge. That narrative was wrong. That is not just my opinion, it is the conclusion of an independent regulator. The Independent Press Standards Organisation upheld the complaint taken against the Belfast Telegraph on precisely this point, finding that reporting had given the false impression that the Lodge's social media posts caused the cancellation, when the cricket club itself confirmed that this was not the case. When UTV was challenged by Ofcom to provide evidence for its reporting, it could not produce first-hand verification. Instead, it produced screenshots from the BBC website. One media organisation was relying on another's untested reporting as evidence, creating an echo chamber where assumption hardens into facts. UTV has apologised. The Irish News has apologised. The local newspaper has apologised. But guess what? The BBC hasn't. 6 months on from broadcasting the story, the BBC is still considering the complaint. For a publicly funded broadcaster that routinely lectures others about transparency and accountability, that delay is indefensible. It means a voluntary organisation continues to carry the reputational damage of an allegation already shown to be false. The BBC is paid for by compulsory licence fees. With that privilege comes responsibility. The BBC must conclude this complaint without further delay and correct the record with the same prominence as the original allegation. Anything less is not impartiality, and for unionism, this is just the latest reason why many of us want to defund the BBC, because they're impartial, they're agenda-driven, and they do not reflect the grassroots community.
Jill Guy.
Speaker, I rise to express my deep concern at reports of AI-generated explicit images being circulated among children in school settings in Northern Ireland, incidents serious enough to warrant police investigation. The misuse of this technology and the way it is proliferating without guardrails is a profound safeguarding issue. It causes devastating and lasting harm to the children targeted by these doctored images, and it also exposes those creating or sharing them to the risk of committing serious criminal offences. And so I welcome the work being taken forward by my party colleagues, Justice Minister Naomi Long and Kate Nicholl MLA, to ensure that the creation and sharing of sexually explicit AI-generated images is clearly and robustly criminalised, and so too are the apps to create these images. This is an important step in ensuring that the law keeps pace with technological change and provides meaningful protection for victims. However, we all know legislation alone will not be enough. The speed of change, the abuse of AI, combined with the widespread use of smartphones and social media, presents daily challenges for schools, families and young people. There are things, though, we can do as an executive and assembly. For example, current guidance on mobile phone use in schools is non-statutory, yet the risks of unrestricted access are well evidenced, including cyberbullying, exposure to inappropriate content and sexual exploitation and abuse. In that context, I believe it is time for the Education Minister to consider giving stronger, potentially legislative backing to guidance on mobile phone use in schools, and to require schools to demonstrate how they are meeting their safeguarding responsibilities through the inspection process. But of course, actions are not just for the Justice and Education Ministers. This is an issue I believe the Executive and the Assembly can and must work together on more. And so my ask today is that we give this area more attention, whether that is demanding Ofcom use all their powers to ensure companies are complying with the Online Safety Act, asking the Chief Medical Officers to again look at the evidence around the harms of social media, or coming together to give a joint position on further social media regulation. I will end by saying that while we work on these issues, support is out there for children and families. The PSNI, NSPCC, Safe for Schools NI, Marie Collins Foundation and UK Safer Internet Centre are there with advice. Technological process is welcome, but we need to say together that it isn't welcome at any cost, especially when it comes to the welfare of our children and young people.
Since February 2024, the number of students at Magee has increased by 22% and is now at 6,500. We are on track to reach 10,000 students by 2032. This is a clear sign of Sinn Féin's commitment to Derry and to the North West, to unlock the potential of our city, because Sinn Féin ministers have been key drivers for the North West and have created true regional balance. My grandparents were part of the campaign to create an expansion and create proper provision in Magee. That's a campaign that my generation now have the chance to realise the benefits of. Because we have a minister in Keith Archibald who is a minister from Derry delivering for Derry. And our city is changing. It's transforming for the future, and that's a future for all, because the expansion and transformation of Magee must reach all communities. That's why Sinn Féin, through the Department of Economy, has set up an expert working group to deliver and support the delivery of student accommodation. That is about listening to residents and making sure that the expansion of Magee reaches all communities. We need everyone on board to do that, because this is an executive commitment. Of course it will deliver change in Derry and in the North West, but it will also create change in further and higher education right across Ireland. I want to thank the Task Force and Ulster University for their commitment to delivery and expansion in Derry, because without their commitment none of this would have happened. And what Sinn Féin ministers are continuing to do is to deliver and prioritise the North West and ensure that regional balance isn't just something that is on paper, but actually is felt in all of our communities. Because this is an exciting time for everyone, particularly for students who now have the opportunity to study, to live, to work and to build a life in Derry. Sinn Féin ministers will continue building that future and leading that change.
Jill Brownlee.
Fire safety is something that affects families, our neighbours and our communities right across Northern Ireland each and every single day. Last year marked the highest number of fatal house fires in Northern Ireland in 25 years. And that is not just a headline, it's a really serious warning. Behind every statistic is a life lost and a family grieving, often the result of entirely preventable incidents. Most fatal fires happen in the home. They're linked with cooking, with smoking or electrical faults. Risks we all know how to reduce. Working smoke alarms, testing your smoke alarms, safer nighttime routines and a clear escape plan really does save lives. Yet prevention depends not just on individual behaviour, but also on public awareness. That's why it's deeply concerning that despite the rise in fatalities, we have no sustained public fire safety advertising campaign in recent years. The annual spend on fire safety messaging by the Northern Ireland Fire and Rescue Service has plummeted from around 1 million in 2010-2011 to zero in 2022-2023, as discovered by a recent FOI. Fire safety messaging is vital to reinforce these basics, life-saving messages. If prevention is our first line of defence, then silence is not an option. And we rightly praise the brave professional fire and rescue service, both our whole time and our on call, who respond at all hours and often in extremely difficult conditions. But firefighters will say this themselves: the best fire is one that never happens. Fire safety starts long before the alerter sounds. It starts in education, in our schools, in our community, in outreach, in messages that reach older people living alone and those using alternative heating and families under pressure. And I want to remind everybody here today and anybody that is watching that the Fire and Rescue Service do offer completely free of charge home fire safety checks. They offer these online for everyone, but also an in-person at-home safety check, which is for those individuals at additional risk. As legislators, we have a responsibility to ensure fire safety is treated as a public health priority, and that means backing prevention, supporting awareness campaigns, and ensuring fire safety remains visible, consistent and accurately resourced, because when the warning signs are clear, this inaction costs lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. That ends member statements. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition on executive progress. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly expresses concern at the continued failure of the Executive to deliver on its core responsibilities, notes in particular the absence of an Executive-agreed multi-year budget, limited progress on the passage of executive legislation and the lack of delivery of programme for government targets, agrees that this failure to deliver has been caused by ineffective decision-making, siloed departmental working and the structure and operation of the Executive, believes that 2 years on from the restoration of the devolved government, the public have been failed, and calls on the Executive to urgently agree an ambitious multi-year budget, introduce a statutory duty to cooperate between ministers and departments, and to provide an update to the Assembly on progress against programme for government commitments.
Thank you, and I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion on behalf of the opposition.
Moved.
Thank you, Matthew. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, Happy New Year to you, Happy New Year to everybody in the Assembly, but I'm afraid so far it has not been a new year blessed with delivery, focus and purpose from the Northern Ireland Executive. If you were to turn to the Executive Office website, the Executive Office being the department which is the organising hub of devolved government, you might expect to see a New Year message, perhaps from the First and Deputy First Minister, of purpose, focus and energy, telling the public of the North what they can expect to see in this, the last full year of the Executive mandate. If you were to go on that website, you might expect to see clarity about what the priorities are for the First Deputy First Minister and the entire Executive. Well, if you thought that, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, you'd be wrong. Because if you go on the Executive Office website, the last communication from that department is from the 11th of December. There's some statistics published a day or two after that, but the last message is about a visit to London by the junior ministers. Very important, I'm sure that was, and a useful engagement. That was the last, more than a month ago, the last piece of public communication from the Executive Office. I think that speaks to something deeply troubling about our devolved government. I think we are drifting towards the end of this mandate without any focus, without any purpose, and without any urgency to deliver for the public of the North. And I don't think it's good enough. I, no doubt, am going to be accused today of being negative. An accusation that is often levelled at me and my colleagues in the opposition, and that's fine. Opposition politicians are there to be robust and to hold ministers to account. That's our job. So we don't worry about being accused of being negative. But, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I do want to say this. The public of Northern Ireland is far ahead of the opposition. Because if you think we're negative, go out and talk to your constituents. Knock on a door, stand on the street, hear what they have to say about delivery by the Executive. And I promise you this, it'll be a hell of a lot more negative than I am. It will be a hell of a lot more negative and scathing than my colleagues are in the opposition, because the public is deeply frustrated and insulted by what passes for devolved government here in Northern Ireland. 2 years ago, we were promised a restored Executive would focus on doing what matters most. In fact, we were promised a programme for delivery. The Deputy First Minister and the First Minister both promised that there would be a focus on delivery. There is apparently a new delivery unit. We were told that we would have regular annual updates on delivery against the programme for government targets. As far as I'm aware, there hasn't been a single report yet. I'm not aware of any report on the update on the delivery of the programme for government. In fact, it would be a pretty short update were it to come, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. It could almost be one line, because delivery has not been good enough. Our motion today is not about simply about casting blame. It's about finding a way forward. It's about finding a better and more constructive way forward, because the truth is, we simply cannot go on like this. The two main executive parties are at one another's throats. They can't agree a draft multi-year budget. They are indulging in petty sham fights in order to generate attention and to distract from their abysmal failure to deliver. And the public are over it, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. They've had it now for nearly 2 decades. All the while, waiting lists have got worse. Environmental degradation has intensified. Our public services have declined. And the public simply want better. The bare minimum they were promised 2 years ago is clarity and a plan. The Executive has failed. It has failed consistently to deliver that. Let me take the issues in turn. The Executive Legislative Programme. Back in spring 2024, the Executive published a very mild, fairly unambitious legislative programme. It was so unambitious that the First and Deputy First Minister were at pains to say that it wasn't the limit of their aspirations. Well, they still haven't delivered that 2024 legislative programme. And of the 18, I believe, pieces of legislation that were promised in that in that programme, only a handful have made it on to the statute book so far. Where are the landmark pieces of legislation that we were promised? I'm going to pick 2 out in particular, because I think we need to be focused on specific areas where there hasn't been delivery. Number 1 is the Good Jobs Bill. We were told consistently for more than 2 years now that a major priority of the new Sinn Féin Economy Minister was going to be delivery of a Good Jobs Bill. There was a consultation which was launched by Conor Murphy, which we welcomed way back in early 2024. We are now 2 years on from that point. I don't know where the Good Jobs Bill is, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I don't know if the First and Deputy First Minister know where it is, but I think the public and the workers out there should be told, because they were promised landmark, generational employment rights legislation, and we don't know where it is. If it's not introduced soon, then it will be very difficult to get it passed before the end of this mandate. I worry that that's the plan. I worry the plan is to delay and delay and delay, and then if it doesn't get passed, someone else can be blamed. The Sinn Féin Minister can blame the DUP for blocking it, the Executive, or the Assembly can be blocked for not progressing it. But then I'm going to come on to another piece of legislation. I'm only picking 2 pieces of legislation. I could pick a lot. The legislation on hate crime. The Alliance Party manifesto promised standalone hate crime legislation. Since we have been back, we have seen the epidemic of hate crime spike online and in person. In this city, there was a hate fest, a riot, in the middle of Belfast in August 2024. People ran riot through my constituency. There was a near pogrom on the streets of Ballymena last year. You would have expected the executive to show more urgency, not just on the racial equality strategy, which we haven't had updated yet, but also on hate crime legislation. I don't know where the hate crime legislation is. The Justice Minister says it's due to be part of the sentencing bill. I don't know where the sentencing bill is, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I could go on. I could go through the legislative programme. I could go through the vague, waffly programme for government, such as it is, and talk about the lack of delivery. The programme for government talks about social houses. It says in one of its very few areas of specific promise that there will be that the executive will seek to build 5,800 homes. That was admirably specific compared to the rest of the programme for government. But we know almost definitely the executive is not going to deliver 5,800 social homes. It may come nowhere near meeting that target. We know that the executive promised transformation of healthcare 10 years ago, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. When the First Minister was Health Minister, the Bengoa report was published. We still have no clarity. That's a decade. A decade has passed since the Bengoa report was launched. It's been going so long that there probably are people who have finally managed to have their hips or their knees replaced while they've been waiting for Bengoa to be implemented. Nothing has happened. Nothing has happened. The justice system continues to be shamefully slow. It continues to clog up victims and witnesses in a process that doesn't deliver for them. And so, Madam Principal Speaker, the list goes on and on. The multi-year budget, which was announced by the Finance Minister a couple of weeks ago, isn't a draft multi-year budget at all. In fact, it's a draft multi-year budget, because the first thing after the opposition that happened is that the other main party in government, the DUP, came out and said, we don't agree with this. We don't agree with the draft multi-year budget. What is the public in the North supposed to make of a government that publishes a draft budget that it can't even agree among itself within its own executive? I see the Deputy First Minister. I'm happy to intervene if she wants to give me an update on the agreement of the draft multi-year budget.
Well, maybe the member could clarify how the SDLP voted on draft budgets and budgets when they were in government. I don't believe they actually supported a single one.
Well, that's not actually true, but here's the thing, Deputy First Minister, we aren't debating the SDLP's record in government. You jointly lead the government now. You jointly lead the government. So, Deputy First Minister, if you're not going to support a draft multi-year budget, if you're not going to support something you promised, come clean. Tell the public. Because the two of you used to be, 2 years ago, good at having photo ops together. Now you're not even doing that. Now you're not even doing that because you see a joint political interest as we get close to an election in simply picking fights with one another. Having fights over flags, falling out theatrically. The public, it doesn't really matter whether they get an improved health service. It doesn't really matter whether potholes get filled. It doesn't matter whether schools get built, because the DUP and Sinn Féin can fall out, as they always do, theatrically before an election. So all the things that I've said today about the legislative programme not being delivered, a draft multi-year budget not being agreed, doesn't really matter. And I know, because I'll get sneering looks from DUP and Sinn Féin members, you should ask yourselves why the public in this society have such contempt for our politics. Such contempt for our politics. Such contempt for our politics, because your parties cannot and will not deliver. Shame on the executive and its failure to deliver. Shame on the contempt you've held the public in for far too long. This executive is not delivering. We will continue to hold you to account for that, and we will offer constructive solutions as to how to do it better. I hope you take us up on those offers. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call on Paula Bradshaw to move the amendment. Thank you, Paula. You will have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind, and all other speakers in this debate will have 5 minutes. Paula, please open the debate on amendment. Thank you.
Principal Deputy Speaker, I welcome this opportunity to propose our Alliance Party amendment. Members, Christmas is a time for reflection, and for many of us the period between Christmas and New Year offers space to take stock of the year just past and the year ahead. It was during this period that I personally felt a deep sense of frustration at the lack of political progress, and more importantly at the limited tangible difference this executive has made to people's lives over the past 12 months.
That frustration is widely heard across our society. 2 years on from the restoration of devolution, many people still feel that the improvements have not been brought about that impact and improve their day-to-day lives. Improvements that they were promised and indeed are entitled to expect. Alliance remains steadfast in our support for devolution because we believe that decisions are best made here on behalf of the people of Northern Ireland. However, we have long been clear that siloed decision-making is not simply a cultural issue, but a structural one. Ministers remain primarily accountable for their own departments, rather than a shared view of the outcomes from the executive. Cooperation too often depends on goodwill rather than obligation, and goodwill alone is not a reliable basis for delivery. Departments are operating in an extremely challenging financial environment after more than a decade without a properly agreed multi-year budget. Some are chronically underfunded, while others suffer from poor budgetary control. The absence of long-term certainty has made planning and reform difficult, pushing departments towards short-term reactive decisions and delaying vital long-term transformational projects. The effects of this are clear. Over the past decade, the Department of Justice's share of the block grant has fallen while demand has continued to grow. In real terms, its 2025-26 outcome is more than £220 million worse off than if funding had kept pace with inflation. At the same time, DAERA received the smallest percentage increase of any department in 2025-26, despite increasingly demanding obligations. If departments are expected to deliver, then they must be properly resourced to do so. Alliance supports the principle of an ambitious, sustainable multi-year budget because meaningful reform cannot happen without long-term stability. While the draft budget currently out for consultation is a step forward, it falls well short of what several departments require to deliver programme for government commitments. We agreed that it should go out to consultation, but we are clear that it is not acceptable in its current form. However, funding alone does not explain our current position. Poor decision-making, a lack of reform and entrenched inequalities, particularly in health, education and the cost of division, have all played a role. Departments with the largest departments are often those that overspend the most, continuing to invest in systems that have not been adequately reformed. Nowhere is this clearer than in health, where spending per head is among the highest in the UK, yet outcomes remain among the poorest. This points to a failure of reform, not funding alone. The Northern Ireland Audit Office has repeatedly highlighted the difficulty of clearly linking spending to outcomes across departments. Where that clarity is absent, scrutiny becomes reactive rather than preventative, and accountability follows failure rather than driving improvement. Alliance has consistently argued for a fair funding settlement from Westminster, but that case is weakened when public money is not used effectively. We will continue to engage constructively to push for sustainable funding and better value for money, while being honest about the limits of what is possible in the current financial climate. Budget reform, however, will not fix a system that lacks transparency and accountability. Progress reporting remains a significant weakness. Too often members receive little clarity on delivery against programme for government commitments until targets have already been missed, leaving us to use chamber time simply to establish the basic facts. The Committee for the Executive Office works hard to scrutinise the Executive, but that scrutiny is only as effective as the information that we receive. The delivery unit is now operational, but it will ultimately be judged by its impact. A delivery unit must sit at the centre, maintain focus on priorities and be able to say clearly what is on track, what is not and why. If updates are being produced, there should be no difficulty in setting out what is being delivered, where progress is slipping and what corrective action is being taken. Honest reporting would strengthen scrutiny and give the public confidence that problems are being actively addressed. Delivery is also constrained by how our institutions operate. Since restoration, Alliance ministers have brought forward proposals for reform and long-term improvement, only to see progress repeatedly stalled at the executive table. The Assembly must also reflect on its own role. We cannot criticise slow delivery while contributing to delay through excessive scrutiny or conversely by rushing legislation through without proper consideration. Ultimately, the public do not want excuses, they want delivery. They want to see that government works and that decisions taken in the government departments and in this chamber are making a real difference to their lives. As we begin a new year, Principal Deputy Speaker, this is both an opportunity and a responsibility on us all to do better, to be more honest about the challenges we face, more principled in decision making and more focused on actions rather than words. The Alliance Party supports this motion and asks members to support our amendment because we believe it does face the reality we are all facing. It recognises the pressures on public services, acknowledges those funding challenges that sit along weaknesses in decision making and focuses on improving how government operates to deliver programme for government commitments. If we are serious about restoring public confidence in politics, then improved delivery, stronger reporting and genuine collective decision making are essential. Our amendment is not asking for miracles, it's asking for that honesty, coordination and delivery. If we cannot commit to these, we owe it to the public to be honest about why, and I urge members to support our amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Paula. I call Pat Sheehan.
And governing in a four-party executive where each party has different political priorities isn't easy. It requires compromise and a commitment to work together. And at times that has been challenging. But it's wrong and unfair to suggest no progress has been made. The Leader of the Opposition spoke for 10 minutes and didn't once acknowledge any of the progress that has been made. The greatest challenge facing this executive is the continued underfunding of our public services. And despite promises of change from London after the last election and after 12 or 13 years of Tory austerity, austerity has not ended, and the executive continues to operate within limited financial levers and little fiscal flexibility. Within those constraints, ministers have worked collectively to deliver. The Finance Minister has relentlessly pursued fair funding and secured an additional $600 million for public services. In December alone, $273 million was allocated to departments, including over $100 million to support health, education and pay settlements. Almost $30 million has been invested in building much-needed social housing. We've also seen delivery on economic development and regional balance. Investment in the North West is finally materialising, with major job creation, business expansion and the continued growth of Magee campus, now over 6,500 students and well on the way to reaching the target of 10,000 students.
Would the member take an intervention?
Sure.
Would the member outline the major job numbers, investments in Derry?
Pat, your next minute.
Well, what I will outline is the fact that enough land has been purchased to ensure there's going to be student accommodation and further expansion of Magee College, and that in itself is going to create jobs within the North West. So infrastructure and all-island cooperation are delivering tangible benefits, including record rail passenger numbers and renewed connectivity. And none of this is to say that more doesn't need to be done. Of course it does. A multi-year budget, stronger cooperation between departments and clear delivery on the programme for government are all essential. But progress can only be made when parties come together and work in common purpose. This executive is not perfect. Show me a government that is, but it is delivering in difficult circumstances, and our focus must remain on working together to deliver for the people we represent.
Thank you, Pat. I call Pam Cameron.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. This opposition motion claims that 2 years after restoration of devolved government, the executive has failed the public, and I fundamentally reject that. The truth is very different. Yes, there are pressures. Yes, public services are stretched, but what the public want is not constant negativity, they want delivery. And that is exactly what DUP ministers are providing. We are dealing with the most difficult financial environment Northern Ireland has faced in decades. Yet even in that context,
the Executive, in particular DUP ministers, have delivered real, tangible outcomes for working families, for schools and for communities. Since restoration, we have seen £273 million invested in public services, including funding for public sector pay, social housing, health, education, roads, water and rail. We've seen over £30 million allocated to new social housing, £25 million invested in the health estate and IT, and £22 million for education and higher education. That is not failure, that is delivery. In education alone, Speaker, DUP ministers have delivered expanded free school meals, increased uniform grants and passed school uniforms bill to tackle rising costs to parents. We have expanded preschool provision, increased inclusion support and launched the Transform Ed Teacher Development Fund. And we've delivered £55 million childcare package to support working families. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, these are not slogans, these are policies that are already helping people across Northern Ireland. And on the budget, let us be clear, the Sinn Féin Finance Minister has published a draft budget without executive agreement. That document, of course, cannot be treated as settled. The DUP wants a multi-year budget, but it must be fair, it must be balanced, and it must be focused on frontline services and on our agreed programme for government priorities. We will not rubber stamp a budget that protects waste while squeezing our public services. We do want consensus, but we don't want coercion. This motion talks about the failure of delivery, yet ignores the reality that governing a five-party coalition is not simple. It requires compromise, leadership and responsibility. DUP ministers are not hiding from difficult decisions, they are taking them. While some members prefer to chase soundbites or talk this place down or even argue for its collapse, the DUP is focused on making devolution work, because Stormont, imperfect as it is far better than being ruled from Westminster by a Labour government that has cut winter fuel payments, has hit family farms, has stagnated the economy. And if it were not for DUP ministers, pensioners here would not even have their winter fuel payments today. Speaker, devolution means local ministers making local decisions on schools, housing, health and on community investment, and that matters. This programme for government is a roadmap for growth, for stability and for opportunity, and the DUP is committed to delivering it. We take responsibility seriously. Governing is harder than heckling, and we are here to govern. And the people of Northern Ireland deserve solutions, not collapse, and that's exactly what the DUP is delivering. Thank you.
Thank you, Pam. I call Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Executive progress, by anybody's definition, has been, let's say, marked. It is clear that there are challenges in our delivery for government. The habit of government over the decade I've had in politics has been diluted by, indeed, over the last decade I've been on, the years when both Sinn Féin and the DUP brought the executive down. The need to deliver over the desire to just show that we exist has been largely forgotten. We have a status quo government machine. It is very resistant to change, accountability, and the stovepiping just has to be looked at to realise how difficult it is to make government work. We've had external reports. We've had external reports on COVID and we've had external reports on RHI that have shown very clearly that the machinery of government, and particularly how the civil service at the highest levels, doesn't deliver for the people of Northern Ireland. There is a significant executive problem with how we deliver services to Northern Ireland. But if we look to the substantive notice question about the budget, members, we've got a 60-odd billion budget over the next 3 years with an additional year for capital. That is a hugely significant amount of public resource that we have. Now, it's very clear that the ways don't necessarily meet the means, but one of the things we need to be able to look at is what can we be doing over that 3-year period to make sufficient efficiencies that we can help in the system of delivery of public services. Last year, health, and let's be honest, Mike Nesbitt worked very closely with John O'Dowd about this. We managed to achieve efficiencies of around about 3.5%. That was close on £300 million. It is also noteworthy that if we looked across the entire of the executive budget and looked at looking efficiencies of £3.5 billion, or £300 million, that would lead to close on £750 million being let out over the financial period of the next budget. That's £750 million that could be going towards services. You cannot tell me in a public service environment that we cannot achieve efficiencies of less than 5%. Can you imagine if we were running a large corporation, which Northern Ireland in a sense is? It's a large corporation that costs somewhere in the region of 19 to 20 billion pounds a year to run, or at the least the bit we're responsible for. If we couldn't achieve those efficiencies, we would be sacked. The board would be sacked. The chairs, co-chairs in this case, would be sacked. We need to do much better about how we look at our efficiencies and how we look at doing monies. And we hear a lot about what's going wrong with government. We talk a lot about health being approximately half of the budgetary push, and it doesn't seem to be changing. But it is changing. We are putting the reforms in place. Now, our waiting lists are far too long. We know that. But we've seen significant reductions in the long-term waiting lists. Colonoscopies are down by 63%, 70% in common procedures, and 90% in things like hernia, hips and knee replacements. But I still appreciate the fact that the waiting list is far too long. We need to be able to fix that. And quite rightly, this executive has put health as the #1 priority of what we need to do. And what I ask when we come back over the next couple of years is that health does remain the #1 commitment to be able to do that as well. However, as I started in my remarks, I said that our biggest problems are structural as well as budgetary. We need to be able to work out how we can boost our prosperity. One of the easiest ways to do that, probably not going to cost very much money. Reform the planning system. Get the planning system to work. That way we're not waiting years to get things built. We should be able to do that. And the other thing we need to look at is how we use things like financial transaction capital. The biggest drain or stoppage of our prosperity at the moment is we can't build for our economy. We can't build for our economy because we don't have a waste of water infrastructure that's up to spec. We should be prioritising our FTC capital, which according to the Finance Minister we don't have to pay back. Don't quite know how that works, but it seems to be. We should be prioritising that to sort out our water system. We have an opportunity here. Let's not be negative about it. Grasp the opportunities and go for it. Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Gemma Dolan.
Fleadh Concordia. This motion highlights many of the challenges that the Executive faces. However, it is notable that it fails to mention the root cause of the problems our public services face, and that is the impact of over 15 years of underfunding by successive British governments. That is why the Executive and the existing Finance Minister, and his predecessor in particular, have focused on negotiating a new fiscal framework since the institutions were restored 2 years ago. This has resulted in an additional £600 million for public services and prevented our public services from being in an even more challenging position. Let me also take this opportunity to remind the proposers of this motion that under our existing constitutional arrangements, being tied to London means that spending decisions taken there have direct consequences for our finances. And this Labour government have chosen to invest public money in militarisation rather than in public services and improving the lives of ordinary people and workers. We, therefore, have less money to spend on our schools, hospitals and roads. Protecting people from every negative spending decision made by London is not possible given our financial and political limitations. However, the ongoing support for welfare mitigations is an example of how the Executive has helped shield some of our most vulnerable from further damage as a result of austerity policies and costs £50 million on an annual basis. The local economy in my own constituency has received a recent boost following the extension of Fáilte Ireland's Hidden Heartlands brand to County Fermanagh, and I want to thank the Economy Minister for helping to deliver this. Marketing our county alongside our neighbouring counties in the south as one tourism brand makes sense and is another step towards overcoming artificial barriers imposed by partition. Progressing key infrastructure projects is vital to creating regional balance, and commitments to funding for delivery of the A4 Enniskillen bypass through the Mid-South West Growth Deal and the A5 by the Executive is recognition of this. It is simply disingenuous of the opposition in their motion to state that the difficulties we face in delivering public services are due to the failure of the institutions and not reference partition and decisions made in London. I recognise that we do face many ongoing challenges. However, there are examples of progress and achievements that have been made since the Executive and Assembly were restored. As a public representative, I will continue to do all that I can to make lives better for citizens in the here and now. However, it is only when we achieve constitutional change and have full control over our own affairs that we will be able to deliver sustainable public services and reach our full potential.
Thank you, Jim. I call Philip Brett.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and it's always a great pleasure to have the privilege to speak on an Opposition Day motion. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, there are some items within the motion tabled by the Leader of the Opposition that I agree with, and that is about the need to agree a multi-year budget. I'm very clear, and this party is very clear, that we want to see a multi-year budget agreed by this Executive, one that is able to be codified clearly with the programme for government, and one which puts the needs of my constituents and indeed every member in this House's constituents first, and the DUP will not be found wanting during that process to ensure that we have a budget that meets those needs and those targets. I'm also very happy to speak on this debate, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, because I can stand over the record of DUP ministers within the Northern Ireland Executive. And I think it is important that we put those on the record, because if we have just listened to some of the other speakers here today, they would have washed over them. Public sector pay was one of the first items that this Executive and our ministers prioritised. Teachers have received the pay that they deserve, and our healthcare workers, with pay parity across this United Kingdom, secured. Sign language legislation, which was one of the first bills introduced by this House under the stewardship of a DUP minister. While others jumped up and down, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, talking about language rights and minority rights, it took a DUP minister to introduce this bill. A childcare subsidy scheme for the first time here in Northern Ireland, helping working families in every corner of Northern Ireland. A Women's World Cup secured for Northern Ireland as a result of the work of this Executive. A flagship Royal Portrush delivered this summer in the heart of East Londonderry as a result of the work of this Executive. Late night public transport all year round, finally in place, delivered by this Executive. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, within the Department for the Communities, rightly people across this chamber called for the removal of intimidation points, delivered by this Executive and delivered by a DUP minister. Legislation to remove problem tenants who are moved from one development to another, terrorising local communities. Legislation introduced and delivered by DUP ministers. I could go on, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, but the context in which
I thank the member for giving way. I trust his list of achievements is complete. In terms of the legislation that's been introduced around the problem tenants, could the member elaborate on that, please?
Members, an extra minute.
I appreciate that, and you will see the housing bill, which will be approved by the Executive, will have that legislation included on it. But when we're talking about delivery, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I did have a look at the Belfast Telegraph archive, which had a picture of the previous Speaker, Mr Mark H. Durkan, who was, in fact, unlike me, an Executive Minister. And I just read with interest on this, that said that his decision-making process as a Minister was irreversibly flawed, and as a result, Casement Park was struck down in the courts. So that was the record of the SDLP in the Executive. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, when you heard the Leader of the Opposition speak, you wouldn't have thought of up until 2 years ago, until the people of Northern Ireland voted them out of government, that they hadn't have been in government since 1998. So let's look at their record when they were in the Executive. Mr Durkan, with his smiling face here, was at the front of the Belfast Telegraph after the Casement Park was struck down after he illegally approved it. Another smiling face of Mr Durkan, who illegally approved BMAP and was struck down in the courts. Ministers providing and presiding over MOT fiascos. What did the last SDLP minister deliver for the people of Northern Ireland? a walking champion. That is the record of delivery. The Leader of the Opposition, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, invited me to go out onto the streets and speak to the public. I will put my record in North Belfast and the record of this party up against the opposition any day of the week. And we'll see, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, next year in the election. Mr McCrossan can laugh, but I'm going to quietly predict that in my constituency of North Belfast, and indeed at his at West Tyrone, the Democratic Unionist Party will secure many, many more votes than the SDLP will at that stage. We will, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, not be supporting the Alliance amendment either, and I do welcome the comments by the Alliance Speaker calling for better budget management and that there should not be wasting of public money or indeed commitments made to spend public money when the budget is not there. And I trust that when she reflects on decisions made at committees, she will follow that advice that she has put forward here today. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, government here in Northern Ireland is not easy and it is not perfect. And we all know the alternative agenda the SDLP would want to deliver if they were in the executive. And that is what is being delivered by their sister party, the UK Labour Party. The SDLP would support the stripping of winter fuel payments. They would support the removal of welfare support, while this executive has stepped forward to continue welfare mitigations, deliver winter fuel payments and protect farmers. They will saddle with their sister party in London to deliver those cuts to the people of Northern Ireland. This executive will ignore their nonsense and get on for delivering for the people of Northern Ireland.
Thank you, Philip. I call Timothy Gasson.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. This motion here today invites the Assembly to reflect on what is politely described as a failure of delivery by this executive. The SDLP have provided the opportunity for the four executive parties to mark their own homework during their contributions today. What we've heard is pre-election soundbites ahead of the 2027 Assembly elections, with the odd poke of the eye put in for good measure. I want to be clear at the outset, this is not a matter of poor implementation or missed targets or insufficient ambition. It is a problem of structure. It is a problem of design. But of course the SDLP can't admit that, because the structures that this place operates under are a product of their own making. Time and time again, the public have been promised stability, progress and delivery. Happy to give way to Mr McCross.
You're always very kind in giving way. I do appreciate it. Will the member agree with me that it's not so much about the design of the structures per se, it's about the abuse of the structures by the two lead partners in government that are pretending they can't work together, that they realise a division is profitable for them, and it's a distraction from the fact that they've really failed to deliver anything notable?
No, as the structure of this place, a mandatory coalition will never work, ever, 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 without the best sound bites of what we've heard from the floor today. My goodness, what we've heard. So we've been promised stability, progress and delivery. That was the very pledges and the justification that was given by those who wanted to bin all that and say, our promise in the protocol doesn't matter because we need to get back to this place because all our ills will be in the rearview mirror. That hasn't happened. What has been the reality? Drift, delay and dysfunction. That's what we've seen. There is no agreed budget. Rather than you have ministers openly attacking each other over the proposed budget currently out for consultation. There is no flow of executive legislation. The programme for government promises nothing of substance. But fear not, the SDLP have the solution. What we need is a statutory duty to cooperate with each other. The problem is not that ministers are not cooperating. The problem is that the system itself is built to fail. The executive model created by the Belfast Agreement requires the participation of parties which do not even believe in the continued existence of Northern Ireland. It embeds veto and rewards inaction. That is how the system is designed. Happy to give way quickly now.
If that's the case, then does he support a programme of reform of the institutions in order to make it now? May I agree that he support a programme of reform?
Set that out at the end with the solution to our current problems. But getting back to what I was saying, so long as the executive can only exist with Sinn Féin at its heart, and so long as Sinn Féin's political objective is the destruction of our union, then this place will continue to fail the people it is meant to serve. For 25 years, they have been promised that the next restoration, the next government, the next reset would finally make devolution work. What do we have to show for it? Repeated collapse, chronic instability, and an executive incapable of taking hard decisions. Many people have understandably concluded that Stormont should simply be scrapped altogether, and I understand that frustration. And for my part, let me be clear, if the choice is between dysfunctional, terrorist-inclusive government and British rule from Westminster, I know what side that I'll be on. But let's make that choice. The executive has failed comprehensively and repeatedly, but the Assembly itself, its legislative role and its scrutiny powers have not. What has fatally undermined scrutiny in the past is the simple fact that ministers were being scrutinised by parties who were themselves part of the executive that they were meant to be holding to account. Remove the failed executive model, retain the Assembly, retain its legislative authority, retain and strengthen its scrutiny role. Under such a system, legislation would be brought forward by Westminster ministers, but shaped, examined, amended and challenged locally by elected representatives. Committees would no longer be tamed by executive loyalty, but would robustly interrogate those exercising executive power. That is not direct rule by default. It is not joint authority by stealth. It is a form of devolution that maximises local democratic input without handing the levers of government to those determined to wreck it. So the choice before us is not between this failed executive and permanent rule from London. There is a middle way, and I would argue a better way, a way which accepts 25 years of evidence, a way which removes structural sabotage from the heart of government. So if you want to talk about reform, there is an option with 25 years' experience, a failed mandatory coalition.
Time's up, Timothy.
Let's see what those reformers want to talk about.
Okay, thank you. Jerry Carroll, please.
There's no doubt that the executive is failing to deliver on its core responsibilities, Deputy Speaker, and the public have been completely and utterly let down. Most of the executive's legislative programme consists of technical or catch-up bills, and executive parties are too busy sticking the boot into each other to properly govern. They came together to veto incredibly modest proposals around a nutrients action programme to protect Loch Ness. The DUP is obviously blocking the establishment of the Independent Environmental Protection Agency, obstruction progress on Irish language at every single turn, and spending plenary time tomorrow debating illegal Sinn Féin billboards. It would be absolutely hilarious, Deputy Speaker, if it wasn't using time whilst our communities are crumbling with real issues. So the issues referenced in the motion text, not delivering on a programme for government targets, siloed working, lack of an agreed multi-year budget, underfunding and budget mismanagement are all hindering progress. But none of this, I'm afraid, gets to the core of the problem, Deputy Speaker. People have lost faith in the executive because they've failed to break. The executive have failed to break with regressive, punitive economic strategy advanced by the Treasury and successive British government. And how many times has the Finance Minister told departments to live within your means? Instead of charting a new course, this executive has simply accepted Westminster's failed economic model wholesale. Year after year, Deputy Speaker, the rich line their pockets at the expense of ordinary people who are doomed to languish on health waiting lists unless they have money to go private. People are forced to pay extortionate rents because they can't get on the property ladder. Others are raising their kids in temporary accommodation, waiting years on a permanent social home. Ordinary people are working for minimum wage, while the top 100 businesses make profits of around £2 billion. This is the reality of the system that the Executive is maintaining, and they actually cheerlead and promote and celebrate that figure. This is what sticks in the throat, Deputy Speaker, of the ordinary person. There's plenty of wealth in the north, but the Executive refuses to touch it. They won't challenge the corporations hoarding billions. They won't touch the industrial derating that sees tens of millions handed to big businesses every single year. They talk about hard choices, but refuse to make the only choice that matters, facing and forcing those who can afford to pay their fair share to pay up. And this is where the official opposition falls short. They are unable, or I would say unwilling, to hold the Executive to account over its failure to tackle wealth inequality, because one day they hope to get their hands on the levers of power again. The official opposition won't challenge the economic orthodoxy because they want to manage it, not dismantle it. The pivotal report, Deputy Speaker, painted a stark picture. We're now almost 2 years on, and no tangible improvements to people's lives. I mean, that's not just me speaking, that's coming from Pivotal. There's more. This is more than mere incompetence. It's a political choice to manage decline, rather than challenge the economic model that's failing working class people in my communities and elsewhere every single day of the week. Executive parties could tax wealth, they could end corporate handouts and build a progressive alternative, but they fail to. They won't, because fundamentally they're wedded to the same failed system. Until we break with neoliberalism and build an economy that puts people before profit, then fundamentally nothing will change in this place. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. As question time begins at 2 o'clock, can I suggest that the Assembly takes his ease until then, and this debate will continue after question time, when the Deputy First Minister will be the next member to respond to the debate. Thank you.
Sitting as resumed. Questions to the Minister or the First Minister of the Executive Office, and I call Colin McGrath.
Ending violence against women and girls is a programme for government priority, and working better together is one of the 6 outcomes of the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategic framework. We're working collaboratively with executive colleagues in a number of key work areas in the delivery plan, including through our sectoral groups on safer socialising, workplace and tertiary education. We're working with the Department of Education, who are leading the development of an action plan to coordinate interventions targeted at children and young people and focused on healthy relationships. We recently contributed to a collaborative funding model for the extended late-night public transport pilot led by the Department of Infrastructure and the Department of Economy, in recognition of the need for safe and accessible public transport in achieving safer socialising. We're working closely with colleagues in the Department of Finance in the development of the next-wide training on the root causes of violence against women and girls, and to support staff in preventing and responding to it. We will continue to develop future actions, including campaigns and communication materials with colleagues across departments. Successful delivery depends on strong, ongoing collaboration, which we oversee through the direct involvement of our junior ministers as chairs of the Oversight Board.
McGrath.
Thank you. We know that violence can take many forms, including online abuse, and this has been highlighted over this past week with the cesspool that is X. Legislation is going to be required to deal with this here. Can I ask the First Minister what specific meetings that she has had with the Justice Minister to progress this legislation?
Sir.
Just to concur with the member in terms of, I think, all of our concerns that were expressed last week in terms of what we now see as a norm and increasingly becoming more and more to the fore, even in a scenario in a school that's been reported today. So this is something that we all need to be doing our due diligence and working together on, and I think that's a combination of effort. I think it's the legislation and it's the role of Ofcom and what they can do in terms of ensuring that these companies actually do the right thing and actually have very clear structures around what they can allow. There's no world in which Grok or any other social media tool should be able to create deep fakes or create images, indecent images that are criminal of women, girls or anybody actually in society. So I think it's a combination of the Ofcom legislation. I think I welcome the fact that they have started the investigation into what has happened with Grok in particular. I also welcome the fact that the Justice Minister has committed to bringing forward where it falls short in terms of what's been legislated for in London, that she will bring forward legislation, and we raised this at the Executive last week. We had a conversation around what her plans are in terms of bringing forward legislation to this House for us to debate it, and I want to work with the Minister. I think all of us will want to work with the Minister to ensure that we get this right and that we use the opportunity that we have with the legislation coming forward in order to bring forward fit-for-purpose legislation.
Colin Cullinan.
First Minister, you've partially answered in fact, you've answered the concern I had, which was, do you agree that the Executive, we all need to look at opportunities to try and end the scourge of AI tools being used to degrade women and girls on social media, such as Grok? Thank you.
Yeah, again, I think it's so important that we do everything that we can. I mean, I think all of us were alarmed whenever we saw what was reported last week, but even this week, whenever we're seeing potentially within our school scenario setting that some pupils may be using it against other pupils, that's something that is going to be so detrimental, those people that are going to be so negatively and horribly impacted by it. So I think it's a number of tracks, as I've said. I think it's the Ofcom work, and I can say to you that even just last week our junior ministers attended the Ofcom event to discuss their new guidance, which is all about safer learning, safer life online for women and girls. And I also want to underline and highlight the brilliant work that's being done as a direct result of our ending violence against women and girls work. And this is very much an organic approach. It's listening to young people, it's community by community, it's townland by townland, where projects are identified and we're funding work that actually is reaching right into our communities to actually listen to young people in particular, listen to the concerns that they have, and then in response us being able to create programmes and targets that are all about education and all about prevention, and also helping young people to understand what healthy relationships look like, what a bad relationship looks like, and ensure that they understand what things like coercive control look like.
Cameron.
Thank the First Minister for her answers so far, and welcome the important work that does continue in terms of that working towards eliminating violence against women and girls across the board. In terms of the work that's happening across the departments, and appreciate the update, can the First Minister give an assurance that there isn't duplication of that work across the departments?
Yeah, I mean, I think the beauty of the programme across, well, obviously there are many threads to the programme, the member will know very well, but I think the beauty of the Change Fund work is that organically projects are coming from local community groups, from sports organisations. They know best how to reach the young people, and in particular our boys. They know best how to reach them in terms of engaging with them and getting messages across. So I think that's a really huge strength. So there will be duplication in terms of those types of projects, but I'm very confident that all of us have signed up to the strategy around ending violence against women and girls. It dovetails very much with a number of other strategies, both across justice, across health, across education, and it's important that we're collaborative in how we join up and that we don't duplicate on the bigger strategic pieces, but I think that's what the strategy is there for, to ensure that we don't have that duplication. But I just, as the member will be very aware, some of the work that's happening thus far in the early days of this strategy I think are really, really promising, and we're already getting feedback to say that it actually is making a real difference.
Kelly Armstrong.
Given the cross-departmental nature of the strategy, how are the First and Deputy First Minister ensuring departments are being held accountable for delivery, and what mechanisms are in place to address underperformance?
So just as I said earlier, the success of the strategy, I think, depends on our collaboration and it depends on our cooperation. And I mentioned a number of other domestic and sexual abuse strategies, other strategies that run across other departments. Every department will have its own remit in terms of monitoring how successful their own strategy has been. But at a programme board and an oversight board, we actually have that oversight where we're actually looking at what has been successful, hopefully also identifying what isn't being successful. And I think we use all of the feedback that we have in order to try to steer towards what does the next version of this look like. And I can say to you that in terms of the second delivery plan, we're already looking at that, and the oversight board is also looking at that. So I think that inbuilt to the strategy itself is the fact that we have that external and internal oversight board, but external bodies sit on it, including some of the regional organisations that are delivering some of the big projects.
Moving on, David Honeyford. Mr. Speaker.
We have been clear that we want to realise the immense potential of the site for the benefit of all, and decisions are needed on the overall way forward for the site. Members of the Committee for the Executive Office visited the site on the 5th of November and they received a briefing from the Development Corporation staff. We understand that the Committee are keen to see regeneration progress, but with different views in terms of how that could be achieved. We recognise that it will require us to move with consensus and also with sensitivity, and we're committed to working with the Longcash MLK Development Corporation to achieve that. It's clear to me that there are no straightforward solutions, but we can assure the member that the future of the site remains a live issue which we are committed to resolving. We are considering advice on short to medium term priorities and options for the board. Discussions at official level are also ongoing, and we expect to receive further input to help frame our consideration for the way forward.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Maze Longcash site shows how vetoes are being used to block progress completely and entirely. PowerSharing was designed to help us work through difficult issues, to share this place, not to place them in the too difficult to deal with drawer indefinitely. So does the First Minister accept that while safeguards are essential and permanent vetoes undermine public confidence in the Executive, and how will she, together with the Deputy First Minister, start to actually deliver the regeneration of the Maze Longcash site while reassuring and bringing communities all together and bringing them along on that journey?
Yeah, I think the members heard me say before, perhaps in an answer to a question previously, that I see the enormous potential in this site, both from an economic perspective, from a historical perspective, and also from a reconciliation perspective. And I think it's important that we do reach for the huge opportunity that we have here in terms of the huge potential, which I know that you are only too aware of. But we do have to have agreement across those areas in which to progress. But the immense potential that we have on that site, I think, is recognised by all. So I can assure you that I will do everything that I can to continue to try to get us to a juncture where we have an agreed way forward. I want to unlock the potential of the site, and I can make that commitment to you again today.
Anya Murphy.
I'd like to thank the First Minister for her answers thus far. Minister, during the site visit I got to see firsthand the social and economic potential of the site and the regeneration that it can offer in terms of the historical perspective as well as economic opportunity and sporting facilities. Minister, would you agree with me that these benefits could be transformative and need to happen immediately?
First Minister.
Yeah, I think building on the previous answer, I do think that the potential here is quite immense, and there's a genuine opportunity for us actually to invest in that site. But I think we have to see it in the round, and I think that, and I would like to think that we'll continue to work together to try to get to the point where we can have housing on the site, where we can have economic opportunity in the site. We have businesses established there, and whenever you take a look, you don't have to look too far, but if you look around you and look at some of the previous historical sites that have complex history and heritage associated with them, you only have to look towards the regeneration of Ebrington, for example, in Derry, the Crunman Road Jail in Belfast, and both of those places were in a similar space in terms of trying to manage the complexity of it all. So it's not beyond us to be able to do so, and I'm going to continue to do everything I can to try to unlock this potential. I do think that this is a longer term project for us, but I think that we do need to turn our attention to ensuring that we get the site unlocked.
Here, for to take you, First Minister, at your word that you do want to see economic development at that site, then you agree with our position. So will the First Minister commit today that she'll support our calls for the economic development of this site and will oppose any shrine to terrorists on the site?
First Minister.
You see, therein lies the problem. You see, if we could all come at this with a different lens and with actually a mindset to actually do something and actually get it done, I think that if we're able to get a way forward that actually deals with the fact that it is such an historical site, that there's reconciliation potential on the site also, and then the immense economic benefit. Let's find a way to walk forward together and unlock the potential of the site. That's what I'm committed to doing. Perhaps you maybe join me in that.
Timothy Gaston.
Question 3.
Mr.
The Executive Office has no ongoing financial relationship with Stonewall. Arm's length bodies operate with statutory and operational independence. Decisions regarding engagement with external organisations, including Stonewall, are a matter for those bodies themselves.
Mr. Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Across the UK, government departments and even the BBC have withdrawn money from Stonewall's scheme, citing concerns about impartiality and value for money. The organisation is now reported to be in financial difficulty. In a previous written question to myself, the Executive Office confirmed that £875 of public money was paid to Stonewall since the restoration of devolution. First Minister, will you give a clear commitment and assurance that neither your department nor arm's-length bodies will make any further payments to this discredited organisation?
Minister.
Well, obviously it's a matter for the organisation themselves. If they find themselves in some sort of financial difficulties, that's not a remit for us. As far as I'm concerned, we in our Executive Office do not provide any direct funding to Stonewall. However, I do know that the Civil Service, as a member of the Stonewall Diversity Champion Programme, do via the Department of Finance. Look, I think that the purpose of Stonewall is about education, and it's about inclusive workplaces. And I think that that's something that perhaps even the member might take an advantage to take a wee bit of guidance and training from.
Ms. Hearn.
Yeah, I guess question.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer so far.
Answers thus far. First Minister, do you agree with me that celebrating equality and diversity is positive for society across the board and key to building a more inclusive society?
Yes, I mean, I absolutely do. I mean, we live in a very rich and diverse society, and that's something that we should be celebrating. It's something that we should respect, and it's something that we should nurture. I think we need to learn from each other, understand each other a lot better, and create the tone, particularly in the political sphere. We need to create the tone that actually, allows conversations to be inclusive, allows people to have healthy exchanges. That's not divisive and is not othering some sections of our society. So I think that it's our job to try to create the inclusive society. Certainly that's what motivates me every day. That's the kind of society that I want to build. I do genuinely believe that's also the will of many people elected to this chamber, and I believe more widely where society is, that they want a society that's based on equality and that celebrates its diversity.
John Buckley.
Stonewall have argued that children as young as 2 can be transsexual. They have argued that the workplace should replace the word mother with the term parent who has given birth. Would the First Minister agree with me that language such as a parent who has given birth will never replace our precious mothers, not in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, or the Republic of Ireland, or any sane and sensible country?
I don't speak for Stonewall. Perhaps I think, refer you to what I said earlier in terms of Stonewall's role in terms of us being a diversity champion is about inclusive workspaces. I think I am better placed than you to speak about who is a mother. I am one.
Michelle McElwain.
Funding for victims groups is a key element of the Executive strategy for victims and survivors. As Ministers, we are committed to continuing to ensure that victims and survivors are supported and also that their needs are met. The Victims and Survivors Service is responsible for providing support for individuals and distributing funding to victims groups in response to assessed and agreed need. The indicative value of funding allocated to victims groups by the Victims and Survivors Service over the last 12 months was approximately £11.6 million. Since agreement of the strategy, the main focus has been the design and implementation of the latest victim support programme, and it's anticipated that allocations under the new scheme will be finalised by March of this year. Delivery of the programme will contribute to many of the commitments that have been set out in the strategy and will also provide continuing support and acknowledgement for victims and survivors.
Ms. McElwain.
On the 5th of January, we marked the 50th anniversary of the Kingsmill Massacre, and just this weekend, the 24th anniversary of the Teban Massacre. Given the brutal loss of life and trauma inflicted upon the victims and their families this very day by IRA cards, does the First Minister wish to retract her statement that there was no alternative to the murder of innocent workmen at the side of the road?
So, as you know, at the heart of our victims and survivors strategy, it's about being trauma-informed. It's about being very mindful of the needs of victims. It's very much victim-centred. It's about dealing with the past, but it's also about supporting victims in the here and in the now. And it's also equally about building a shared future. I've always said that I regret the loss of every single life without exception. That's my position, will be today, tomorrow and the day after. The job of all of us together is to try to fill and meet the needs of victims and survivors in today, to ensure that we have the right strategy, the right supports in place through 5 regional organisations that we work with, through the 40 groups that we work with on a more local basis. Let's continue to do everything that we can to support victims and survivors in the here and now, and also look towards healing the wounds of the past. That's always been my endeavour.
And thank the Minister for her answers. First Minister, just in line with what you've just said around victims, can you give us some details around, provide an update on the victim payment scheme, but also provide some detail around the type of support that is available for victims in order to help them with that trauma that they have suffered, including the victims which the member across the way has mentioned?
Yeah, I mentioned some of the figures there. So the Executive Office has also provided funding of over 7 million to victims and survivors through the representative groups, where that's through the Victims and Survivors Service to assist applicants with their application process. It's also about additional funding for health and wellbeing support. And I mentioned 5 of the regional groups, where that's Relatives for Justice, WAVE, the Ashton Community Trust, the Eli Centre, the South East Fermanagh Foundation, and they do sterling work in terms of supporting victims and survivors. And our work in terms of our strategy is about trying to ensure that we give them the tools that they need in order to be able to support all victims and survivors out there, and that's at the heart of our strategy itself. I should mention that we've had some concerns expressed many times in this chamber around delays for processing applications, and I want to assure members that we're continuing to do all that we can to look for ways to improve how those applications are processed and ensuring that we get it done as quickly as possible and as efficient and effective as possible, albeit with many complexities.
McAllister.
Answers so far. I want to ask the Minister to ensure transparency around decisions and ensuring that funding allocations are made in alignment of what victims actually need. How are those decisions with regards to amounts actually made?
I think I'll maybe get that in writing to the member, because I don't want to give you any misinformation, but there are very transparent processes. Every case is very complex, as you would know. So the Victims Payment Board themselves have to navigate their way through that, which sometimes leads to the delays that have been raised in this chamber, not least by your own party colleagues. So I will give the member in written form just the actual process, how it goes through and how it can be transparent and accountable.
Eric Hall.
The victims of historical institutional abuse. Can you maybe elaborate on what work is being done to look at religious institutions, either as part of the HIA bill or separately to that? And do you believe that assets and wealth should be seized, should be taken off these religious institutions if they either destroy records or they fail to compensate victims or survivors adequately?
Yeah, just on your latter part, I absolutely agree that the institutions need to pay up and need to have reparation for their role in providing the very harrowing circumstances that so many people have come through. You know that the committee are actively looking at this at the moment in terms of the legislation itself, and I do think that we are obliged to chase every institution down, and we obviously have a process in place for some time now in terms of trying to negotiate with the institutions, but where that's not forthcoming, then we have to look at other ways in which to do so. You'll be aware of the historical institutional abuse work that was done previously, and then also the 3 other additional pieces of research around clerical abuse, which we're actively working through the detail of which now. None of this is simple, obviously, given even the passage of time in a lot of these cases, but it is the right thing to do, and we're going to continue to work our way through that. Our statement of the 3rd of October 2025 on the Executive's legislative programme listed the 21 bills which ministers intended to bring forward for introduction in the Assembly before the beginning of the summer recess in July. This is in addition to the 19 bills from the 24-25 programme which have either been enacted or are currently in committee. The current position is as follows. Of these 21 bills, 2 have been introduced, 4 are currently the subject of consultation within the Executive Committee itself. The other bills are either progressing through the policy development stage or are the subject of instruction to the Office of Legislative Counsel. We also acknowledge the small number of bills which have been introduced to date. However, to place these figures in their proper context, it's important to emphasise that the introduction of the bill is only possible at the end of a detailed and lengthy process of policy development and legislative drafting to ensure that it is good legislation and that it will achieve the desired policy aims. All bills must also have the agreement of the Executive, both in relation to the underlying policy and to the provisions in the bill itself. Departments are working through these processes and remain committed to introducing their bills before the summer recess.
Mr. O'Toole. First Minister, thank you for that update. I'm afraid at least you did confirm the frankly preposterous situation we were in, where 3 months into that legislative programme, less than 10% of what was promised has been introduced. Perhaps we shouldn't be surprised, because the original 2024 legislative programme in January 2026 still isn't completed. We only have less than a handful of bills in the 2024 legislative programme that are now on the statute book. I'm accused of being negative, I'm accused of being difficult as opposition leader. First Minister, would you agree that whatever else happens, the record of this executive in terms of legislative delivery has been abysmal?
No, I think that what's most important is that we do have good legislation, and it was touched on earlier as part of the debate. Also, a number of bills have been introduced. Some will be coming very, very shortly. Some are going through process in the committees for scrutiny, and rightfully so. Perhaps even amendment where appropriate if it can improve the piece of legislation. We also have a lot of pieces of legislation currently being drafted with OLC. So I think I've set out that where we're at with all of that, and I suspect that we will see now over the course of the coming months a whole raft of legislation coming to the floor of this House for fulsome debate, and I look forward to that engagement. There's no such thing as an off-the-shelf bill. If that was, I wish it was that easy. If we could all reach to on-the-shelf legislation, we would have obviously be much more advanced. But what we want here is good legislation, and what we want is every part of this administration to play its part, whether that's both an executive committee, in scrutiny, or in this chamber itself.
I got in terms of the Executive Office, can the First Minister confirm that ministers are still on track to introduce the Race and Equality Bill as planned?
Minister.
Yes, thanks for the question. Yes, I can confirm that the bill is currently at the policy development stage. There's ongoing engagement currently with the Office of Legislative Counsel, and it is on track for introduction. We want to make sure that this legislation is fit for purpose and meets its purpose in 2026 and beyond, and to ensure that equality and rights are protected in our society. So we're determined to work within our own department and right across the executive and across our communities and beyond to build a society that is defined by inclusion and commitment to equality and human rights, and I think a future where everybody can live safely and free from threat or harm. So just to say that yes, we are on track, and I am committed to ensuring this legislation comes through.
Stephen Dunn.
The First Minister agree that any employment rights bill must not only come before the Executive for approval, but also must have the full support and buy-in of our local businesses and their representative bodies?
Yeah, and I commend the Economy Minister for the work that she is doing, because this is one of those pieces of legislation that is so ambitious and the most progressive piece of workers' rights legislation that we have ever seen. And I think the work that she is doing in terms of out and about and engaging with business organisations, with representative bodies, is all about listening, it's all about engaging, and it's all about us being able to move forward with an agreed way. So I just want to commend her for that work and the work that she has done, just generally in terms of consultation. So I think that this is one of those good news stories for us as an Assembly and an Executive, and I look forward to the bill coming to the floor for debate.
John Stewart.
We have taken every opportunity to raise the issue of the removal of barriers to trade within the internal market, including at meetings with both the Prime Minister, the heads of devolved governments Council, the Interministerial Standing Committee and the East West Council. Representations have been made in the context of decisions on the Windsor Framework, and the strategic partnership through engagement in the interministerial group on the UK-EU relations and in our meetings with Minister Thomas Sims. We are encouraged the fact that there is at least a proactive engagement. There is a willingness to engage. However, there is further work remaining. We will continue to engage through all relevant forums to ensure that our unique circumstances are considered at the earliest stage of policy development, not at the further end of it, when perhaps decisions have been taken and are so far advanced. We want to be in at that earliest stage of policy development and strategic decision making, with the aim of reducing trade barriers and supporting businesses and consumers here.
Mr. Stewart.
Speaker, I thank the First Minister for her answer. And does the Minister agree with me that it is essential for Northern Ireland's economy that the Executive speaks with one voice on this issue? And can she assure me that the Executive is working together on a single policy when dealing with His Majesty's Government? The internal UK trade should again be free and unfettered, and barriers east-west should be removed after being created under the Windsor Framework?
I can say to the member that I don't want to see any trade barriers erected. I want us to really enhance our north-south and our east-west trade, and I think where barriers exist, then we flag those and we ask for pragmatism and solutions. Some of that has been forthcoming, some is yet to be forthcoming, but I think there are changes coming down the track, particularly in relation to an SPS agreement, which will iron out some of the issues, but of course there are things that are outside of that, and I'll continue to raise them. I can say to you that through the remit of the Economy Department, Kiva Archibald continues to engage with businesses around the issues which they identify as the issues that need to be addressed, and continues to raise that at a British Government level, as do we at every of all the other occasions that I outlined in the initial answer.
Excellent, Kearney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer so far.
Be aware that the Murphy report states that one of the key benefits which can be attributed to the Windsor Framework is dual market access. Would you agree with me that the opening of an EU office here in the north would be of assistance in optimising that potential?
Yeah, I thank you for that question, but yes, I absolutely do agree. I think it just makes common sense. I know this House has debated it, albeit not with agreement, but I think it would really greatly assist our local businesses if they had that type of access. We all know the damage that comes as a direct result in a post-Brexit world that we now live in, unmitigated economic disaster in many fronts. So we've had to make that case for our special and unique circumstances. We have to continue to make that case at every turn. And my goodness, of events over the weekend, even in itself, speak volumes in terms of why we need to really assert the need to grow our economy and protection against trade wars that are happening elsewhere. So the Murphy Review concluded that a one-stop shop to simplify administrative processes would be an advantage, and in my view that recommendation should be implemented and established in, I think, an EU office in Belfast would really help to align that work, and it would just make it easier for businesses who are finding it difficult to trade in a post-Brexit world.
All for it.
We acknowledge the devastating impact of clerical child abuse and express our deepest sympathy to all victims and survivors of this terrible abuse. We have been carefully considering the research reports. As the member will appreciate, this is an important and a complex and sensitive issue. Throughout this process, the junior ministers have engaged with victims and survivors to hear their stories and their views on what is needed, and we're very grateful to all of those that have participated in the process and shared their experiences. In November, we met with Lisa Caldwell, the former independent chair of the Interdepartmental Working Group, to discuss the reports, and we know that Lisa has also been in touch with victims and survivors after that meeting. We remain committed to keeping victims and survivors informed of progress, and we will absolutely take their views into account as we move forward.
Mr. Fleadh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Can the Minister give a date by which she will respond to survivors' letters, when she intends to announce her decision on the recommendations by the group, and what financial allocation she foresees being required?
Well, some of those things will be answered further down the line in terms of the amounts and all that, because that's all going to be policy decisions that we're going to have to take together. But suffice to say, these are people who've been traumatised by their life experience, and for us, we have the research now at our hands. We've met with Lisa as the chair of the board, and we're actively working with officials now around what are the next steps, and I know that the victims and survivors want to hear that from us today, and I can assure the member that we want to do everything we can to ensure that we get the right package in place. This is the last part, if you like, of the historical institutional abuse work that was started many years ago, and we now, having started this work around one piece of research, have now had to break it into 3 pieces because it's so complicated and complex. But we want the message for victims and survivors to be that we're going to do everything we can to progress this.
Public questions, Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First Minister, there are a couple of important anniversaries coming up, one of which is the 10-year anniversary of the Bengoa report, which you launched as Health Minister in 2016. Just a couple of months after that, your party collapsed the institutions. I don't think even the most optimistic person would say that the vision of the Bengoa report, which was, after all, called Health and Wellbeing 2026, has come anywhere close to being delivered. In fact, the health service here has, as we know, is now in crisis, and people have completely lost faith in it. Do you, as Health Minister then, subsequently Deputy First Minister and First Minister, have any accountability for the failure to deliver the Bengoa report and broader reform of the health system?
I was very proud of my time in the Department of Health, and I was very proud to be the Minister that brought forward building together the response to the Bengoa report, and that was the blueprint, many of which of those recommendations actually have been implemented, and I commend that and much more. But it's very clear that what we need to do is to continue to transform our health service. There has been significant improvements in that even in the last year. We look forward to the next year and even more improvements, because we have to get to a point where people's outcomes when it comes to health are much better. I'll work constructively with the Health Minister in that regard to ensure that we do have transformation plans in place that make a meaningful difference to people's outcomes, because ultimately that's what it needs to be about. How do we improve people's lives?
Sir Till.
First Minister, I appreciate you say that you want to work together, and you're very good at saying you want to work together and expressing warm sentiments, but you didn't, I'm afraid, accept any accountability for the failure to fully transform the health service so far in Northern Ireland, to offer any meaningful improvement. Can I also say there's another anniversary coming up? By the end of this mandate, if my calculations are correct, you will be the longest serving minister in the history of these institutions post-1998. When you were the Agriculture Minister, you advanced Going for Growth, which has in part contributed to the death of Lough Neagh. We've talked about the record in the health service. We all know about the record in relation to COVID-19. First Minister, I think the public would be much more trustworthy in our institutions if politicians like you were willing to stand up and be accountable for what has failed to be delivered for them.
Sure.
I am very accountable to the public. I stand before them in every election and I ask them for their vote, and I tell them what I'm going to try and do with that mandate. I think that we can very confidently stand over the fact that we have achieved quite a lot in the first 2 years of this administration. Have we much more to do? Absolutely. So instead of doing the eye-poking, as you like to refer to, let's talk about being constructive about what actually has been achieved and what else we can achieve. So I believe that we have made significant improvements. We can see a turn in terms of health waiting lists. Is it enough? No, it's not. We can see a change in terms of advances in terms of preschool places for young people. That is an advancement. Is it enough? No, we want to do more. We have seen change and improvement in terms of childcare. We do have a Lough Neagh action plan. We do have 5,000 homes unlocked in the North West because of investment in wastewater infrastructure. We have lots, actually, to sing about. But that is not to be complacent, because there is an awful lot more to be done. I certainly am here to work with other ministers to actually get my sleeves rolled up and actually try to deliver the transformation. I believe that's the will of all of us that are in the executive.
Brett.
Speaker. First Minister, I read with interest your social media post just before Christmas that stated you had met with the Minister for the Economy and the Good Jobs Bill was progressing well and would be introduced to this Assembly in January. It is now the 19th of January, First Minister. Where is that bill?
Well, as the member knows, I was saying earlier, just in terms of engaging with OLC, I know that there are some challenges because of the numbers of pieces of legislation that are coming forward and the challenge in getting that legislation drafted. But I'm very confident that the Minister will bring forward her proposals, that we will have them debated on the floor of this House. This is a really progressive piece of legislation. It's a good thing for all of our constituents. And I think it's important that we get it right. So I commend the approach of the Economy Minister and look forward to coming back to this floor for debate.
Mr. Brett.
Does the First Minister stand over the claims by the Economy Minister and indeed your party's national chairman, who has said that hundreds of thousands of leaflets were being delivered across Northern Ireland, that this would be introduced by January to the floor of the Northern Ireland Assembly? We have 12 days left of this month. Is that going to be achieved?
So I can assure you that the legislation will be coming before the floor. But look, I could stand here all day and pick holes and delays in terms of DUP ministers or other ministers who haven't been able to bring forward legislation. let's just focus on getting the thing done. Let's just focus on getting the most progressive piece of legislation over the line. And let's focus on working together to ensure that we complete it before the end of this mandate. Shake your head all you like. That's the price I'm going for.
I'm sure everyone in this chamber shares deep concerns about the threats to annex Greenland and the possibility of increased tariffs that would accompany those threats. Could the First Minister set out her position in relation to the threat to Greenland?
Yeah, I think we're all aghast, and developments are coming thick and fast. But this is another breach of international law and an attempt to snatch territory, and I think it's deeply concerning that the approach that's being taken in terms of trade to bully others into kowtowing to a position adopted in the US is quite frankly shocking, and something that I think that international leaders need to take very seriously. You cannot be bullied by another country just to support your whim. So I think that international law needs to prevail, but I do think just in terms of what's actually posed in an economic way in terms of the tariffs, that I'm deeply concerned about what that means for ourselves here. We have a special and unique circumstance in a post-Brexit world, and what happens across the EU or what happens in Britain, what happens elsewhere has a real impact for us. So I can say that we need to stand firmly against what's being proposed, but also we need calm heads in terms of tariffs, and we need to get a resolution that supports our local industry.
Mr. Sheehan.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the First Minister for her answer.
First Minister, tell us what actions the Executive and the Assembly can take to protect our people and the economy here from the consequences of these threats to Greenland.
Yeah, so just to say, the point I made about our unique circumstances is one that has to be highlighted continually, and I can say to you that over the weekend, Keith Archibald, as the Economy Minister, has written to both the British Government, to the Irish Government, to rehearse that argument again, and also she has convened a meeting of her Trade Committee, Tariff Committee, that looks at local businesses, the concerns that they have, and make sure that we're reflecting the concerns of industry whenever we have these engagements. We ourselves have a series of different meetings throughout the course of this week where we will raise our concerns in terms of what this means in terms of tariff. But as the member will know, trade wars are a race to the bottom and will serve nobody well in the longer term. So what we want to see is our unique circumstances taken into account, no matter what scenario unfolds next.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know that the First Minister will understand and agree with me that there is a need to deliver on the commitments made to the electorate, but particularly those made in the programme for government by the Executive. Can the First Minister update us in regard to any potential challenges in delivering on any of those commitments?
Where will I start? Might be a better answer. There are many challenges to delivering the programme for government commitments. That's the truth and honesty of it. However, we are committed to working together to try to deliver upon the commitments that we have set out. We want to do that with a multi-year budget, and I think that's the prize that we all should be reaching for in terms of getting a 3-year budget which allows a bit more medium-term planning, which we haven't had for over a decade, limping year to year. So I think when you look at some of the progress that has been made across the programme for government commitments, I pointed to some of it earlier on in relation to advances that have been made around wastewater infrastructure connections, preschool places. When you look at the childcare strategy, at least out for consultation, people have their own view of its effectiveness or not. When you look at the advances that have been made in health, when you look at all the other things that we have been able to achieve in this short mandate thus far, we have an awful lot more to do. So it's going to be challenging in the budget itself. The fact that there is not enough money in that pie is making it even more challenging for us all to be able to do the transformation work that we want to do.
Mr. Butler. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister. She's quite right to point out that there are multiple challenges faced in the delivery of all and any of the commitments. However, there are suggestions that there are a number of papers not being authorised for the executive agenda. Can the Minister detail or outline any pressures in that respect?
Well, I'll not speak out of confidence of the executive. I suppose different times, different ministers will be frustrated at the pace in which they can get clearance. When all ministers circulate papers and everybody has to come back with their feedback, there's no doubt that there are ministers that are frustrated by the delays. But I hope that that can be rectified, and I encourage ongoing discussion both at a SPA level and at a minister-to-minister level, so that we can get as many things cleared over the executive table. I think we're committed to trying to get as many pieces of legislation advanced as we possibly can as we come towards this juncture in the mandate, where you really have about 15-16 months left before this place goes into recess before an election. So we want to try and maximise that period with all these pieces of legislation.
Question 5 is withdrawn. Cathal Boylan.
Thank the First Minister for answers so far. First Minister, we have seen over recent weeks the negative potential of AI through Access Grok tool, which produced sexually explicit deepfakes, including those of children when prompted by users. So could I put it to the First Minister, in her opinion, what steps need to be taken to ensure that this type of material can no longer be created?
Minister.
Yeah, it's such a topical issue at the moment, as I said earlier, not least the fact that we're hearing reports about it being used in schools. So it's everywhere, and like AI is all around us. It is a part of life, but responsibility when it comes to the use of AI is important. And, you know, we can talk a lot about individual responsibility, but I believe that we need to focus on the responsibility of the large social media companies who profit greatly from these platforms. But I think what we discovered last week in terms of the Access Grok tool, the capability to create sexualised images, deep fake images of children in particular, of anybody actually, is just absolutely atrocious. And I think we'll have to do all that we can in terms of protecting people online. Some of that work we do under our End Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. It's for all of us in political leadership to call it out whenever we see it, and I know that everybody in this House has done so. And also it's about working with the likes of Ofcom around online safety, and then alongside that it's about working with the Justice Minister here, who is looking at what legislation she can bring forward to create it an offence to create illegal material, essentially. So I look forward to working with the Minister, and will pledge my support to try to do whatever we can within our legislature in terms of trying to address this issue.
Mr Boylan.
And could I thank the Minister for that? And the Minister mentioned the social media companies. What more can be done to hold these companies accountable for Millmark?
Yeah, as I said, about it's the responsibility of the social media companies, but there needs to be very firm, straight guidance and legislation around what governs how they carry out their business, or what they actually make available. So I do think the buck stops in the first sense with the companies themselves. Nobody should have a platform that actually allows you to do this type of activity. So the buck stops certainly directly with those companies, but whenever they don't go far enough, then there has to be the ability for governments to step in. And I absolutely commend that approach where I can. I think that the Ofcom investigation, particularly in relation to this matter that's been raised last week, is something to be welcomed, and I also welcome the plans that I said to bring forward legislation that make non-consensual intimate images illegal. And as I said, I'm going to work with the Justice Minister, because I want to do everything we can to play our part in tackling this ugliness that exists out there in terms of the social media world. Social media can be so powerful in so many ways in terms of presentation of messages and actually communicating with the public, but it can be such a murky world, particularly for our children and young people. And as a mummy, as a granny, I think we all think about these things in the lens of our own families and what that means. And I think that certainly I want to do everything that we can to do whatever we can to legislate.
Non-infrastructure, I call Michelle McElveen.
NI Water has advised my department that, based on the analysis of pre-development inquiry responses, wastewater impact assessment applications, planning applications and the NI Housing Executive's 3-year social housing development programme, that there are approximately 17,200 residential properties and 200 commercial properties that are unable to connect to the wastewater network. However, following my predecessor NI's ring-fence funding to NI Water, which will unlock capacity for over 5,300 of these properties, this number comes down to around 12,000. The 5,300 properties we provided funding to unlock is above NI Water's original plans of 4,500 properties in the period of 2021-27 under PC21, and represents a significant achievement by my department and NI Water in delivering much-needed wastewater infrastructure. I would note, however, that these properties that require a connection to the sewerage infrastructure are in various stages of the planning system. For example, some have conditional planning in place and can only connect when the wastewater infrastructure has been upgraded. Others are not yet planning approved but have been submitted for planning. And much of this process is dependent on actions from the developers, and I would encourage developers to continue working with NI Water through the pre-development process, as there may be developer-led solutions available to some of these. But it remains a fact that there are many areas across the north where NI Water will need to upgrade the relevant wastewater infrastructure. And unfortunately, as members know, the budget that the Executive receives from London still continues to be substantially short of what is needed. And as a result, my department does not have the funding for everything that we want or need to do, and therefore prioritisation is required. To help address capacity issues further and encourage economic growth across the north, I will continue to develop the three-pronged approach that is already in place, by working with Executive colleagues to ensure appropriate investment for NI Water, as well as bringing forward my Water Sustainable Drainage and Flood Management Bill that has recently been introduced to the Assembly. And also we have recently consulted on options to introduce developer contributions, which will help in ways to fund wastewater infrastructure improvements, and the consultation responses are currently with the department.
Ms. McElveen.
I thank the Minister for her response, and the numbers which she shared with the Chamber are quite shocking. And given that she has accepted that inadequate wastewater infrastructure and inherent delays in the planning system are the biggest obstacles to economic growth in Northern Ireland, and while she has outlined some of the obstacles which she wishes to remove with regards to wastewater, can I also ask her what she's planning to do with regards to the planning system, given the issues around consultee response time, staff turnover and a failure to adopt best practice from other jurisdictions in order to try to address the gridlock in our system?
Minister.
So I am pleased to say that significant work has been taking place in relation to planning improvement, and the department has been working through a planning improvement programme in conjunction with the 11 councils across the north for all of the reasons that the member has outlined. We recognise that there's been good progress made since planning was devolved to local councils just over 10 years ago. However, we also recognise that there are challenges and that more work needs to be done. We have recently introduced apprenticeship schemes. As I've said, we've been working with local councils in terms of identifying key issues in those areas, but also key issues that are common right across the council areas as well. And looking at what else we can be doing. We've introduced the validation checklist, which is about streamlining those processes and ensuring that applications can then be front-loaded with the information required to ensure that we can have a more straightforward and more efficient service. So we have seen improvements. I think for the first time this year we saw, or potentially the end of last year, our major applications targets being met, and I think that's indicative of some of the progress that's been made. There's more to be done, I've no doubt about that, but we'll continue to do that, and we'll do that in partnership with all stakeholders who have an interest or who are involved in this process.
I can't thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, what progress have you made on unlocking wastewater capacity?
Well, I think we have, as I've outlined in my previous answer, we have made significant progress in terms of ensuring that where we can secure that additional funding, it is targeted to unlock capacity. And I referenced the ring fence capital money to unlock over 5,000 properties across the north, which is above the figures that NI Water had originally planned to connect if fully funded by the end of this price control period, which ends in 2028, and we're now only at the beginning of 2026. My predecessor, John O'Dowd, allocated 19.5 million to NI Water from October 2024 monitoring, and it delivered capacity for some 2,300 new properties covering 5 council areas across Antrim, Derry and Tyrone. In June monitoring last year, I provided NI Water with an additional 11 million capital funding, which will be used to release wastewater capacity to enable over 2,000 homes as part of the H2 project in Derry, and which will be connected in the next 2 to 3 years, and another 1,000 homes in the waterside area. In addition, my officials are also working collaboratively with our colleagues in DERA and DFC to identify and enable the unlocking of wastewater capacity in areas of housing need, therefore contributing to the aims and objectives of the Executive's housing supply strategy. So we continue to look at everything available to us to try and drive progress and ensure that we can deliver capacity through our wastewater network. We recognise the constraints, but I do think that we have made good progress and will continue to drive that forward.
For her answers so far. The lack of capacity, as you know, Minister, in wastewater infrastructure is not only having a massive environmental impact, it's having a huge economic impact. From your assessment and on the current trajectory, what do you believe the total cost and time frame would be to see the entire sewage network brought up to standard to relieve the capacity issues that we are facing?
Well, I think that the NI Water have indicated figures around which goes into billions of what is required. However, as members will have seen, particularly over the last number of months, we have been working on ways to do this using innovation, different technologies to try and do that. Albeit it won't be a long-term permanent solution, we recognise there's still work to be done, but it can help us progressively unlock capacity and upgrade the system in a more managed way within the budgetary envelope. What I will say though, and I think it's important when we look at what we've been able to do through ring-fenced allocations or even through monitoring rounds, it's not an ideal scenario, but if we can target that investment, we can make a real difference. In my answer to Ms McElveen, I'd mentioned that there was over 17,000 properties who were requiring connection at some stage, whether if they get through planning approval. And through that 2 monitoring rounds, we've been able to reduce that by just under a third. It might not seem much, but that's within the space of a number of months. So I think where we can work collaboratively, particularly with our executive colleagues, we can make a difference, and that's what I'm determined to do.
Patsy McLone.
Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers. I wonder, could you provide us with some detail as to what efforts are being made for the towns of Dungannon and Cookstown to enhance sewage disposal provision? Because at the moment what it's doing is inhibiting the development of social and private housing, and also being a factor in driving general house prices up.
Well, I had the pleasure of recently visiting Dungannon and one of the wastewater treatment plants that has received investment, which will unlock further capacity. However, I am aware there are other constraints still existing, and you know, with NI Water we continue to look at those and see what options are available, what level of funding is required, and how we drive that forward. So I think it's fair to say that we have made good progress, but recognising there's more to be done, because we know what the impact of that is, and it is important that we address that.
Alder McMurray.
Speaker, thank you, Minister. Minister, developer contributions are a key part of the three-pronged approach on your proposals to address wastewater capacity, but some of their feedback in the consultation has been critical. What conclusions have the department reached, and is there a timeline to how these will be progressed?
Minister.
Well, as the responses haven't been published yet, I'm not going into too much detail on that. However, the consultation, as you know, closed last summer, and the 293 responses were received, which was quite significant, I think, and important for us to be able to get a broad range of views in relation to that. As I've said previously, the responses are currently being considered, and we have a view to publish the report into those responses in the coming week. So I hope to be able to update the House further in relation to that. But look, it's important that we do the consultation and that we hear from people, and that we can potentially factor that into any next steps.
Paula Bradshaw. Minister.
I'm committed to increasing investment in active travel across the North and recognise its benefits to the lives of people who want greater choice in how they travel, particularly for shorter everyday journeys. And since the publication of the Belfast Cycling Network Delivery Plan in 2022, significant progress has been made. A number of projects which have already been delivered, with schemes in Lagmore Avenue, West Belfast Greenway, Phase 1 and Island Street currently in construction across Belfast. In South Belfast, the Stranmillis Embankment scheme completed last summer, and I actually had the opportunity to cycle it myself and was pleased to see the difference that the new rail surfacing has made, as well as the linkage improvements between the embankment, Queen's PEC and Botanic Gardens through the provision of a new pedestrian crossing. My department has also provided funding to Belfast City Council to progress the next phase of Laggan Gateway. And within the South Belfast area, design work is substantially complete on the Ravenhill Road scheme as part of the Belfast Cycling Network, and officials are preparing documentation to commence the traffic regulation order process in the coming months. Prioritisation of future active travel schemes within the Belfast cycling network is currently being considered, and this will take account of the emerging Eastern Transport Plan and other significant changes that have occurred in Belfast in recent years, not least the relocation of Ulster University and the increased number of students that we now see living in the city centre.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. So over the last few days, I've sort of travelled the length and breadth of my constituency, and even outside peak times, there is just congestion on our arterial routes and the connecting routes like the embankment. So these cycling routes are not just a nice to have, they are actually a necessity. And I'm just wondering, is there any way in terms of prioritisation that you can take into account the growing population in South Belfast and the ever need for alternative transport routes? Thank you.
I absolutely agree with the member, and I think that, you know, for many there seems to be a view that this is a nice to have, and I think that you're right. I think it is absolutely essential. It provides people with options, not just to make those shorter journeys and so they don't have to get into a private car, but also that they can do so safely. And I think that's key in all of this. So as I've mentioned in earlier, that this will be aligned then with the Eastern Transport Plan as well, which obviously covers a very wide area outside Belfast city centre itself. And I think that the Belfast cycling network will then complement its overarching principles for all of the reasons that you have outlined. And I think even the consideration that I've mentioned in relation to the increasing number of students in the city centre and even in the surrounding areas is a key part of that. So all of that should be looked at as we're going forward with this. We want to give people better options. If we want to encourage them to try and get out of the private car, then we have to make sure that they have the ability to do so, and that's what I'm keen to do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I welcome the fact that you're committed in broad terms to the Ravenhill Cycle Network, but it's really important we see urgent prioritisation of it. There are 5 schools and 2 parks, Ormeau and Cherryvale, along that route. It is, no pun intended, the Rosetta Stone of active travel in that part of South East Belfast. You say it's coming forward soon. People enjoyed that pun, everyone who got it there. You say it's coming soon, but can we have an actual date? Will it be before the summer that we get that order updated and we get it shovel ready? The Strand-Millis embankment was welcome, but it was already a separated, well-used cycle network. Getting the Ravenhill one in place is really critical. When's it going to happen? Thank you.
Right to the member just to provide a more detailed update on that, just to be specific in case there are any changes, but I'm not aware of that at this stage. Yes, you're right in relation to Strand-Millis. However, I think it really helped to highlight the benefit of something like this and encourage more people to come out. It was in dire need of the upgrade, and I think that it's a really good example of what we can do and what we can do more of.
Minister McHugh.
Agad Concorla, agus buas leis an éire fásta fahinne de fragu.
I thank the Minister for her responses.
Minister, what is your department doing to improve active travel around schools?
Well, I think this is a really important aspect of our active travel work, particularly to ensure that children and young people can get to and from school safely. Prioritisation of active travel improvements on routes to schools was a key consideration within the consultation on the active travel delivery plan. The plan is currently being finalised, and I hope to be in a position to approve its publication in the coming months. My department is also updating design guidance for active travel, including the development of a toolkit for measures that can be implemented around schools to encourage walking, wheeling or cycling for the school run. And some of the measures designers might consider including the provision of greater pedestrian priority at crossing points in the vicinity of schools, as well as measures to discourage inconsiderate parking that can cause difficulties for those, whether they're cycling or walking as well. So other gateway features to make motorists aware of the presence of school children walking, wheeling and cycling in the area are also as part of that. And I think the implementation of 20-mile-per-hour zones outside schools has been another really good example of how we can improve those routes and make them safer, as well as St Ada's in South Belfast, which I recently visited, where we saw the pencil bollards. I think is a really good example of something creative, but actually really highlighting that children and young people are coming to and from. So there's lots of things I think we can do that can make big changes and ensure that our children and young people can get to school safely and actually benefit their health and well-being.
Keith Buchanan.
So far, Minister, on the A29 Cookstown, you're delivering a £430,000 active travel scheme currently being built as we speak. I no doubt could, like others, could point to loads of areas that money would be far better spent. But I want you to say to the people of Cookstown that the roads is absolutely atrocious, and why are we building a £430,000 active travel scheme to nowhere, literally nowhere, and the roads is atrocious, and no money to fix potholes, and I'm getting that day and daily from your engineers. So what would you say to the people of Cookstown that's telling me why are they building that?
Well, look, I think the member is fully aware of my responsibilities in relation to active travel spend. It's set in legislation that 10% of the budget is required to go towards active travel. That is something that I am working towards and I'm committed to doing. However, we're still in a very difficult budget, so that in itself is a challenge. So I don't think that we should have to make choices as to one or the other. I would like to be able to do both. And there are pots of money within the allocation that I have to do, and there are other allocations around road maintenance that the member will be aware. This is another area that's extremely important to me, which is why in the most recent monitoring round I used the money that I got to target roads maintenance, and particularly in relation to rural roads, because I know how important that is. So I think that it's not feasible to compare like for like here, because they aren't. They're coming out of two separate allocations of money, as the member will know, and that is set in statutory legislation.
Speaker, in several of her answers, the Minister referred to the need to deliver active travel in a safe way. Can the Minister advise what steps the Department have taken in recent times to ensure the delivery of active travel is done in a way which is safe for all members of our society, including those with a disability? For example, the dangerous bus stop border on the Dublin Road, so that we don't see repeated examples such as that?
Yeah, absolutely, and I think, the member may be aware one of the 7 foundations that I have outlined as part of my department is around inclusion. So we work very closely with organisations such as IMTAC to ensure that everything we are doing is inclusive and safe for all users, in particular people with disabilities. And we have, that has been extremely important, because it has not only helped to inform and educate my officials, but it's also informed then what we do going forward when we were looking at things around inconsiderate pavement parking and other safety measures that we're taking that on board. And we regularly engage with the likes of IMTAC to hear their perspective and things and suggestions of how we can make that better. So I'm very alive to the fact that we have to make sure that whatever work we do is considering all road users, whether they're motorists, pedestrians, cyclists, wheelchair users, parents with buggies. There's so many different ways of looking at that, and we have to ensure that we do our best to cater for all.
John Blair. Speaker, question number 3.
To date, I have not had any discussion with the Minister of Finance regarding an infrastructure levy. Any decision to apply an additional levy to rates bills would be a cross-cutting matter to be considered at executive level, and substantive changes would need to be made to both rating legislation and the rating administration system in respect of such a change. I have met with the NI Chamber of Commerce, the Construction Employers Federation and the NI Federation of Housing Associations to consider the report that proposed increasing rates by means of hypothecated infrastructure levy to fund wastewater infrastructure. For me, this still represents a form of water charging, which I have said clearly I will not introduce, and for the avoidance of doubt, I will not add to the financial burden being faced by people here by imposing any form of water charges. I do recognise the constrained financial situation, we all do, and we're facing that collectively with difficult decisions required, and will continue to look at innovative new ways that we can maximise the delivery of vital infrastructure. As I've mentioned earlier, through the three-pronged approach, and I don't need to go into the detail again in relation to that, and also seeking additional funding where possible, whether it's through the executive budget or through monitoring rounds. So, whilst that may be a solution that has been put forward, it is one that I think will lead to water charges. However, the idea of a levy, I think, is one for, if it's being considered of rates, it's not one that I can take a decision on. And as I've said, it's an executive matter.
Mr. Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that and previous answers. But can I ask, quite separate to the issue of water charges, as the Minister described it, what options have actually been considered to incorporate other forms of revenue raising to meet budget shortfall? And I ask that particularly in relation to the investment required to provide flood risk management and mitigation.
Sir.
Yes, well, look, As I've talked about, the three-pronged approach, I mean, that is looking at what else we can do in different ways. So it's not all about raising money, but we have considered that through the developer contributions. It's also looking at natural drainage solutions, as the member will know, and that bill is coming through the Assembly. But also working with executive colleagues to secure the additional investment. I mean, I outlined earlier on what that additional investment has been able to do on a very short-term basis, and I think that's very important to say what we can do when we get that investment, and I continue to work through that. So I think, look, I'll never shirk my responsibility in terms of what we have to consider in difficult decisions that have to be taken. However, adding a financial burden to households that are already struggling, for me, is not the answer, because it just further compounds the challenges that the people that we all represent are currently facing.
Margaret, thank the Minister for a response. Minister, can you give us assurance that you will continue to protect people from the burden of water charges?
As I've said on a number of occasions in this House, and it isn't for the sake of it, it isn't to just say, well, I'm not doing it. You know, I think we all recognise that we have to look at things and see how we can maximise the budget and do what we can to get proper investment in our services. But the reality is, why should the people across the north here pay the price for years upon years of underinvestment by successive British governments? I mean, people have said that that's a soundbite or it's an excuse. It's absolutely not an excuse. It's the reality, and it's not, and I will not stop reminding people of that, because I think it's important. We can't give cover for a failure to deliver a budget that meets the needs of people here. The people here are taxpayers. They are as much entitled to good services and good investment as anyone else across these islands. So we'll continue to make that case to British Treasury to ensure that they understand the impact of decisions that have been taken for many years.
None. Can the Minister outline her assessment on the Finance Minister's recent draft budget in terms of addressing the wastewater crisis which she and her predecessors have overseen, and which many would concur that they have seen little or no real action on to date in terms of dealing with this crisis?
I wouldn't agree with the fact that there's been little or no action. I've outlined some of the actions being taken even in the last number of months. However, I do recognise that we still have a huge amount of work to do, but we'll continue to drive forward in relation to that. In relation to the draft budget, I mean, I think there's no minister around the executive table that could be happy with the allocations that have been put forward. However, there's only a small pie and it can only go so far. So if I was to reject that or say not happy with it, can't move forward, then who else faces the consequences of that? We all have a responsibility to deliver public services for the people across the north, and we have to continue to work together, and I think that has to be the key here. As I've said earlier, I think we need to really strongly and unitedly make that case to the British government, because they know, they've stated this clearly when this place was restored in 2024. So I think it's important to remember that for every decision that's taken, there's another consequence for another minister. So how do we share that collectively, and how do we work together to make the most of what we have and get the best outcomes within the budget that's been given to us?
Kelly Armstrong.
The Interim Regional Planning Commission has concluded its work programme, and they submitted the report to me in November 2025. Their report, titled The Next Decade, A Framework for Change in the NI Planning System, summarises the work undertaken by the Commission as part of the agreed work programme since February 2023. It also suggests a 10-year vision for planning in the North, including 8 key recommendations to support that vision. My officials and I are currently undertaking a detailed review of the report, and a formal response will be published in due course, outlining my consideration of the report in the context of its original aims and objectives and the wider planning improvement agenda.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the Minister has said, that report was given to her department on November 2025. Minister, when do you anticipate the publishing of this report, and why has it taken so long before it's been published?
Well, as the member has said, it was in November 2025, which is just a few weeks ago, and I think it's important that we properly consider that and scrutinise it before coming to our conclusion. So I intend to do that at the earliest possible stage. I think it's a very important piece of work, so I want to ensure that we can maximise the impact of that to see what has come from it, so it'll inform the next steps.
Cancorlia, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, how does the work of the Interim Regional Planning Commission contribute to the planning improvement agenda?
The work of the Commission contributes to the planning improvement agenda by providing independent, evidence-based insight to inform overall direction and delivery of planning improvement measures and initiatives, and by bringing together cross-sectoral expertise and a comprehensive programme of engagement, the Commission can ensure that going forward the agenda is informed by real-world experience and stakeholder perspectives. Its evidence-led approach will ensure the current and future improvement actions and initiatives align with its overarching aim of improving the efficiency and effectiveness of the planning system for all. They explored a range of different topics, including best practice planning in other jurisdictions across England, Scotland and Wales, and particular differences and planning improvements in each system. They also explored current issues in development management and local development plan making, including key areas of delay, potential improvements and lessons learned. Sessions also sought the experiences of the business, environment and housing sectors in relation to the current barriers in the planning system and potential improvements which could improve service delivery from a legislative, procedural and administrative perspective. And I think, speaking to answers to members to previous questions, that underpins a lot of the work that we've been doing as a department in addressing and recognising the key issues in our planning system.
Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, there are significant disparities with the operation of council planning functions, a fact raised repeatedly by the Audit Office and the Interim Commission. What can be done to ensure greater efficiency and sharing of best practice across the 11 councils? Thank you.
I thank the member for this question, because I think it is an opportunity to reflect on the work that we have been doing through the Planning Improvement Programme, and it is for all of those reasons. I think both you and I have been former councillors, so we're there from the very early days of planning being devolved to council, and it has been a journey, to say the least, as people came to understand that and then actually delivering that in the council areas. So I think what the planning improvement work has set out to do is to identify what the key areas of challenge were, where there are commonalities, and how they can share good practice as to what works well in some council areas and what doesn't work so well and how that can work together. So that work has been ongoing, as well as targeting efficiency, as I mentioned earlier on, through the use of the new validation checklist, by introducing trainee planners, which will help to speed up the process for applicants as well, and ensure that the more senior planners can get on with the aspects of the work that they need to do.
Dodds.
Question number 6.
The A1 Junctions Phase 2 project will deliver enhanced safety measures along a 25-kilometre stretch of the A1 route between Loughbrickland and Hillsborough, costing in the region of 120 to 130 million, and will include the closing up of all gaps in the central median and the provision of a number of new grade-separated junctions. The scheme was confirmed by my predecessor as a single package of works on the 2nd of July 2024, and a restricted list was notified to tenderers on the 9th of May 2025, and this list remains live until the 5th of January this year. Since the judgment on the AF5 project and the Department's appeal, I have been taking time to carefully consider the implications of that and to the potential impact on other projects as they move through the next stages of the delivery, which includes the A1 Junctions Phase 2 project. So we have to await the ruling of the Court of Appeal, because I think it's important that we fully consider that in terms of next steps for all major roads projects, because we don't want to be in a scenario where we're facing challenges on everything. So I think for me, whilst I want to see this absolutely delivered at the earliest possible stage, I think it is critical that we consider the outcome of that before taking the next steps.
Go on to topicals, Just McNulty.
Minister, can I offer you my condolences to you on the loss of your dear friend and colleague and mentor, Mickey Brady. The Newry Next Plan proposes to build up to 6,000 new homes in the Newry-Banbridge corridor through addressing water and wastewater capacity issues using existing cross-border funding mechanisms, and can be a game changer for people around the Newry region, with more affordable and social housing and huge economic multiplier boost that can be put back into our roads, our schools, our hospitals and our community. Minister, last week you said that this exciting proposal is worth exploring. What resources will your department commit to fully exploring this proposal?
Firstly, I just want to thank my constituency colleague for his kind words, and we have reflected on the incredible Mickey Brady earlier today, so it's testament to the person he was. In relation to the report that the member references, I have said that we need to take time to scrutinise that properly and ensure that we understand what exactly is being proposed and what that would look like in reality. I think it's worth exploring, and I think that we like any report, we will look at that and look at it in the round. And whilst there are infrastructure challenges that we are aware of, I think we also need to recognise the challenges right across all of our public services, and I think that we have to consider this on balance with the fact that an influx of 6,000 new houses could potentially put further strain on that if not properly resourced. So I think there's a lot to consider before coming to any conclusion in relation to the report. I do think it has positive soundings and gives us something to really look to for the future. However, I think as decision makers, as legislators, we have to be cognisant of the pressures already on services right across the north, and I'm happy to speak to my counterparts in the south to see what their thoughts are on it and what that may look like in the future.
Mr. McNulty.
Here you haven't read the report because the report proposes solutions to the infrastructural challenges that are faced through existing funding mechanisms, and it's not by putting strain on existing services, by creating more services, creating more homes and more houses. And the report, authored by businessmen Pascal Taggart and Ger Perdusat, with an endorsement from Martin McAleese, is a plan on a plate for your executive. Will your party, will your executive commit to fully and properly exploring this exciting proposal, which can be a game changer, not alone for Newry, but for the North and for this island, to create and move us towards a unified new Ireland, which I'm very, very passionate about. I hope you and your party and your executive can lead towards.
Minister.
I think I've just secured the ownership of the executive now, but look, like anything, I think the report was made available just about a week ago, to my knowledge, and it is important that we look in this in great detail and don't jump to conclusions until we have had time to carefully consider that. Like any proposal that would be made of that scale, I think it would be irresponsible actually to take a position on it at this early stage before properly looking at that, looking at the resources available to us, but most importantly looking at the impact on the people, the community and the local economy. I definitely think from early sight of it that there are positives to that, but that has to be taken on with a balanced view, and that's what I'm keen to do. I think it really identifies and highlights just how important Newry is on the Belfast to Dublin economic corridor, and actually really shows that it's a very attractive location for commuters. But I think it's a significant proposal, 6,000 new houses, and I think there's lots of things that have to be taken into consideration before any decisions are made.
Neil McAllister.
The Ministers for her answers so far. Minister, last week in my constituency, a pedestrian was hospitalised after being hit at a traffic light that had been out for 3 days. Can the Minister shed on any light as to why the traffic light in one of the busiest roads in North Belfast was out for people on Clifton Street moving on to the West Link?
So on Saturday the 10th of January, I think that's the date, at approximately 1:45, officials were advised that the traffic signals on Clifton Street at the junction with the A12 were not operating. By 1:45 on the same day, a maintenance team were on site trying to identify the issue. Unfortunately, because of the complexity of the repair that was then required, the signals could not be made operational again until lunchtime on Monday the 12th of January. As the location of the traffic signals on Clifton Bridge presents unique maintenance challenges, the repair of the defective parts could not be made over the weekend period. So, look, I completely appreciate the frustration, and also to send my best wishes to your constituent. I think it's when these things happen, it presents huge challenges, and I think it's, there are things that arise then as a result of that sometimes are beyond our control. But I want to assure the member that as soon as my department and officials were made aware, they were on site at the earliest possible stage.
Ms McAllister.
Minister, for your answer, and I wonder if in the future we can look at any lessons learned about if those instances happen over the weekend. Minister, I've sent you a number of written questions and letters regarding the Clifton Gateway scheme, which is more about what the area looks like. It's more than just the York Street interchange, but that whole area. Is there any way that despite waiting on that interchange, on the glider, that we can now actually have a focus on the Clifton Gateway scheme, and that we can actually work with the Department of Communities and improve the area so that it is safe, that we do not have any accidents or deaths like we had in the recent year, if we can do that in the near future?
Sure.
I'm happy to speak to officials to see where we're at with that and what the next steps are at present, and to come back to the member on that. I recognise that, particularly given that road safety is a priority for this area, then I think I'm happy to take that on board and see what we can do, and we can come back to you in writing if that suits.
David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, I want to raise a local issue as well. In Lagan Valley, Ayrshire, in Lisburn, residents bought their houses in good faith, yet they're living with unfinished, unadopted roads where their cars are getting damaged on a daily basis. Recently confirmed, I've raised this repeatedly with the department, and they've confirmed that the bond is insufficient to replace this, but it's not the residents' fault. So does the Minister accept that the community in Ayrshire shouldn't be held responsible or held for a failed developer bond, and will she commit to a clear timeline to actually finish the roads and deliver for the residents of Ayrshire?
Did you say the community nurses? The community nurses, did you say? Oh, okay, sorry, apologies, I couldn't really hear that. Look, I mean, this is an issue that is prevalent right across the north, and it is very frustrating. I appreciate that. I hope the member will understand the difficult position that the department is in relation to when we get involved, as this is a developer responsibility, and there are a number of steps that are taken to ensure that the developer meets that responsibility. Within that particular case, I don't have the detail to hand, but if you want to provide more detail, I can look into it to see where that's at. But I know it's a huge challenge. As you know, earlier in the year I announced some changes in terms of unadopted roads, and hopefully that may help in that scenario. But if you want to provide more detail, I can update you accordingly.
Mr Honeyford.
I've repeatedly raised this with the department, and the department keep coming back at budgetary pressures, and quite frankly the residents there should not be bearing the cost for that. This has been going on for more than 10 years, so I welcome that, and I will send the information through. The Minister could look at it and take it forward, and we try and get a conclusion and get this finished for the residents. Thank you.
So we can get a look at it. Thank you.
Hey, Kelly.
Could I ask the Minister for her assessment on the package of measures she introduced to decrease the congestion in Belfast city centre in the run-up to Christmas there?
On the back of the challenges that we saw in Christmas 2024, both John when he was still in role, and then when I took up the role just under a year ago, felt that it was critically important that we work closely with the key stakeholders within the city centre, and that involved listening carefully to them and taking on board what they felt would work well. So I had announced the bringing forward of the Christmas roadworks embargo by 2 weeks, which would help to strike a balance between the need to deliver key infrastructure projects for the public, but also support our business, retail and hospitality sector. The reopening of Durham Street after a year's closure, I think also helped to significantly ease traffic congestion in this part of the city centre. And as part of my commitment to delivering effective and reliable public transport services, particularly during that Christmas period, I extended weekday bus lane hours on 8 busy corridors, including Ormo, Malone and Lower Lisburn roads, from 7:30 to 9:30am and 3:30 to 6:30pm. And this helped to minimise the impact of peak hour traffic jams on transit services, allowing them to operate more reliably.
Mr Kelly.
One biggest lesson, Ira, thank you for the answers up to now. And I welcome the footfall, and reports the footfall would actually increase from 2024 by 31% in December. And in addition, the success, as you mentioned, of the late night transport services. Will these measures feature in the development vision by the department for the vision on the Eastern Transport Plan?
Yes, absolutely, and I think the collaboration that took place to develop those measures, and then I think even the collaboration across the executive departments show what can be achieved when we work together, and we work together well with a common goal to make improvements for people. So I think that it will naturally align with what goes into the Eastern Transport Plan, and I think I would encourage as many people to get involved in the consultation for that as well, because it is a really good opportunity to shape the future of our city centres and the public transport routes and other ways of travelling for everyone. So I think we can learn from that, and I think it's a really positive part of the work that will happen.
Mr. Vice withdrawn. Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, I know you've visited and you'll be aware of the unique heritage of Royal Hillsborough, and there have been considerable challenges in resurfacing the road, the carriageways and the footpaths, and there seems to be this push and pull between the Department and Lisburn Castlereagh City Council, particularly around the public realm scheme. Can the Minister give a commitment that in the interim time that any and all resurfacing that can be done to repair or to prioritise pedestrian safety in particular can be done whilst we await the full delivery of that scheme?
So I am aware that approximately 7 million funding has been allocated within the BRCD to take forward those environmental improvement works in Royal Hillsborough, which is expected to commence in March 2027. As part of this work, the Council intend to install a pedestrian crossing in Lower Main Street, with my department taking forward a crossing outside Downshire Primary School as part of its 2026 programme. And whilst I recognise that much of Hillsborough requires resurfacing, the progression of this work ahead of any public realm works would not be appropriate use of my department's resources. Work in relation to large-scale patching of the Ballynahinch Road junction and wider resurfacing needs will be considered within the context of the public realm works. And I think, rather than the potential to have to come back and do additional works, has to be taken into consideration. So it's my understanding that would be the rationale for that decision.
Mr. Butler.
Minister for her fulsome answer. I think it's unfortunately some of the residents feel let down because they've been given numerous false dawns. The Minister will also be aware that there is an increasing volume of HGV traffic in Hillsborough, and that's been an ongoing challenge. It would seem a shame to miss the opportunity next year to address that going forward. Will that be part of the discussions with Lisburn City Council to address once and for all the traffic congestion and the build-up of traffic in Hillsborough?
I had the pleasure of meeting with some of the residents there locally, and I know how much of an issue this is. In fact, I worked in Hillsborough Health Centre for a short while, so I'm very familiar with the village itself. Officials in my department have commissioned an assessment of alternative routes for HGV traffic to inform the relative merits of the weight limit proposal, in particular regarding the impacts on road safety both within the village and on the surrounding road network. That report's currently with officials who are considering the detail before determining next steps, and I expect to receive an update on this next month. So I hope to be able to provide further information in relation to that. I know there's lots of aspects to this, and I know it's not a difficult or an easy solution. However, I did give a commitment that I would do as much as we can to try and find a solution that will help with residents and the issues they raise.
Gareth Wilson.
Minister, you will be aware, no doubt, in today's media of a group that has been set up in the southern half of Newry and Armagh constituency to do what could only be described as the work of the department in terms of identifying potholes. And I suppose in my own role I could easily fit into the mode of doing the same in the northern half of the constituency, Minister, but it has a serious point at the fact that members of the public are feeling as though they themselves should take on this role when we do have at the disposal of DFI assessors for that particular purpose. Is there any assurance, Minister, you can give the drivers and the road users of Newry and Armagh that that is not an essential duty that the members of the public should be taking on board? Rather, it is a duty that DFI should be taking on board, exercising in full and then moving quickly to repair the potholes that they, as a department, have identified. Thank you.
Can I welcome the new MLA for Newry Armagh, and it's a pleasure to meet you, and I think look forward to working with you over the time ahead. Look, I live in South Armagh myself. I represent the constituency. I'm very aware of the significant challenges in terms of our roads and the condition of our roads. The recent cold snap has led to further deterioration of roads, and I think we're all seeing potholes popping up everywhere. I think I look at them myself and report them through as I see them too. And it absolutely isn't the responsibility of a local group to take on that role. We do have a mechanism for reporting potholes on the NI Direct website, which is I think is a very straightforward way of doing that, and we do see teams acting as quickly as they can, obviously within the limited service policy that still exists due to constraints in funding and limited resources. They have to prioritise. But I have, as I've mentioned earlier on, invested additional money in this financial year, particularly on rural roads, additional £4 million. So that, I hope, reassures the public of my commitment and my determination to try and tackle these issues going forward.
That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister? Take the reins while we change the table before we move back to the debate.
Okay, members, we're returning to the opposition motion, and our next speaker is the Deputy First Minister to respond.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. We want to thank members for their contributions, and we welcome the opportunity to debate executive progress. The people we serve expect delivery, they demand delivery. It is what we are here to do. Almost 2 years ago, when the institutions were restored, we came together as an executive and committed to work collectively to deliver what matters most to our communities. We committed to ensuring we build a better future for all our people and to deliver the key priorities for people here. We do not take that responsibility lightly. We know that the people we serve expect us to deliver. And in February 2025, the Executive agreed a programme for government to deliver on what matters most. As the first new PFG agreed in 13 years, this was a positive milestone both for government and for the people of Northern Ireland. Significant progress towards achieving all the programme for government priorities have been made, and as we head towards the one-year anniversary, we will be publishing the update report in relation to that. And I know that people across Northern Ireland can be frustrated by what they see as a lack of delivery on key issues that matter to them. If you are sitting on a health waiting list, you want that health waiting list to move quicker. If you're in a school where you can see buckets on the corridors, or you can see the work that needs to happen, of course you want that to happen sooner rather than later. We understand the frustrations of people, and that is why there is a commitment right across the Executive to deliver for people. I just want to touch very briefly on some of the key deliverables, because quite frankly, listening to some of the debate in this place, and I know that the Leader of the Opposition said, look, he will be accused of being negative. He is accused of being negative because he is being negative. He said at the very outset 2 years ago that what he hoped to do was a constructive opposition, but we don't see very much of that construction because, of course, he failed to recognise any of the achievements of this Executive, and that includes agreeing a programme for government, agreeing a budget last year, agreeing a budget this year, delivering £55 million worth of childcare support for hard-working families, real money in real people's pockets, delivering over 164,000 more outpatient diagnostic and inpatient procedures by the end of October 2025. And when that reports again, that number will have increased significantly. Committing more than £5 million to community-led initiatives and other initiatives to tackle violence against women and girls. The strategy out, the delivery plan out, and money actually on the ground, making a difference on the key issues that matter to people. It was this Northern Ireland Executive that stepped in and was able to deliver a £100 winter fuel payment when Scotland couldn't deliver it, when other jurisdictions couldn't deliver it, because the Labour Party in London decided to cut it at the last moment. The school uniform legislation passed through the DUP Education Minister, protecting working families and trying to drive down costs that hit working families hard. The Women's World Cup, agreed by the executive, and that will be happening. We'll be working towards that. The year-round late-night transport for Belfast finally delivered. The appointment of the cultural commissioners, we moved quickly to deal with the long-standing, long-running irritation of the issue of the rates on condemned buildings. The housing supply strategy out. We've delivered a delivery unit. The Office of AI and Digital. We appointed for the first time in Northern Ireland the Chief Scientific and Technology Officer, driving forward a data strategy and driving forward the AI strategy to make Northern Ireland fit for purpose for the future. We opened Studio Ulster after working incredibly hard, and quite frankly, if there hadn't have been a Northern Ireland executive to push and ensure that the pause on the much needed city and region deals were released. That Studio Ulster being a game changer in terms of our creative industries. We pushed incredibly hard, numerous meetings, pushing the UK government to make sure that the injustice to post office postmasters across Northern Ireland were included in that UK-wide legislation, and we succeeded. We hosted an extremely successful Open Championship, Golf Championship this year, the Irish Golf Championship of last year, building on the successes of Northern Ireland executive commitments in the past and pushing forward to achieve them for the future.
Order, Deputy First Minister. Deputy, can you take your seat? Okay, so I can't hear with Philip here hearing, and you will not let the Minister be heard. So can we have a bit of manners, please? Thank you. Continue.
Thank you. But not only that, we have been able to step in when challenges have faced not just the Northern Ireland Executive, but indeed the entire of Northern Ireland. In relation to Stormy Owen, it was the First Minister and I and others that got on the phone to the Prime Minister. We sat at the Cobra, we asked for those additional supports so necessary. The additional water, the additional people, the people were helping to get the electricity, the lights on right throughout Northern Ireland. And indeed, when we faced the terrible race disorder of the last number of summers, we took a strong and united, firm stand against that. All of these things matter. And there are so many more as well. We moved immediately to address public sector pay issues, something that had lingered for years and years, trying to resolve those issues, as difficult as it may be. We have also driven an ambitious agenda of transformation across government, and this is critically important, because I am not naive. Do I want to deliver faster for the people of Northern Ireland? Yes. Do I want to deliver more for the people of Northern Ireland? Absolutely. But the challenge we face is the same challenge faced by governments right throughout these aisles and throughout the globe in terms of democracies, and that is to make sure that we can deliver for the people that the people that we serve. And I heard just this week, and I thought it was so absolutely relevant to the frustrations that many people feel, that I can feel in this role as well, which is that big challenge between process and progress. And we face it all of the time when we meet with the head of the civil service, when we meet with officials, when we meet with the arm's length bodies, the frustration that people feel about the delays that things take in terms of getting delivery. When we look at some of the big things that often get criticised in this place for not being delivered, the issue was not a lack of political agreement. Those issues were agreed. They made their way into ISNIs and flagship projects and executive papers and announcements of the past. And yet some of those have not been delivered for 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, because the process very often bogs down those big issues and actually is a hindrance to progress. That is something we must tackle. That is something that we absolutely hear from people. We must deliver for the people we serve, because otherwise what value do they see in this place? This is not a chamber simply for shouting at each other. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition very often comes in here with his big angry head on and he shouts at all of us about this, that and the other. He doesn't want to reflect, and he doesn't like when it is pointed out to him the lack of delivery that SDLP ministers had. When you look at the portfolios that you had on casement, no progress. On the A5, no progress. On environmental issues that stood and sat within those portfolios, no progress. When it came to the draft budgets and budgets, when the SDLP did not have the FM or DFM position, you didn't vote to support a single draft budget or substantive budget in that executive. And I would also say, and I think it's an important point to highlight, that the draft budget is out for consultation. We have to get this right. There is an opportunity there to get it right, to build the very foundations that we need to tackle inefficiency within our system, to get the right people with the right skills in the places that they need to be to push forward in that delivery, particularly in terms of capital infrastructure. When I look at so many of those projects, the frustration that people feel around them, that they are never delivered on time and on budget. But what does that mean? It means that we are spending hundreds of millions of pounds of funds in future years and against the same projects than the original cost because of delays, because of the lack of delivery, because of the process being a hindrance to progress. And that is a challenge that we are up to doing. That is why we're trying to drive a focus on specialist skills within the civil service. That is why through the Strategic Investment Board we are looking at the planning system and trying to ensure that the key barriers to progress are being removed. That is why we are looking at the accountability mechanisms in terms of the key targets and priorities within the programme of government. I'll take an intervention.
I presume you say my big angry head. I mean, I'm afraid I can't do much about this. I was born ginger. I'll do my best to look happier and smile more. I don't know if that's a comment on that, but I'm sure it wasn't. Anyway, I just want to, at this point about me being negative, I think lots of people genuinely be listening to her and thinking, fair enough, some of that's fair enough, but it does appear to be in a parallel universe to what's happening on the benches around you. You're telling me I'm being negative. During questions earlier on, the gentleman who's sitting next to her, Mr. Brett, and the First Minister, had an absolutely vituperative exchange. So this idea that you guys are a unified, coherent government when the chairperson of the Economy Committee and the First Minister were shooting daggers at one another literally minutes ago in this chamber, I mean, I don't know if you didn't hear or see that, but that's what happened.
I am shocked to hear that they were literally shooting daggers at each other across the chamber. Figuratively. And look, as many people know, I myself can have a big angry head on at times, and I do. And I do because I want to push forward on delivery as well. But he touches on an incredibly important point. I would highlight that the Leader of the Opposition probably has more angry exchanges with people in this chamber on one day than the Executive has had over the course of the last 12 months to 2 years. And yet there seems to be an obsession with some to try to focus on talking up where there is disagreement and talking down where there is actually delivery. But this is the thing. To actually move forward with new policies, with new legislation, with new ways of doing things to make sure we can deliver better takes time. Every government in the world faces that. Unless, of course, that you are some form of dictator or otherwise that can simply force things through with a click of your fingers. Of course, these things take time. Do I believe that the processes are much too difficult? Do I believe the processes are a hindrance to delivery? Yes. And we need to improve those. That is partly of why we are in these positions to try to drive that forward. But I have said this before, and I will say it again, and I've no doubt on many occasions. It'll come as no surprise to people in this chamber, people across Northern Ireland, that the First Minister and myself may not agree on everything. Of course we don't. We are in a mandatory coalition with 4 parties from 4 very different ideological positions. And when I hear in this chamber people talk about issues being blocked, the system of government that we have in the Executive is one that is designed to ensure that only things with consensus, if they are significant, if they are cross-cutting, or if they are controversial, that only things with consensus moves forward. And this is the thing. If there is no consensus with that, it will not be agreed. And quite frankly, in my view, I play and my party plays a role in that Executive to be a safeguard in scrutinising the detail, to seeing if this is something that can command the consensus across the Executive and across this House. And quite frankly, I would worry about the types of nonsense that would actually be in place if those safeguards were not in place. So look, that is a product of a system designed by the very party that now jumps up and down and criticises it. The only alternative to not getting consensus is to force something through against agreement, and that is not the system that we have in the Executive. But what I want to assure people right throughout Northern Ireland is of my deep commitment to deliver. Yes, our system is slow. That is the way it has been designed. Can it be improved? Of course it can. But in the meantime, we must commit, all of us, to do our best to find where we have got agreement. And I am a firm believer that there is so much more in terms of what we agree on. Should that be from fixing our health service to ensuring education gets the funding that it needs, supporting special educational needs capital, because we know the needs that are out there. In terms of growing our economy, supporting our small businesses, a united message to the UK Government around reducing VAT for our hospitality businesses, encouraging our creative arts and our industries that do so well, recognising all that is incredible about this wonderful place that we call home. And we should be collectively, we should be those who facilitate that delivery by working together. Of course, we will not agree on everything. Of course, progress will not be as fast as we want it to be. But what I can say very clearly is that commitment to do all that we can to improve the process, to work together and to drive forward. That is why I am in this post, and I will be doing that along with my colleagues. Yes, there will be disagreements, but the focus is on the 9 key priorities and trying to ensure that we can get movement in order to build the better, brighter future for everyone in Northern Ireland that I know that we all want to see. Thank you.
Thank you. I call on Stuart Dixon to wind on the amendment for the Alliance, and Stuart, to remind you of 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you to everyone who has contributed to this debate today. And I think it's been very useful. There is indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker, much in this motion which my party agrees with, and so therefore I would encourage the proposers to support our amendment. I think we're all agreed that delivery has been too slow, and too often programmes for government and the executive often in reality are a collection of departments doing their own thing rather than what might be expected of a single government working towards shared outcomes that actually make a difference to people's lives. And we've heard that in the debate today. That's not a suggestion that there isn't some good, and the Deputy First Minister had made reference to that today, and indeed important work being done. However, it appears piecemeal and often, more often than not, dysfunctional. That's why we believe that a statutory duty to cooperate and to address cross-cutting issues is essential. These concerns, Principal Deputy Speaker, are real and they deserve to be taken seriously. But it's also important to be honest about why we find ourselves here and about what actually changes things. If we are serious about improving delivery, then we have to be clear about both the causes of failure and the limits of what so far private members, or perhaps more accurately described, party motions alone can achieve. We hear today, day in and day out, motions being debated in this chamber calling on ministers to do this or that. Sadly, the vast majority are either ignored or used for political point scoring. I was elected to this Assembly, along with my colleagues, to be legislators, to improve the lives of our constituents and to change that by improving our laws. Yet in this mandate, so far precious little has been achieved. We would rather sit in this place and engage in a divisive, sterile debate, often over things which have little influence. Indeed, with a few ministerial exceptions, there is more tumbleweed rather than legislation coming into this chamber for debate and decision. The problems identified in this motion don't emerge and didn't emerge in this mandate alone. Siloed working, weak collective decision-making and the absence of long-term planning, despite programmes for government, have characterised the executive for many years, not accounting, of course, all the downtime. Including previous mandates where parties now in opposition held ministerial office for significant periods of time. That context matters, because if we misdiagnose the problem, then we won't be able to fix it. At the same time, it would be wrong not to acknowledge the significant and frankly malign inertia that continues to exist at the centre of government. Too often the Executive Office and the First and Deputy First Minister structures are slow to the point of inertia to drive collective action, slow to grip delivery and slow to provide leadership needed to turn around and agree priorities into real progress. Frankly, Principal Deputy Speaker, a mixture of what I perceive as laziness and a political point scoring seems to be the hallmark of our Executive Office. Without effective leadership and coordination at the centre, even good decisions struggle to be translated into outcomes. However, Principal Deputy Speaker, the public do not benefit from or need a blame game between government and opposition. What we need is structural reform, clear accountability and a system that's designed to deliver rather than one that fails to deliver. My party, the Alliance Party, is in the executive not to defend its shortcomings but to change how it operates. We believe government should work as a single team, focused on outcomes rather than a set of competing department silos. That's why we've been arguing for change for more than a decade, arguing for multi-year budgets, because without it, departments are forced into short-term decision-making. It's why we have argued for a statutory duty to cooperate between ministers and departments, because cross-cutting challenges in areas like health, infrastructure, climate and education cannot be solved in isolation. That's why we've been clear that the programme for government must be more than a document agreed at the start of a mandate. Opposition has a vital role, but opposition alone is not a substitute for reform. If we want different outcomes, we need different systems. That means reforming how our executive takes decisions and strengthening collective responsibility, and ensuring that progress against a programme for government and commitment is transparent, measurable and reported openly to this Assembly. We have clear signs of what we might call reckless budget management by others in this Assembly. The two highest spending departments in the Executive, that is education and health, and yet they are the worst offenders when it comes to overspending or throwing good money after bad and are uninformed.
Time's up.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Colin McGrath to wind on the motion on behalf of the Opposition, and to advise you, Colin, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And as I close this debate, I suppose what I feel most strongly is not anger, it's disappointment. I am a Democrat and I believe in our democratic institutions, and as a nationalist I believe that if we want to shape a new Ireland, then these institutions must work and deliver. 2 years ago, when our institutions were restored, when this executive was restored, people were promised better than this. They were promised delivery, they were promised cooperation, and a government that would focus on what matters most. Measured against those promises, this executive has failed to deliver. There is still no executive-agreed multi-year budget. Progress on executive legislation has been limited, and delivery against programme for government commitments is at best patchy and at worst absent. That is not the change people were told to expect. This Assembly was promised momentum. Indeed, what we have seen is drift. We were promised transformation, and instead what we have is delay. And the evidence of that failure is visible in promise after promise that has gone unfulfilled. And indeed, the Deputy First Minister just said there that she is proud to have used her veto to stop nonsense from progressing. Nonsense like the A5, still marred in delay. Nonsense like Casement Park, years on, still unresolved. Nonsense like wastewater infrastructure, holding back housing and economic growth across the north. Is it nonsense like Lough Neagh, still without the decisive action that people were promised? Is it nonsense like the Ficht report published and then parked? Is it nonsense like the housing crisis deepening with too few homes being built and too many families left waiting? These are not opposition demands merely, but they were executive commitments, and we have not seen them. And when so many headlines promises and they remain undelivered, people are entitled to ask what this executive has been doing with its time. And nowhere is that question more pressing than in health. The Ulster Unionist Party sought the health portfolio, arguing that they would bring leadership and reform to a system under enormous strain. And 2 years on, people are still waiting to see that change. Waiting lists remain stubbornly high. Ambulance delays continue to shock. Staff are exhausted. Patients are losing confidence. Of course, the pressures are real, but leadership is about outcomes, not explanations. And the reality is that the health service feels no closer to the transformation that was promised 10 years ago by our First Minister, who was then the Health Minister, than what we're seeing now. Health cannot be fixed by slogans or ownership alone. It requires coordination across departments, social care capacity, workforce planning, and even things like housing support. And it brings me to the amendment from the Alliance Party. Alliance entered this mandate promising reform of these institutions, promising to change how Stormont works, not simply to keep it ticking over. But reform is not something that you just talk about in manifestos. It's something that you have to drive from the executive table. Instead, you have chosen to prop up the existing two-party structure, offering stability to a system that continues to under-deliver. And people see the consequences of that every day. For example, in Warren Point, residents have lived with persistent foul odours affecting their home and quality of life. The Agriculture Minister has responsibility here and could reform waste management in the north with the stroke of a pen and end the foul odours. There's no action. There is a danger when reform becomes rhetoric and a catchy election slogan. This motion is not about tearing down devolution. It's about being honest about where it is falling short. Because the public did not vote for excuses. They voted for delivery. An agreed, ambitious multi-year budget. Departments that genuinely cooperate rather than operate in silos. And if I think about that for a moment, when I reflect back to all the contributions, to a T, each one of the representatives stood up and said, things aren't too bad because guess what our ministers are doing in the executive? It's all about what you individually do, whenever what we're crying out for is collective work across the executive. Clear reporting on the programme for government commitments so that progress can be measured and judged is critical and important. Are these really too much to ask for? And we know government won't get it right all the time. We understand that people are human and that there's only so much you can do with a budget that you have. But to constantly present the picture that everything's fine and that anybody that asks a question, well, the audacity to ask a question about what we're doing or to seek transparency or to say that things aren't good enough, as I said at the start, that is just disappointing that that is the response. And if we look at some of the remarks that were made during the debate, I mean, for example, some of the attacks on my colleague Mark about being a minister 13 years ago. 13 years ago. What did we have from the party that threw those accusations in those 13 years? Well, we had RHI, we had the collapse of the institutions, we had any amount of lack of government and lack of delivery. But if you can't look at that plank in your own eye, I do not know where we're going to see the future going. And we had a contribution from the TUV about something I want more rule from London. Now, if the polls are to be right that we're going to have a reform government, do we really want them looking after and having the final say on the affairs of here? Absolutely not. And I could go on about some of the remarks that were made by the individual representatives. I saw one, useless, out of touch and do nothing. Well, that was actually the Sinn Féin opposition in Dublin talking about the government down there. And if we are to look at the delivery of the Dublin government, it far surpasses anything that is happening here. Way ahead of anything that is happening here. And if that is useless, out of touch and is doing nothing, you should want to come up and have a look at here and see exactly what's taking place in this place. I think we want to see joined-up government. We want to see more delivery. I think that's something that we can agree on in every part of this House, that we want to see better delivery for people. We want to see public services that actually work. And I think for it just to become an ignorance of the remarks that we make and the attitude of how dare us raise the issues whenever we're trying to seek the best for our constituents, it won't wash. So I hope that we can see this motion pass and that we can see better delivery from our government in the future.
Point of order.
Deputy Speaker. The last speaker has disgracefully and erroneously insinuated that the A5 has been prevented to progress because of a DUP veto in the Executive. It is a matter of fact that the Executive agreed the A5 to progress, and it is indeed the courts that has stopped progress due to a range of different issues. Can I ask that the member addresses this issue and corrects the record?
It's not a point of order, but you've got your concerns on the record. Okay, so the question is, whenever you're finished, Colin, whenever you're finished, are you finished? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, so the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Paula Bradshaw, Stuart Dixon, Owen Tennyson and Nuala McAllister be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Thank you. Order, members. Order, members. Could you please resume your seats? Thank you. So the amendment standing in the names of Paula Bradshaw, Stuart Dixon, Owen Tennyson and Nuala McAllister be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. Do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Kelly Armstrong and Stuart Dixon. Tellers for the noes are Harry Harvey and Pam Cameron. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Clear the doors. Order, everybody. Could you please resume your seats? Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
71 members voted, 40 members voted aye, 31 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Okay, the amendment's agreed. So the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Can't you have any noes? No. Think the ayes have it. Think the ayes have it. Okay, members. Point of order.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm appalled by the party that accuses everyone else in this chamber of toxicity. Could you make a ruling whether the member for South Down was indeed in breach of Standing Order 65E when he shouted across the chamber at the Deputy First Minister that she was stupid?
First of all, I will ask the Speaker to review that and to certainly review the proceedings. And if that is the case, I've absolutely no doubt that we'll be back to this again. Okay? Point of order.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, for taking the point of order. First of all, if I misused the word literally, in terms of accountability, I'm going to be held accountable. So I shouldn't have done that. I literally should not be misused. But on a very specific point of order.
Sorry. Could you actually get to your point of order? Thank you.
Okay, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, I will get to my point of order. Yes. Just a moment ago, the First Minister and other senior ministers walked through a voting lobby to vote for an amendment to our motion which criticised fundamentally the performance of the Executive. Can I ask the Speaker's office to give a ruling on the meaning of that? When a motion is passed here and Executive ministers are supporting fundamental criticisms of Executive performance, is there an upshot to that? And is there any accountability for ministers doing that?
So, it's not a point of order. It's actually called democracy. That's what happens. However, in fairness to yourself, because you're Leader of the Opposition, I'll ask the Speaker's office to review it. Are there any more non-points of order before I move on? Okay, thank you. So, I've received notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. this evening under Standing Order 10, brackets 3A. Members, can I have order? Order? Order, please. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That, in accordance with Standing Order 10 3A, the sitting on Monday the 19th of January 2026 be extended to no later than 8:15 p.m.
I call on Colin McGrath to move the motion.
So proposed. Moved.
Thank you, Colin. So the question is that the motion standing in the name of the members of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Thank you. Okay, members, could you take your ease before we move on to the next item of business? Thank you.
Members, thank you. The next item of business is a motion from the opposition. Point of order, Mr McGrath.
Thank you very much. Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to take this opportunity, if there was offence caused in my remark, to apologise for that, but also just to clarify that it was the actual content that I was referring to as being stupid, not the individual that was actually delivering it. I also think that was patently clear, but if there was offence taken from it, I am absolutely would like to withdraw that remark and offer an apology.
Mr McGrath, that will be noted and I'm sure considered when this is referred to the Speaker's office, which it will be. Thank you. Members, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on addressing unaffordable housing costs. Clerk, please read the motion.
that this Assembly notes with concern the sharp rise in private rents across Northern Ireland, recognises that rapidly rising rents are outpacing incomes, increasing housing insecurity and placing significant pressure on households, believes that existing measures are insufficient in protecting private tenants from excessive and unaffordable rent increases, further recognises that the continued loss of social housing stock places additional demand on the private rented sector, contributing to rent inflation, and calls on the Minister for Communities to bring forward legislation to introduce robust third-generation rent controls alongside a moratorium on the house sales scheme to stabilise rents and improve housing affordability.
Thank you. I call Mark Durkin to move the motion on behalf of the opposition. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. 2 amendments have been selected and are published on the marshal list, so the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Mr Durkin, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise today on behalf of the SDLP to propose a couple of measures to mitigate against a housing crisis that hasn't just arrived overnight. It is the inevitable result of political choices made in this chamber, choices to allow rises in rents to go unchecked, choices to continue to allow social housing stock to be stripped away, and to ignore repeated warnings, not just from the SDLP, but from the sector and from others, even in this chamber. But the consequences of these decisions are now being felt by tens of thousands of families across all of our constituencies. Rents have surged, living costs have exploded, while wages just haven't kept pace. For too many households, rent now swallows an unsustainable share of income, forcing people to choose between housing and basics like food, heat and childcare. This is no longer a fringe issue. It's hitting working families, older people and those on fixed incomes. The scale of the problem is clear in the gap between local housing allowance and actual rents being charged. By May 2024, almost 60,000 private renters here in the north were paying a shortfall, yet LHA rates remain frozen. At the same time, discretionary housing payments designed to plug that gap have been stripped back. Eligibility has halved, awards capped, and the £4.5 million left unspent, or the £4.5 million easement, as it is put, while households struggle. That doesn't sound like efficiency. It seems more like the quiet withdrawal of support. Social housing waiting lists now sit close to 50,000 households. With supply failing to keep pace, people are being pushed into the private rented sector, driving up demand and driving up rents, particularly at the lower end of the market. Unsurprisingly, the loss of private rented accommodation remains one of the leading causes of homelessness. Tenant protections here do lag behind other jurisdictions, and we did see limited progress, I suppose, through the Private Tenancies Act in 2022. A landlord can now only increase the rent annually, but there's still no limit on by how much. No-fault evictions remain here, and further promised reforms have stalled. In that context, inaction is not neutral. It entrenches insecurity. And that's why we believe third-generation rent controls must form part of the response. These aren't crude rent freezes, and I understand the ministers and the sectors and others' concerns about that approach, but these are targeted, evidence-based measures that allow reasonable increases while preventing sudden, destabilising hikes. They provide stability for tenants and actually provide clarity and certainty for landlords too. But rent controls alone will not work while we continue to hollow out our social housing stock. Since the house sales scheme began in 1979, over 122,000 housing executive homes have been sold. That's more than the Northern Ireland Housing Executive currently owns. They have about 83,000 homes remaining. But replacement has never come close. At current build rates, it would take nearly 80 years just to replace what's already been lost, and that doesn't take into account the increasing demand or anything like that. But this matters not just for supply here and now, but also for the future of the housing executive itself. Every home sold weakens the housing executive balance sheet, reduces rental income and undermines its asset base, and that will inevitably directly limit its ability to borrow, invest and build at scale. Now, parties across this chamber say they support giving the housing executive the power to borrow, yet they continue to back policies that strip away the very assets lenders look for. You can't talk up borrowing powers while selling off collateral. And I do get that different parties have different ideological views on right to buy. We all know people who have aspired to and achieved home ownership through this scheme. It's been extremely popular, and that's maybe why this is so difficult for some parties. But selling social homes during a housing emergency is indefensible. Now, this Assembly had a very real chance to stop the scheme in legislation in 2020, but when I tabled an amendment to the legislation to do that, the DUP, the Ulster Unionists Alliance and, bizarrely, Sinn Féin all voted against it. Now, since that vote in 2020, over 1,500 more homes, housing executive homes, have been lost. That's virtually a year's worth of homes. So those decisions have consequences. Higher rents, longer waiting lists and deeper housing insecurity. We can't afford to keep doing this. And I'm not even asking to scrap the scheme now, just to press pause, Minister. When I asked the Minister through a written question whether he had assessed the impact of the house sales scheme on housing stock and homelessness, I received a one-word reply. Yes, I haven't had any detail, no transparency or accountability, but hopefully he can elaborate on that consideration or assessment later in the debate. Meanwhile, Scotland and Wales have ended right to buy. In Scotland alone, over 15,500 homes that would have been sold are now retained in the social rented sector. That's what acting in the public interest looks like. The Minister characterises himself as someone who will do things differently to get better results. Now, the jury is still out on the impact that cuts he's made to the Housing Association grant rate will have. The Minister points to an intermediate rent scheme. That's welcome, but it falls well short of the scale of action required. Now, this is not a routine policy challenge. It's a housing emergency, and the response thus far, sadly, doesn't meet the reality. The Minister seeks acclaim for his role, whatever that might be, in allowing the housing executive now to actually buy back hundreds of these homes to help address the cost of temporary accommodation. Now, we in the SDLP, we believe that housing is a public good. That means protecting renters from unaffordable increases and stopping the permanent loss of social housing, not just for today, but to ensure the housing executive has the strength to build for and in the future. The cost of delay is already visible. Rising homelessness, worsening child poverty, declining mental health, and communities being hollowed out as people are priced out of their own areas. Stabilising rents and placing a moratorium on the house sales scheme won't solve everything, but without them, nothing else will either. The evidence is clear. The consequences are real. The crisis is deepening. If the Minister is serious about doing things differently, now's the time to prove it. I commend the motion.
Thank you, Mr Durkin. I call Pam Cameron to move amendment number 1.
Moved.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on amendment 1.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'm pleased to move the amendment today. Our DUP amendment to the motion before the House allows the Assembly to acknowledge the real pressures that are facing tenants, whilst also focusing on the solutions that will actually improve affordability in the long term. There is no dispute about the scale of the challenge. Average private rents in Northern Ireland have increased by 6.4% in the year to September 2025, rising to 871, with rents in Belfast significantly higher at over £1,100. At the same time, house prices have continued to rise, making it harder for people to move from renting into home ownership. We can all agree, Mr Deputy Speaker, that rents need to be affordable. There are working families paying far too much of their income on rent, families who do not qualify for social housing yet are also locked out of home ownership as well, and that reality must be recognised by us all. However, Mr Deputy Speaker, it is vital that this Assembly is honest about what is driving these pressures. The fundamental issue is supply. Demand for housing continues to outstrip supply, particularly in the social and affordable sectors, and the imbalance is placing sustained pressure on the private rented sector. When social housing stock is insufficient, more households are pushed into private renting. That increases competition for a limited number of properties and inevitably places upward pressure on rents. Until that imbalance is addressed, no single regulatory intervention will deliver lasting affordability. That is why the amendment for us is important. It recognises that existing measures alone are insufficient as demand outstrips supply, and it correctly identifies the loss of social housing stock as a contributor to rent inflation. Mr Deputy Speaker, housing is now rightly recognised as a core executive priority, and under DUP leadership, the Minister for Communities has delivered an ambitious housing supply strategy, setting out a clear framework to deliver at least 100,000 homes across all tenures. That strategy recognises housing as foundational, underpinning health, education, economic participation and community stability. Crucially, the Minister is not simply setting out ambition, he is delivering action in extremely challenging financial circumstances. Significant capital investment is being directed into new social housing, with reforms to funding models designed to stretch limited budgets further and to build more homes. Thousands of new social homes are currently under construction across Northern Ireland, targeted at areas of greatest housing need. Alongside this, the DUP Minister has taken decisive action to support working households in the private rented sector through the introduction of the intermediate rent. The scheme delivers high-quality homes at around a 20% discount on market rents, providing greater affordability, improved quality and better security of tenure for those who are struggling with rising costs. The Minister has also acted to address homelessness and the escalating cost of temporary accommodation by approving the purchase of hundreds of homes for this purpose, reducing reliance on hotels and bed and breakfast accommodation while delivering better outcomes for vulnerable families and better value for the taxpayer. Mr Deputy Speaker, these are practical, responsible interventions focused on delivery and not on ideology. Members must also be honest about the risks associated with universal or blunt rent controls. Independent research has highlighted that a large proportion of landlords, in some cases up to 60%, may exit the private rented sector if tighter rent controls are imposed. In an already stretched market, losing that level of supply would make the situation much worse, not better. There's also evidence that some landlords may move properties into the short-term holiday let market, reducing further the availability of long-term private rentals. The research is clear. The most effective way to relieve pressure on rents is to increase housing supply and ensure the benefit system properly reflects the cost of housing. Mr Deputy Speaker, it is important to note that Northern Ireland already has a third-generation rent regulation in place. Under reforms delivered by Minister Lyons, rents can only be increased once in a 12-month period, and tenants must receive 3 months written notice of any increase. This system has broad stakeholder support and strikes the right balance between tenant protection and market stability. It makes sense to monitor, of course, and evaluate this framework before rushing into further controls that could have unintended consequences. Mr Deputy Speaker, I also want to address the call for a review into the house sales scheme. Home ownership remains an important aspiration, and the DUP continues to support that aspiration. However, it also is responsible to recognise that in a period of high housing stress, the ongoing loss of social housing stock must be carefully considered. A review allows us to ensure that policies remain balanced, sustainable and appropriate to current housing need. It is not about ending aspiration, but about ensuring the system works as a whole. Finally, Mr Deputy Speaker, the cost of living crisis has made saving for a deposit increasingly difficult, placing additional pressure on the private rented sector. The Minister has responded to this by raising the upper property value limit for co-ownership, helping more people move into home ownership and easing pressure on private renting. The DUP Minister has delivered a balanced package, an ambitious housing supply strategy, an intermediate rent scheme, enhanced standards in the private rented sector and reforms that improve security and quality for tenants while maintaining stability in the market. This motion as amended reflects the balanced approach. It acknowledges real pressures, avoids policies that would shrink supply and focuses on solutions that will actually work. Housing is too important for deadline-driven policy. The DUP believes in delivery, sustainability and long-term affordability, and I would urge the members across the House to support this amendment before us today. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call Ciara Ferguson to move amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you. The Assembly should note that the amendments are mutually exclusive, so if amendment number 1 is made, the question will not be put on amendment number 2. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment 2 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on amendment number 2.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I'd like to begin by reiterating that the right to housing is a fundamental human right enshrined in international law. Every person should have the right to live in security, peace and dignity. Yet, as of the 30th of September 2025, there were 49,588 household applicants on our social housing waiting list. Of these, over 77% were deemed to be in acute need housing stress. Furthermore, significant concerns exist in relation to the continuation of an unregulated, unaffordable and insecure private rented sector, coupled with the lack of support from the British Treasury to date to give our largest social housing sector landlord the ability to borrow more money to build more social homes. We face an ever-worsening situation where demand far outstrips supply, fuelling unaffordability, substandard conditions and housing insecurity. I do, however, want to commend the Finance Minister for allocating £29.8 million to meet in full the Department for Communities bid for the Social Housing Development Programme, enabling the much-needed delivery of up to 1,750 new home starts in 2025-26. I also want to acknowledge the role of the Minister for Infrastructure in continually emphasising the historic underfunding of our water infrastructure and working to secure additional funding through in-year monitoring and strengthening collaboration and innovation to tackle this ongoing challenge. Notably, it is very much welcome that since autumn 2024, her department has been able to unlock wastewater capacity to enable future connections for almost 5,000 new homes, including the allocation of an additional £19.5 million to NI Water from October monitoring round, enabling 2,300 new homes to be built and connect across Derry, Antrim and Tyrone. I commend the proposers of the motion for its intention and particularly for the recognition for the ongoing challenge of rapidly rising rents across the region. Last April, our data was incorporated into the price index of private rent and house prices, which found that as of September 2025, average rents had increased by 6.4% on the previous year to £871, and average house prices had increased by 7.1% from the same quarter in the previous year to £193,000. Our amendment calls on the Minister to explore options for the introduction of robust rent controls and the establishment of a public body to regulate the rental sector here and deliver a fair rental system. And we all ask all parties to give us support. Folks, we know the incredibly worrying situation, particularly for low-income and vulnerable households, with an ever-increasing shortfall between tenants' financial housing support and rental costs, leaving many families facing arrears or looming homelessness. The recent decision by the British Government to freeze the rate which housing benefit is set until at least 2027 in the backdrop of insufficient supply and rising rents is a shameful one and will directly lead to homelessness. I want to thank the Institute of Fiscal Studies for outlining that a tight fiscal situation is no excuse for a system that creates uncertainty for renters and unfairness between local areas. They have outlined the poor policy making that is local housing allowance rates, which are only occasionally uprated, then frozen for years at a time. We have a duty here to recognise the failure of Britain's policy and to therefore do all that we can to explore local options for a more regulated and fair private rented sector. And we ask for support for our amendment, which calls on the Minister for Communities to explore options for the introduction of robust rent controls and for the establishment of a public body to regulate the rental sector and deliver a fair system. Folks, as of October 2025, 5,408 households here were living in temporary accommodation, an increase of 85% over the past 5 years. This included 4,834 children under the age of 18. Rising house prices, rising rents and rising homelessness cannot be adequately addressed without tackling our chronic undersupply of social housing alongside developing more genuinely affordable housing. Whilst we very much welcome the move by the previous Minister for Communities, Deirdre Hargey, to abolish the statutory right to buy for housing association tenants back in 2022, there remains a need to address the continued loss of housing executive properties. Folks, back in 1974, we had approximately 455,500 total dwellings across all housing sectors in this region. Now we have 841,872. Yet despite that growth, where around 34% of all housing back then was social rented, and almost all owned or managed by the housing executive, we now have a situation where Thatcher's unmitigated disaster policy means we have been left with approximately just 80,000 housing executive homes. And to put in context, we lost 212 during 2024 and 2025 alone. Meanwhile, our housing executives' annual spend on temporary accommodation here has increased by 16% last year to hit nearly 40 million, including a spend of almost 17 million on non-standard accommodations such as hotels and B&Bs. Derry accounted for over half that total figure. Both these realities existing in tandem is not only totally illogical, but irreconcilable and fiscal irresponsibility. To the Minister for Communities, I want to emphasise that it is unjustifiable for your party amendment to suggest a possible review of the house sale scheme when set in context. You have been in office now for almost 2 years, enabling the continuation of a scheme which sells our public social housing stock at a discount rate of up to £24,000, and it's a far cry from the kind of radical action on housing which is desperately needed within society at the present moment in time. I'll finish briefly on this. We must plan properly, invest consistently and treat housing as essential infrastructure underpinning education, health, employment and community life. Delivering social housing at scale and better housing policy are not optional extras. These are the measures of our commitment to the people we represent.
I call Kelly Armstrong.
Deputy Speaker. Across Northern Ireland today, more than 300,000 people live in the private rented sector. That's 1 in every 6 households. These renters are made up of families, young professionals, students, older people and those simply trying to get by. Yet for far too many, renting here means living with constant anxiety. Anxiety about their rising rents, about insecure tenancies and about whether they will still have a roof over their head in the next month. Look, we all know the reality. Finding safe, secure and affordable housing in Northern Ireland has become increasingly difficult. Rents are rising faster than inflation. And while the DUP today has mentioned that rents can only be updated once every 12 months, but they can be doubled, they can be trebled if a landlord so chooses to do so. It doesn't matter if someone is given 3 months' notice. If your rent is unaffordable, then your rent is unaffordable. No-fault evictions continue to push people into instability. The rapid growth of short-term holiday lets and the selling off of Northern Ireland Housing Executive homes has squeezed the supply of long-term homes, leaving renters competing for fewer and fewer options. That's why the rents are going through the roof. These problems aren't new. They have been allowed to grow year after year because successive communities ministers have failed to act. And now, almost 2 years since the Assembly has returned, we still have seen no meaningful progress from this current minister, and that's simply not good enough. Everyone deserves access to safe, secure and affordable home, and that's why the Alliance Party brought forward our solutions when we published our comprehensive policy paper, A New Deal for Private Renters, a detailed set of proposals designed to fix a broken system and deliver fairness for renters across Northern Ireland. Our paper sets out clear practical reforms. It calls for an affordable rent triple lock, a mechanism designed to prevent the kind of unstable rent hikes that are forcing people into hardship. It proposes a ban on no-fault evictions, giving renters the security they need to build stable lives. It recommends capping short-term holiday lets, ensuring that homes are used for local people, not just tourism profit. And it explores the creation of a statutory housing ombudsman with real legal powers to enforce standards and protect tenants when things go wrong. A housing ombudsman that would be looking at all types of housing. As Oscar Wilde said, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery, so I welcome the SDLP's repetition of Alliance's position as set out in our New Deal for Renters paper. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, these are not radical ideas. They are reasonable, evidence-based and in line with protections renters already enjoy in other parts of the UK and Ireland. What they represent is fairness, fairness for the thousands of people who are currently paying too much, living in with too little security and receiving too few protections. The Community Minister has the power to act. The Assembly has the ability to deliver change, but without political will, renters will continue to struggle, and that's why we're calling once again for urgent action, not after the next election, but now. Our private renters deserve better. They deserve the same protections enjoyed elsewhere in these islands. They deserve a system that works for them, not against them. And with the proposals set out in A New Deal for Private Renters, we have a clear, credible pathway to deliver exactly that. We have a chance to transform the rental market, to lift the stress carried by so many of our constituents from them, and to build a fairer, more secure housing system for everyone in Northern Ireland. And as I finish, just to confirm, Alliance will not be supporting the DUP's amendment today because a review of the house sales scheme is not enough. We will be supporting Sinn Féin's moratorium and rent controls. Thank you.
Call Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak in this motion, and I intend to set out why we will be supporting Amendment number 1 from the DUP. There is no dispute about the scale of the challenge that we face. Private rents across Northern Ireland have indeed risen sharply, and for many households, those increases are now matching and ahead of their incomes. And like many members, I see this regularly through my constituency office, and I have reiterated the point that the number one issue that comes through my door in Lagan Valley are housing-related matters. But at a time when people are already dealing with rising energy bills, food costs and everyday pressures, rent has become a major factor pushing individuals and families into housing insecurity. The private rented sector is now carrying far more of that weight in our housing system than it ever was designed to do or has been asked to bear. And sadly, this has not happened by accident. It is the result of a long-standing failure to build enough social and affordable homes. Successive executives have not delivered at the scale required, and demand has inevitably spilled into the private sector. Many landlords in Northern Ireland are indeed small scale. I think very often they're looked at as if they are some kind of monolith, but often they own 1 or 2 properties, sometimes linked to retirement planning or family circumstances. And there is no single landlord profile and no universal framework that neatly fits every situation. But recognising that reality does not mean accepting unfair or unjustifiable rent increases. That is why a proportionate, evidence-based approach is essential. The Department's own work on rent regulation makes clear that there is no one-size-fits-all model that can simply be lifted from elsewhere and applied here in Northern Ireland. Crucially, it also warns that poorly designed rent controls in supply-constrained markets can reduce availability and investment, which ultimately could make things worse for tenants. It's kind of an inverse, perverse incentive. And at the same time, it is equally clear that tenants need stronger protection than currently exists. We absolutely support that. And those 2 points shouldn't be looked at as if they're in conflict. That is why we will support the introduction of a rent adjudicator. A rent adjudicator provides balance. It gives tenants a clear route to challenge excessive or unjustifiable increases, whilst allowing landlords to demonstrate where increases are reasonable and linked to genuine costs. It moves us away from blunt instruments and towards independent judgment, transparency and fairness. That is the right direction of travel, Mr Deputy Speaker, but it cannot be a sop or a substitute for delivering an ambitious programme for housing transformation. Turning to Amendment 1, it strengthens the motion we feel by grounding it in absolute reality. It recognises that existing measures alone are insufficient, not because of one single failure, but because demand continues to outstrip supply. It also correctly identifies insufficient capital investment in social housing as a key driver of rent inflation, and that matters, Mr Deputy Speaker. The pressure on rents is structural, not simply regulatory. Amendment 1 also calls for a review of the house sale scheme, and that is both reasonable and necessary. I think members, when we even come to these non-binding motions, need to remember we have around 14 months left of this mandate, and we need to be honest with people about what we actually can deliver. The scheme itself, absolutely, yes.
I thank the member given way. During my proposal, I referred to a previous attempt some 5 years ago in legislation to, I suppose, stop the right to buy in housing executive properties. Is he aware if legislation would be required to introduce a moratorium?
There's an extra minute.
I think that, and maybe the Minister can pick that up. I don't sit on the Department of Communities, but it's a really, really good question. And obviously, the member has some significant experience as a former Minister himself at a time. Bad one. The scheme itself, as I said, is not beyond reform. Its original policy intent was sound, supporting long-term tenants into home ownership and providing stability for families as a legitimate aim. The issue is how the scheme has worked in practice. Too often, homes sold under the scheme are lost from the social housing sector and not replaced like for like at all, and that point's already been made. And at a time of acute housing need, that indeed is a serious concern. The scheme can and should be strengthened so that where homes leave the social sector, they are replaced. We also need to be honest about what the scheme does and does not achieve. In the short term, and in most cases, the properties being purchased are already occupied by long-term tenants who would remain in those homes whether they buy it or not. The idea that the scheme frees up social housing in here and now simply does not reflect the reality on the ground, and I know that the rules have been changed over this past 10 years to reflect that and to capture and to, I suppose, fix an imperfect scheme. That's why we would rather than a blunt moratorium that there's a sensible course of action that has been hinted at in Amendment 1. It's also right to recognise the positive steps that have already been taken. The Minister's work on intermediate rent and affordable housing model is welcome and should be expanded. These schemes provide real options for the households who fall between social housing and the private rental market, and we need more of that ambition. And I'm really getting to the end of my time, Mr Deputy Speaker, so I'm just going to ask that people reflect on this. What is deliverable? Be honest with the people out there who we represent. We do have significant issues in our housing stock. It is my number one issue in my office in Lagan Valley, but I'm going to be honest with what we can deliver in the rest of this mandate. Thank you.
Call Shamil Holland.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I rise in support of this motion because affordable housing is a poverty issue, it's a mental health issue, it's a child wellbeing issue, and increasingly it's an equality of opportunity issue. For me, it's another clear example of why we need a government and with all departments working together to address what has become a serious societal crisis, and it's just like a loop on repeat. We don't need the Office for National Statistics Analysis to tell us that private rental accommodation in Northern Ireland has become less affordable since 2020 as rents increased more rapidly than pay. We hear it. We hear it from our constituents every single day, and like Mr Butler, that for me is week after week, month after month, the most common issue that is brought into my constituency office by a country mile. And in North Antrim, I regularly hear from people who are paying so much more in rent than they would on a mortgage, and yet are absolutely unable to access a secure, good quality home in the private rental sector. And in the north of my constituency, this pressure is particularly compounded by the loss of long-term private rental for short-term holiday accommodation. Homes that once housed local families are increasingly priced and repurposed away from local need. And I just want to be really clear, this is not about opposing tourism. When I mention that, tourism is vital to our economy. I live in a very tourist-centric town, but without regulation, unrestrained, short-term lets reduce supply, they drive up rents, and they force local people to compete for fewer homes. And this aspect alone is destroying communities across my constituency in North Antrim, amongst others. So maybe if the Minister in his response could confirm whether he's had any conversations with local councils about this issue recently, that would be really, really helpful, just as a quick update. Fuel poverty is also a key issue in this picture, particularly in the private rental sector. So many renters are living in poorly insulated, energy inefficient homes with little power or capacity to be able to improve them. And too often landlords won't invest in energy efficiency, leaving tenants hit twice. So once by their high rents and another by their high energy bills, both of which directly feed into poverty. And I hear from constituents all the time that, particularly younger renters and their families, that they would never challenge poor conditions or unsafe repairs for fear of evictions or sudden rent increases. So housing instability is one of the most significant stressors a person can face, and when it becomes widespread, it doesn't just harm the individual, it places additional strain on our health services. We've all had people coming in, I would imagine, with health issues relating to mould in rental properties. It places additional strain on our homelessness systems, on emergency accommodation, all of which are costly reactive responses to a problem that should be prevented rather than constantly being reacted to. And overlay all of this, all of what we have talked about, with housing policy being unable to keep pace with reality. The continued loss of social housing stock, which many of us have mentioned already, intensifies pressure right across the system. And I understand, as Ms Cameron mentioned, the opportunity to buy your own home and how important that is. But how can that be justified at a time when the housing crisis has been driven by not enough homes being built, at a time when social housing stock has been sold off and not replaced? Every social home lost doesn't just disappear, it reappears as pressure elsewhere, and that's why the call in this motion for robust third generation rent controls alongside stronger tenant protection matters. And as my colleague Ms Armstrong outlined, we support practical, achievable reforms, an affordable rent triple lock to stop damaging rent hikes and end to no-fault evictions, so renters can put down routes, limits on short-term holiday lets, as I've said, to protect those homes for members of the community, and a statutory housing ombudsman to at least look at the viability of one, with the powers that would be needed to uphold standards and protect tenants when things go wrong. Regardless of what happens, the direction of travel needs to change immediately, because housing is not just a commodity, it is the foundation of people's lives, and it is a human rights issue. So anything that we can do within our scope at this moment in time, I think has to be prioritised.
McAllister.
Thank you, Principal. Deputy Speaker. I thank the members for bringing forward this motion today. It's not often that I get the opportunity to speak in issues outside my portfolio, given just the volume of motions and debates that come up on health. But such is the importance of this issue and its impact in my constituency in North Belfast, I did want to touch on some aspects here today. I join all of the MLAs in this chamber who have already expressed their frustration around the lack of affordable housing, whether it's getting onto the property ladder as a first-time buyer or renting or in social housing. In my constituency in North Belfast, we have a growing demand for housing, and areas that have seen houses sell for under £200,000, you'd be hard-pressed to find anything even close to that now in just a few short years. Rent is a necessity, it's not a luxury, and so it should be treated as such. For as long as people cannot get onto the property ladder, people will need to rent. And there enters the lack of regulation and issues that we see when it comes to some, and I must stress some, landlords. The ability to increase rents at short notice or as much as possible, the lack of repairs, the list goes on, not just for private landlords, but for the Northern Ireland Housing Executive too. Where there are loopholes and opportunities within a system, there will be those few who will abuse it and destroy it for as many as possible. As well as first-time buyers, we also have people turning to rent who should be availing of social homes. We all know the story, we hear it every day in our constituency offices, people that are on waiting lists for a social home. We have many single parents, mostly in my instance, mothers who have 1, 2, 3 children waiting for a social home, but yet having to turn to private rent. Rent that in areas in my constituency is over £900 per calendar month. That is simply not affordable. We're also seeing these £900+ per calendar month for rent for those who are unable to get on the property ladder, can't get approved for mortgages, but can get approved for homes to pay rent for £900. I also want to touch on the aspect of Airbnbs and holiday rentals. This isn't just an issue that is creeping up along the North Coast. I understand that they have a far worse crisis than we do, especially in my constituency, but it's still relevant to the residents that affects. In North Belfast, we have had many complaints about absentee landlords who own and rent Airbnbs, landlords who allow ridiculous behaviours from tenants, torturing local residents, and even with no licensing from Belfast City Council, the rentals continue. My colleagues who sit in the Communities Committee have also already outlined the steps that Alliance would take, whether that's ensuring that there is a freeze on the house sales scheme, or ensuring that we do have proper tenancy imposed to reflect legitimate and defined increases in costs for landlords, but also the scoping exercise for a possible new housing ombudsman. Supporting any initiative to address the lack of affordable housing, social housing and rental increases is important for everyone's constituency, and I thank the members today for bringing forward the motion. As has been outlined by my colleagues, we won't be supporting the first amendment that is on the list today, but we do look forward to hearing from the Minister in actions that he would take to address this housing crisis. Thank you.
Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. No one in this House can deny that rents are rising sharply and that families across Northern Ireland are being squeezed. In my constituency, young couples cannot get started, families are stuck in temporary accommodation, and working people are spending an even greater share of their wages just to keep a roof over their heads. But this motion completely misdiagnoses the main cause driving up rents. For me, it comes down to supply and demand. One of the main reasons we cannot build in Northern Ireland is Northern Ireland Water, and that is then creating the demand. We do not simply have the supply to meet the demand. Happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way and his critique of our motion. I don't dispute what the member has said in terms of factors such as supply, the role of water infrastructure and that. Will the member acknowledge that as an opposition we have brought numerous motions on both those very issues to the Assembly over the past couple of years as well?
An extra minute.
I do acknowledge that, Mr Durkin, and I intend to use my time to reinforce that issue, but I do make acknowledgement that the opposition has brought motions on that before. We heard the Sinn Féin speaker, when she got to her feet, blame the Brits, just like her own minister, but ignores the reality that it's her minister that resides over the failure in Northern Ireland Water. There are currently 73 wastewater treatment works at capacity. Developers are now paying out of their own pocket for makeshift engineering fixes just to free up capacity. When those efforts fall short, ordinary people are left in the lurch. Let's look at a real live case I have in Northampton at the minute. Back in July 2025, the Minister said that Cullyback is served by Ballymena Wastewater Treatment Works, which currently has available capacity to facilitate development. Sounds good. Therefore, Northern Ireland Water have no plans to upgrade this wastewater treatment works. January 2026, due to the level of wastewater constraints within this area of Cullyback, this is a closed catchment to all new developments. The severity of the issue also means that it is not possible for the developers to undertake any mitigation measures such as storm water offsetting to achieve connection. The only way the developers will be able to achieve a connection is when Northern Ireland Water undertakes an upgrade to the downstream wastewater infrastructure. Northern Ireland Water currently has no plans to undertake the required upgrade to our wastewater infrastructure. So essentially, that area of my constituency, closed. Minister doesn't want to know, and that is a major problem that adds to the backlog. The next issue I want to cover is HMOs, who are adding further strain to the demand and supply. Members may not want to face up to it, but houses of multiple occupancy are pushing up rents in working class areas and hollowing out settled communities. The current centralised system is outdated and detached from local reality. Local councils must own the responsibility for HMOs in their own areas. Then there is another issue this motion avoids, and that is asylum accommodation. We are housing asylum seekers in hotels and private properties at taxpayers' expense, while failing to build enough social houses for our own people.
Mr Gaston, I've given considerable latitude here. Could we return to the social housing affordability?
And it is a case, and that's where I'm coming to, Deputy Speaker, that the company at the centre of this is Mears, a government contractor hoovering up housing stock right across Northern Ireland, which then leads to the supply and demand issue once again. So the more houses that Mears hoover up, the less houses for local people to avail of. That in turn pushes up the rents in other areas. In May, this executive told me that there was currently 288 asylum seekers being housed in hotels. That is not a compassionate policy. It is a reckless mismanagement that shrinks housing supply,
Mr Gaston,
drives up rents,
Mr Gaston, you'll stop when I stand. If that's the only way I can do it, then that's how I will do it. Can we return to social housing affordability?
Deputy Speaker. Absolutely, Deputy Speaker. And as I said in my last breath, that reckless mismanagement that shrinks the housing supply, drives up rents and fuels tensions. Instead of confronting that reality, members opposite want to impose so-called third-generation rent controls. And what of where the SDLP also want to take us? Would we be better off under Dublin? That is their long-term goal. Average rents south of the border in Dublin are now currently €2,000 a month. House prices are currently beyond the reach of ordinary working people. We have challenges here, absolutely, but we need to look and confront the reality of that. Unless we get our wastewater infrastructure right, we're always going to have this problem. Demand is greater than supply. We need to get the supply right, and that can only come through our wastewater infrastructure.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And just to say, in response to the previous speaker, it's landlords who are pushing up rents, not students or asylum seekers. I support this motion, Deputy Speaker, because it does raise two important demands: a moratorium on the house sales scheme and rent control, which is long overdue. I won't be supporting either amendment because I think they weaken the demands of the motion. I don't think we need another exploration of options or another review. We need urgent and radical action. That's what people are crying out for. I certainly support the proposal in the Sinn Féin amendment to have a body to regulate the private rental sector, but it weakens the motion with the removal of rent controls. So this housing emergency, Deputy Speaker, is a perfect storm. Private rents are skyrocketing and housing insecurity is at crisis levels. Landlords can evict tenants to hike rents or as a retaliation for requesting basic repairs, which happens on the regular. The social housing waiting list grows longer by the day, and at current construction rates, it'll take 60 years to clear it. 60 years. And in the middle of all this, the Housing Executive continues to sell off its best quality housing stock. And I do understand why people in my constituency or elsewhere would want to buy their housing executive home. It gives stability and security in a very turbulent housing market. But if enough social housing, Deputy Speaker, isn't being built simultaneously, this policy is a recipe for disaster. The figures speak for themselves. In 1981, 2 in 5 people live in a housing executive home. 2 in 5 people. By 2020, it was just 1 in 10. So the housing sales scheme is a major reason for our social housing stock being decimated. And the most outrageous part of this, Deputy Speaker, is that many homes sold through this scheme haven't stayed in ownership of the families who need them. They've ended up in the hands of private landlords. And in 2019, around a quarter of houses sold were being rented out privately. I don't even know today's numbers. I suspect it's even higher. It's a tragedy that the Housing Executive is losing its best homes to private landlords while working class families wait years for housing. And while selling off desperately needed homes, the Housing Executive is needlessly evicting grieving tenants through its cruel succession policy. The motion calls for third generation rent controls, and I welcome the debate. And other parties, including the SDLP and executive parties, have finally embraced rent control, but weak third-generation rent controls won't cut it, Deputy Speaker. They only apply to people in tenancy, only apply to in-tenancy increases, and without a no-fault eviction ban, nothing stops profiting landlords evicting tenants to hike rents. Last week on the No Show, the Communities Minister quoted a Swedish economist who claimed that rent controls destroy cities, and rather than quoting neoliberal orthodoxy like it's gospel, the Minister should listen to his own constituents who can't afford to keep a roof over their head. He should also listen to housing experts, including housing rates, who argue that opposition to rent controls relies on oversimplified economic models that treat housing like a competitive commodity, which isn't working. Rent controls clearly work. It works for renters. Landlords don't like it because they will be out of pocket. Vienna has rent ceilings and the lowest housing costs in Western Europe. Stockholm's tenant unions negotiates for its 500,000 members, and rents there would be 68% higher without rent controls in place. Berlin's rent break keeps cost at £13.09 per square metre versus London's £37. Catalonia recently won rent controls and rents fell by around 9% last year. And maybe the Minister defends landlords because so many of his party colleagues are landlords, and in fact 1 in 5 MLAs at least in this chamber are landlords as well. And I think it's outrageous that people profiteering from the system are allowed to legislate and vote on housing policy. We need rent controls that actually reduce rents, Deputy Speaker, and do end the social housing fire sale scheme and a massive programme of social house building. Working class communities didn't create this crisis, but they're paying for it, and the executive must stop making it worse. That's of course not to mention the at least 20,000 empty homes across this north, and it could be indeed actually much higher. Thank you.
Members, I now call on the Minister for Communities to respond to the Minister. You'll have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I want to thank the proposer of the motion and all of those who have contributed to today's debate. I fully recognise the depth of concern expressed by members about rising rents. It's something that I've experienced week after week in my own constituency with those coming to me. As recently as Friday, I was dealing with someone who has gone through that experience and left her and her family in a very difficult situation. So it's something that we're all aware of. We all know about the problem that exists, and so I'm not going to go over the facts and figures that have been rightly provided by other members in the Assembly today. But it is true that the private rented sector has experienced strong and sustained rental growth. And what has that been driven by primarily? It has been driven by a shortage of available properties. And that is the issue that we face. It is one of supply. Now, that doesn't mean that we haven't taken action to address issues around affordability. In April last year, I brought forward legislation restricting rent increases to once in any 12-month period, with a requirement for 3 months written notice. And this provides important protections for tenants by offering certainty and preventing multiple or unexpected rent increases within a short time frame. Let me touch upon one of the issues that has been replicated in the motion and the amendments today, and that is in relation to rent controls. Now, a report commissioned by my department on rent freezes, known as first-generation rent controls, however, clearly outlined the potential negative impacts of these types of controls on the sector. And in particular, the report highlighted the risk that a large proportion of landlords may exit the private rental market, and this would result in a drop in supply of private rented properties in an already stretched market. And, as Mr Carroll referred to earlier on, I have quoted before the UN Rapporteur on Housing, who came to this building, and he quoted famous, perhaps the most famous Swedish economist, Assar Lindbeck, who famously said that rent controls appear to be the most efficient technique presently known to destroy a city except for bombing. I think that tells you all that you need to know. The Welsh Government completed its own research and agreed with this assessment and has rejected outright rent controls as they would deter investment and risk reducing supply. There's more. The Republic of Ireland and Scotland have continued with versions of first-generation rent controls, and reviews have highlighted impacts such as increased initial rents for new tenants, reductions in property maintenance, and reduced new supply, especially of build-to-rent type homes. The clear lesson from these experiences is that addressing housing supply across all tenures is the single most important challenge for the long-term sustainability of the rental sector. Now, I know that this is not the first time that the issue of rent control has been discussed in the Assembly, and it is worth noting that I did ask Mr Carroll over a year ago to provide the evidence that he said that he had, that first-generation rent control policies work. I am waiting on that. I think I'll be waiting on that for some time. I'll give way to Mr Durkin.
I appreciate the member giving way. He spent a couple of minutes now dismissing first-generation rent controls. Our motion clearly calls for consideration of the introduction of third-generation ones. And I don't know if he has any quotes from any economists on the continuation of the right to buy scheme and what any economist would think of that.
And I am able to read. I saw what your motion is referring to, but there's been a wider discussion on rent controls, and in particular, the Sinn Féin position isn't about third-generation rent controls. It says in the amendment that it wants robust rent controls. So I do have the right. I do have the right to reply to other parties in this chamber, Mr Durkin. It's not all about you and your motion. I think it's right that we have that debate. No, I'm sorry, I did give you a year. I did give the member a year to come back to me, and he didn't take me up on that. So I'm going to move on. But I was referring to the Sinn Féin amendment, why I'll not be supporting it this evening, because one of the other issues that it wants to see happen is establishing a body to regulate the rental sector, and I have trouble with that simply because of the cost. and I'm not aware of any attempt by those who have called for such a body to be established to quantify these costs or explain where the money would come from, and perhaps Minding Up Sinn Féin will provide that information. But for comparison, the Irish Residential Tenancies Board cost €32 million in 2024, and I think we know the situation regarding rents in the Republic of Ireland, and we would wonder whether that would be good value for money, but I'm happy to hear from the party opposite when they respond. But constrained housing supply will always place pressure on the private rented sector first. That's why I'm committed to a balanced approach, protecting tenants while safeguarding investment and supply. And I am focused on delivering more affordable homes across Northern Ireland. That's exactly what the housing supply strategy does. We have a target of 100,000 homes over the next 15 years, including 33,000 social homes. Now, meeting this ambition will be essential for people who rely on access to social housing and cannot depend on the private rented sector, which is not suitable for everyone. And following December monitoring, the budget for new social housing in this financial year is around £207 million. That will deliver 1,750 new starts this year. And in cash terms, this is the largest ever allocation of budget to the programme. But I'm also taking forward a fundamental review of both grant support and design standards to ensure we're delivering the most appropriate value for money homes and more social homes per pound from the department's budget. And it is imperative that the Executive also commits to doing everything it can to ensuring that sufficient budget can be allocated to the social housing development programme as early as possible in order to give us the best chance of achieving our programme for government target. I've sought a commitment from the Executive to provide sufficient funds for that programme in line with its programme for government commitment so that we can deliver 5,850 new social housing starts within the mandate. Let me talk about the housing sales scheme, which has undoubtedly been very successful in providing people in Northern Ireland who might not otherwise have been able to buy with an affordable route into home ownership. Now, whilst this has changed the tenure of those homes, I believe the sales scheme has and still does offer a valuable opportunity for those living in the social sector to acquire and remain in their home. House sales completed through the scheme have steeply declined since 2011, albeit with a small increase in recent years. So we aren't talking any longer about the many thousands of homes sold during the early years of the scheme. But whilst I believe that the Housing Executive Statutory House Sales Scheme should be retained, I do acknowledge that some changes may be necessary to protect certain types of social housing for future generations. And it's for that reason that I've recently agreed that the Housing Executive should launch a public consultation on several amendments it has proposed to its sales scheme. Following the consultation, any changes to the scheme will require the Department's approval. But some of those amendments will be around the sale of adapted or accessible dwellings, which have been subject to major adaptations, the extension of the duration of the option to purchase provision from 10 years to 20 years, so that social housing providers will have first refusal for up to 20 years post-sale should the property owner decide to sell the property. It would exclude the sale of flats and leasehold properties, and the resale to former leaseholders of sold flats that have been reacquired by the Housing Executive, and to exclude periods of time spent as a secure tenant in a registered housing association dwelling for the purposes of the calculation of discount. We'll give way to Mr. Butler.
I thank the Minister for giving way, because this is a particular bugbear of mine in regard to what we often term as pensioners' bungalows. One of the things is I know that they can no longer be bought by the tenant, but I still don't think we're building enough of that. We're this desire to build more apartments and flats. Is there any? Are we looking at single-storey pensioner-type dwellings?
Mr. Deputy Speaker, it's important that we build the homes that are actually needed in the places that they are actually needed. So absolutely, we look at those sorts of accommodation, and he'll be aware in particular of what's provided in terms of over 55s. I'm not sure if he's quite in that. He's nearly 55, Mr. Deputy Speaker, so that interest can be properly declared. But I think that is a commitment to making sure that we can retain the housing sales scheme, but also make sure that it is appropriate and that we're not losing out in the way that some people fear that we might. Mr Deputy Speaker, just to refer now to some of the comments that were made during the debate that I haven't addressed yet, and I couldn't help but pick up on Mr Durkin's comment about my desire to do things differently. And I hope that members can see, whether you like it or not, that we are doing some things differently in the department with regards to housing policy. We have brought in, and we will see the benefits of it within the next year, of the intermediate rent policy. I'm glad that Mr Durkin is supportive of that, because I want to see that ramped up even further and for us to use more financial transactions capital in order to achieve that. We have tried to deal with the temporary accommodation issues by using housing executive reserves to buy homes, so that we can save £75 million over the next 7 years. We've ring-fenced budget homelessness provision, which has not been done before. I've brought forward a housing supply strategy so that we do have that joined up work. We have got a programme for government commitment on housing. Next week, I will be bringing to the Executive a paper on how we can better utilise public land. We have made significant progress in terms of revitalisation of the Northern Ireland Housing Executive. I've made changes in terms of the Housing Association rate so that we can go further and make changes to the design guide, which was something housing associations were calling for and which can reduce the cost of building social homes. We have also invested £153 million of financial transactions capital on co-ownership. So Mr Durkin scoffs and shakes his head, but these are things that have been done differently. These are things that are being done for the first time, and these are things that will benefit people in Northern Ireland. Well, he rolled his eyes when I first started on some of these achievements, but I hope, and I'll certainly give way if he would like to tell us how much he welcomes the changes that are being brought in and how we are doing things differently. Time is running short, so I will respond to Shannon Mulholland, and she raised a legitimate point around issues that are being faced, in particular in the North Coast, around tourism lets. That is something that is being dealt with through the housing supply strategy, but also something that councils have an opportunity and responsibility to act on as well through local development plans and the planning process, and that's something that will also be taken forward in terms of actions from the housing supply strategy. Noel McAllister is taking part in the debate today, and that's welcomed, and she says she doesn't normally stray away from her health portfolio, but of course she will recognise this is a health issue as well. It certainly is the case that many of these issues directly impact upon the health and well-being of our people, and she is right to raise those issues as well. And finally, just to touch on the points that Mr Gaston made, in particular the point around Northern Ireland Water. It absolutely is the case that if we are to make progress and make sure that we have more homes across all tenures in Northern Ireland, we need to make sure that we have the capacity. We stand ready to work with the Infrastructure Minister and indeed I stand ready to work with the whole Executive in order to deal with this, because lack of progress around this area is holding up development and is preventing more homes being built, and it's something that needs to be got on top of, and I have highlighted that as something that should be a priority for the Executive. So what do we need to do? We need to deliver a housing system that provides security, affordability and high standards. We need to address pressures in the private rented sector without undermining supply, and I can assure this House that I will continue to focus on practical solutions to increase supply while improving protections for tenants, because stability and affordability go hand in hand. I think that we have got considerable evidence of progress that has been made, but I believe there's far more that needs to be made, and I look forward to working with Executive colleagues and others in this chamber to make sure that we deliver on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I now call on Colin Gildernew to wind on amendment number 2, and you have up to 5 minutes.
And I want to start off by thanking members for bringing forward this motion on such a hugely important issue. The lack of housing supply has caused house prices and private rents to skyrocket in recent years, with rents rising by over 50% in the last decade, far beyond the rate of inflation and crucially far beyond the growth in household incomes. What this means in practice is that rents have become unaffordable for many renters, with many struggling households falling below the poverty line as a result. This situation is unsustainable, and we need to see more support delivered to renters, both in the immediate short term but also in the longer term. The root cause of this problem is the lack of housing supply, so we urgently need to see more homes being built. The housing supply strategy sets an ambitious target of at least 100,000 new homes over the next 15 years, with 1/3 of these being social homes. It's absolutely vital that we start meeting that target from now, or else we will end up with a target that can't be achieved in later years. We have debated many times in this chamber the steps needed to be taken in terms of meeting the target for social homes. I appreciate the underfunding of the executive by the British Government has made this a difficult task. However, I do want to welcome the decision by the Finance Minister to prioritise social housing, both in recent monitoring rounds and in his draft multi-year budget, where he has allocated £423 million for social housing over the next 4 years. However, we also need to see the revitalisation of the housing executive progressed, which would give them the power to borrow against their assets, allowing them to build more homes. And I would appreciate if the Minister at some point could give an update on that revitalisation piece, and also some further detail on when he expects to publish the first action plan of the housing supply strategy. Concordia, we also need to do more to protect renters from unfair rent increases. The Private Tenancies Act, brought forward by Deirdre Hargey during her time as Minister, ushered in significant protections, such as the limiting of rent increases to once a year. Now is the time to build on that by exploring other forms of rent controls, learning from other jurisdictions which have successfully introduced such measures. It is also deeply regrettable that the British Government has decided to freeze the local housing allowance rates for the upcoming year. This decision will undoubtedly make it harder for renters on low incomes to sustain their tenancies, pushing more people into the social sector and further increasing homelessness levels. The Minister will be acutely aware of the already unacceptably high numbers of people who are currently homeless and the extreme pressures on organisations providing support under the Supporting People programme. Homelessness prevention should be prioritised going forward, and I look forward to working with the Minister on this issue, as I hope to bring forward my homelessness prevention bill to the floor of the Assembly in the near future. The motion before us today calls on the Minister to introduce a moratorium on the house sale scheme known as the Right to Buy. Sinn Féin believes this is a necessary step needed to stabilise our existing social housing stock. It is counterintuitive to be saying on one hand that we must do all we can to build more social and affordable homes in order to reduce the waiting list, while at the same time we continue to sell off hundreds of social homes per year under the house sales scheme. A moratorium, or indeed, better still, the outright ending of the right to buy, is now imperative if we want to get to grips with this housing crisis. The sooner the Minister recognises that fact, the better, because the longer he delays making that decision, the worse off we will all be in the long run. I also want to take with this opportunity directly to the Minister the huge amount of concern around his decision to reduce the Housing Association grant. The report produced recently by NIFA, Federation for Housing Associations, states the vast majority of housing schemes in places like Belfast and Lisburn may become unviable, and that this will impact heavily on the number of homes being built. So it would be helpful if the Minister could share with members the data his information holds, which supports his assertion that this change will actually lead to more homes being built. And I'll conclude my remarks there.
Thank you. And I call Maurice Bradley to wind on amendment number 1. You've also up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I rise to speak to your amendment, which is grounded in a simple proposition. If we are serious about stabilising rents and improving affordability, we must address not only demand pressures in the private rented sector, but also the policy choices that are steadily shrinking the supply of genuinely affordable homes. Members across the House during the debate have recognised the sharp rise in private rents, the strain that places on working households, families and those on fixed incomes. Where this amendment adds value is by connecting the rent crisis to one of its structural drivers: insufficient capital investment in social housing, which pushes more and more people into the private rented sector and intensifies competition for a limited supply. In that context, our call for a review of the house sales scheme is a practical, targeted step. It asks the Minister to examine whether current arrangements are unintentionally reducing social stock, weakening the system's capacity to absorb need and ultimately contributing to rent inflation. This is not an ideological point, it is a stabilisation measure. It is about ensuring that public housing assets are managed in a way that protects affordability, supports housing security and reduces upward pressure on rents while the Executive works to increase overall supply. However, lack of infrastructure investment sees the construction industry willing and able to build, but they are shackled in taking projects forward through lack of water, wastewater and sewage, adding further strain on an increasing social housing stock available. I also highlight the increasing number of former housing executive properties being bought up by speculators to become private rented accommodation or HMOs. Like other MLAs, my office has a massive caseload of constituents seeking housing. But living on the North Coast exacerbates the problem that exists across Northern Ireland. It does so in a monumental way, forcing the Indigenous population out of their own community and seeking properties elsewhere. Mr. Speaker, I commend our amendment to the House and ask for support.
Thank you. Call Cara Hunter to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I really welcome this discussion here today. Although it is a discussion I'm sad that we have to continue to have right across this House. We have different political beliefs, we come from different backgrounds, but I think that housing is the one issue that really unites us. We really recognise the suffering in our communities, the significant distress that it causes people that we meet each and every day. And I believe we do have a shared desire to see this issue resolved, albeit we all have different reasons or pathways to try and get there. With rents rising every day, our constituents desperately ask, where do we go from here? As of March 2025, over 49,000 households are currently waiting for social housing. This is the highest in over a decade. Every day, children are spending their childhoods, their Christmases, their birthdays in hostels, and I know that this is something each and every one of us across this House never want to see, and its continuation is truly unforgivable. Homelessness creates a sense of hopelessness, and right now over 10,000 households are viewed as homeless in Northern Ireland. 2 families in my constituency recently faced homelessness in the week of Christmas, and in my now nearly 6 years of being an MLA, this is undoubtedly one of the most emotional cases that I have certainly ever worked on. 2 families, one of which had 7 children, and the other a single mother of 2 girls, were just traumatised by the delay in getting access to adequate housing. And even the imagery and how they described putting up a small Christmas tree inside a hostel, I think would move anybody. It was very emotional listening to the stress that they have experienced, and I wouldn't wish it on anybody. And those are the people that we're talking about today with this issue. Rent affordability in my constituency, as mentioned by other members across this House, continues to be really pricing people out of the very communities and streets that they grew up and were raised in, eroding a sense of community almost entirely. We know all too well the impact of this in East Derry. From Castle Rock to Portrush, Portstewart or Port Ballantrae, many of which are just completely unrecognisable at this point due to second home ownership, which has shot up so sharply over the past number of years, leaving locals who I grew up with forced to move their families from support networks and familiarity in which they grew up in. We need more social housing immediately also, and I'll just move to some members' comments across this House and do my best to get as many in as possible. Pam Cameron mentioned that the cost of living is playing a profound role on potential buyers, and particularly young couples, from being able to save for a deposit, which is already an extremely stressful time. Ciara Ferguson, who I note does great work at the Homelessness APG, talked about the importance of security, peace and dignity that comes with having a stable life when you're inside a home. There's something that everybody wants, but thousands are currently in acute need. And I agree wholeheartedly about the impact of mental health on those who are currently experiencing homelessness. Kelly Armstrong articulated the anxiety that so many feel when wondering will they have a roof over their heads with unaffordable rent. It can feel suffocating and can cause significant distress. And she also echoed concerns about coastal homes, followed by Ms Mulholland, who stated how we hear every day about this issue, and we share beautiful coastal constituencies, which also means the downside of our local people are struggling and suffering due to really no regulation, data or monitoring when it comes to coastal homes. And the Minister for Communities will be no stranger to me torturing him about this issue, so I welcome any movement from his department in engagement, particularly with the Causeway Coast and Glens Council, as this issue it just continues to impact businesses, schools and particularly local families and young families starting out who want to have a home and have a stable life. Robbie Butler mentioned that this didn't happen in isolation. This is an outcome of successive executives who have contributed to the issue when it comes to a lack of available social housing, and we need to be honest about what is deliverable in the coming months within this mandate. Timothy touched on the importance of the NI water issue and the importance of wastewater infrastructure, and again articulating around the young couples want to get on their feet, and that's so important to be highlighted here today. And Mr Carroll voiced actually one of the most profound lines in the entire debate, which is working class people didn't create this crisis, but sadly will suffer most because of it. And I think that really summarises this entire debate here today. I think it's so important. We're very blessed to be in the position that we are in. We have the very capacity to put to this House today some of the concerns of our constituents, but also articulate where we could find some solutions. And we in the SDLP, well, we do find it deeply regrettable that the housing situation has been allowed to deteriorate. We're bringing forward practical solutions and the importance of robust rent controls and supply and rebuilding. We would encourage other members across this House today to support our motion, and would encourage all of us to continue in these debates around these issues and to really find a way forward to ensure that each and every family, regardless of who they are or where they live, have each and every right to a safe and happy home. Thank you.
Thank you. Members, before I put the question on amendment number 1, I would remind you that if made, it will not put the question on amendment number 2. So the question is that amendment number 1, standing in the names of Maurice Bradley and Pam Cameron, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. Okay, clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Members, order members, order members. Order members. For those who have not done so, take a seat. Members, the question is that Amendment number 1, standing in the name of Maurice Bradley and Pam Cameron, be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it, possible. Do we have tellers? Members, order members, order members, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Pam Cameron and Maurice Bradley. Tellers for the noes are Mark Durkin and Cara Hunter. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Doors. Members, order, members. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
76 members voted, 29 members voted aye, 47 members voted no. The amendment falls.
Members, the amendment falls. Unfasten the doors. Members, this brings me to amendment number 2. The question is that amendment number 2, standing in the names of Ciara Ferguson, Colin Gildernew and Sinead Ennis, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Think the ayes have it? Okay. I have been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27 1AB, order members, the there is agreement that we could dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Order, members. Members. Order, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin Gildernew and Ciara Ferguson. Tellers for the noes are Pam Cameron, Morris Bradley. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide ayes to my right and noes to my left. The doors. Members, order members. Thank you. Clerk, please read the result.
76 members voted, 46 members voted aye, 30 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Members, the amendment is agreed. So we move to the next question, which is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. The ayes have it. Okay, members, it's been advised by party whips that in accordance with Standing Order 27(1)(ab), that there is agreement we can dispense with the 3 minutes and move straight to the division. So I now call for tellers. Do we have tellers? Members, order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Ciara Ferguson and Sinead McLaughlin. Tellers for the noes, Pam Cameron, Keith Buchanan. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left.
Yours.
Members? Thank you, members. Clerk, please read the result.
73 members voted, 45 members voted aye, 28 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
Members, the motion as amended is carried. Unfasten the doors. Could I ask members to also take their ease before we change the table for the next item on the order paper? Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the next item of business is a motion from the opposition on delivering a successful Fleadh. Clerk, could you please read out the motion?
That this Assembly welcomes the forthcoming hosting of Fleadh in Belfast, recognises the significant cultural, social and economic opportunities presented by the Fleadh, including increased tourism, support for local businesses and the promotion of traditional music and culture, acknowledges the potential for the Fleadh to bring communities together and to promote inclusion, shared cultural participation and mutual understanding, and affirms its commitment to working with relevant partners to ensure the delivery of a safe, inclusive and successful Fleadh that leaves a positive and lasting legacy for Belfast and communities across Northern Ireland.
Thank you. I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion. Matthew?
So moved.
Okay. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 8 minutes will be added to the total time of the debate. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. After a day of heated debate and sometimes fairly oppositional and indeed heated debate, I hope and trust that we can have a debate on something that can hopefully unify us, not just unify us around an issue that is simple, but actually inspire us, unify us in our diversity and allow us to celebrate the diversity of the cultural traditions in this part of the world, on this island and indeed further afield. Fleadh has never been staged in Belfast before. This year is the 75th anniversary of the Fleadh. Just once it's come north of the border before in an extraordinarily successful trip to Derry in 2013 when Derry was the city of culture. That was an extraordinary experience for anybody who participated in it, for the performers and attendees. I myself happened to be in Derry at that time. In fact, I was on a holiday nearby and I had some English friends with me, and I insisted that we all go and experience and soak up the atmosphere in Derry that week in August. And to say it was inspiring and enjoyable is the understatement of the century. The Fleadh in Derry was just amazing. And part of why it was amazing was that you saw the amazing richness of Irish traditional culture, dance, traditional music, language, and all of that cultural diversity. But also we had, as part of that, participation of the Apprentice Boys and more broadly the band tradition in this part of the island. That's what gave it a particular note of resonance and, in a sense, what made it so inspiring. We have the opportunity to repeat that success in Belfast, but not just repeat it, no offence to Derry, but do even more. Too often in this part of the world, it goes without saying, and I don't want to labour this point, but it is important to say that culture, how we express ourselves, how we express what makes our communities, our sense of place, and how we express that sense of belonging through art, music, song, can all too often in this part of the world be a source of division or at least political debate. Mr Deputy Speaker, it doesn't have to be. It really, really doesn't have to be. We don't live actually in the real world. Most people do not live in a world of cultural binaries. They live in a world where they embrace the richness of their own cultural inheritance and the world more broadly. On this island, we have an extraordinary and unique cultural inheritance stretching across Irish traditional music, the language, song, including an integral and important part of it are the cultural inheritance, part of which is the band tradition in this part of the island, and indeed some of the things that are going to be celebrated tomorrow in the speakers' event around Burns Day and the Scots tradition. Fleadh na hÉireann will have hundreds of thousands of people attending this city. The current estimate is there will be 800,000, but it could be up to 1 million people arriving in the city. That's going to have an extraordinary economic impact for people and businesses in Belfast. It's an extraordinary tourism opportunity. I welcome the fact the Economy Minister is here to talk about it. It's 50, as well as being 75 years since the first Fleadh, first All-Ireland Fleadh, it's 50 years since the first branch of Cultus Kiltory Éireann was set up in Ards. It's not the first branch, but the first branch in this part of the world, and they have spearheaded, along with other agencies, delivering it, and will be spearheading delivering it in Belfast. There are specific issues that will need to be worked through by statutory authorities. We won't be dividing on Mr. Carroll's amendment. I think he draws attention to some important points that people will be thinking about. It's important that we get this right. We maximise the economic opportunities, but also we maximise the extraordinary cultural opportunities that that the Fleadh can bring to us. Our party, and I hope other parties, but particularly at the core of the DNA, our party, is a belief in celebrating difference, not being imprisoned by a belief that difference has to divide, but a belief that difference isn't just natural, it can be wonderful and inspirational. There is an album for any music lovers out there, and obviously we're talking about the Fleadh, so hopefully there are lots of music lovers in the chamber. Van Morrison produced an album in 1988 called Irish Heartbeat. Van Morrison, who was born about half a mile from here in Orangefield, which he recorded with the Chieftains, and he records a version of I Tell Me Ma, which was a very famous Irish folk song associated with this part of the world. And about 2/3 of the way through, Matt Malloy, the famous flautist with the Chieftains, starts playing a reel, and the reel is the sash, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And if you ever listen to that bit of music,
thank you.
It's inspiring, and it can be inspiring. Culture can bring us together in its diversity. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to finish that thought, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I really appreciate it.
Thank you very much indeed. And I thank you on Jerry Carroll to move the amendment. Jerry?
So moved, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Jerry. You will have 5 minutes to propose and 3 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 3 minutes. Please open the debate on the amendment. Jerry.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the members opposite for bringing the motion. There's no doubt that Fleadh na hÉireann is a fantastic, world-renowned cultural event for people who love traditional Irish music and culture more generally. It is a real positive, Deputy Speaker, that this amazing event is coming to Belfast and bringing with it, I wrote tens of thousands of people, but obviously it's going to be hundreds of thousands of people and maybe touching 1 million if the previous speaker is correct, and others. This is a real chance, Deputy Speaker, to showcase, despite the problems, historic and contemporary in the city, that we have a rich tapestry of music, culture, and for the most part we are a welcoming city, and across the north mostly a welcoming region. My amendment is an attempt to strengthen this motion and ensure that the experience for everyone at the Fleadh is the best it can be, both for performers and the public more generally. Too often in this place, Deputy Speaker, we have executive parties doing a song and dance about sport or cultural events that come here. They want the press or publicity. Don't begrudge them that, but they don't want to implement the measures needed to make sure that these events can be enhanced and improved for spectators, participants, or people who attend them. So this is, as I mentioned, the second time the Fleadh will be in the north, and I think there's an application submitted for it to be in Belfast in next year, if all goes well. And I wanted to say, Gorum Mila Magat and Cultus Kiltory na hÉireann, for their briefing ahead of this motion. They've mentioned some issues that I want to draw attention to, Deputy Speaker. They've stated that the event needs to be inclusive and enduring, and that depends on continued investment in the cultural infrastructure and organisations that make the Fleadh possible, and I want to echo that indeed. And part of my amendment deals with this today, Deputy Speaker. I've referred to the hiking of prices before sporting and cultural events taking place. We know that the golf tournament that took place over the summer in Portrush, people were forced to pay an eye-watering sum, a fortune, to stay in temporary in accommodation. And part of this, Deputy Speaker, is because we have the overusage of homes through Airbnb and other apps, and it was referred to in the previous debate, but also because there's a complete lack of regulation of the private rental sector in general, but holiday lets specifically. So the Communities Minister needs to bring forward regulations in this regard, but also work alongside appropriate bodies, Deputy Speaker, to prevent the hiking of accommodation costs for visitors, for people participating in or viewing or just watching the Fleadh. I also know of constituents, Deputy Speaker, in previous events who've been evicted from non-standard accommodation during times of big sporting and cultural events. The reason being is that it's much more financially lucrative to charge tourists, usually is tourists, higher prices and provide housing on a previously agreed price to people in need. So this is totally unacceptable. It shouldn't be allowed, and it should be prevented from happening in the run-up to the Fleadh. So many attendees, Deputy Speaker, at Fleadh usually bring tents and camp out. I think there's some work going on about that, and I'd appreciate the Minister being here, but if she could elaborate on work being done around that and to see how far on that is developed. And additionally, the Communities Minister, I think, probably alongside the Economy Minister, needs to work to provide some level, I think, communal sleeping, community halls or other appropriate buildings so people can sleep together, those who are able to and who want to. The amendment, Deputy Speaker, further mentions the need for free public transport to be provided for attendees at events at the Fleadh. This was provided in Port Larga in Wexford, I think 2-3 years ago, and this is an important contribution to what could be the best Fleadh, if not in the north, then ever, and this would be an important way to ease congestion, reduce usage of cars, and prevent traffic chaos. And if implemented, it would be making the Fleadh, like I said, an excellent event. While it's not contained in the motion, Deputy Speaker, just in closing, there's a few other issues that have been raised with me in the last few days that I want to raise and ask if there's any update on this. The greater pedestrianisation of Belfast. I mean, we saw the disaster of Hill Street. We need to make sure that the city centre and other areas are more friendly for people walking and wheeling. Bar curfews being relaxed, later opening of venues, especially those that aren't also serving alcohol, street food, late night bus services throughout the week, access to bathrooms, and many others that I've no time to go through.
Right, could you draw your remarks to a close,
I will
please?
do, thank you. And for those to be impacted, we need to ensure our hospitality workers are properly supported and paid, including zero tolerance policy and harassment, but also employers making sure they get home safely and they're not out of pocket. So I move the amendment, and thank you for letting me go on a wee bit.
Fleadh Ceoil na hÉireann is recognised as the biggest annual celebration of Irish traditional music, song, dance and language, and I look forward to seeing it in Belfast this August. While the Fleadh will be centred in the city, its spirit and influences reach far beyond Belfast into counties such as my own, where Irish traditional music and culture continue to thrive in communities large and small. While it is the pinnacle in the annual calendar of Comhaltas events, I want to take this opportunity to recognise the work of all its branches, including those across Fermanagh and South Tyrone, who promote their local Fleadh. These local events play a vital role in developing musicians, singers and dancers, passing traditions from one generation to the next, and promoting and protecting Irish cultural identity in rural as well as urban areas. The All-Ireland Fleadh attracts participants from all corners of Ireland, including many talented performers from Fermanagh, such as Aaron Fox, Cara Heaney, Aoife O'Reilly, Lily Caney, Chris Maguire, John McCann. I could continue, we're very talented. As well as members of the diaspora who have brought our culture with them to other parts of the globe. The hosting of the Fleadh provides Belfast with a fantastic opportunity to showcase itself as a cultural destination, while also shining a light on the wider region and the depth of Irish traditional music, language and dance that exists across the north. As well as attracting several thousand participants, the 8-day festival is expected to see up to 800,000 visitors come to the city, providing the local economy with tens of millions of pounds and delivering a significant boost to the hospitality sector in particular and helping local businesses. The experience of previous Fleadh is that as well as attending competitions and shows, tourists also visit other local attractions, meaning the economic and cultural benefits can be felt well beyond Belfast. I would encourage all communities to embrace Fleadh, Ceol na HÉireann. By working together in an inclusive way, we can ensure the event is a resounding success and leaves a lasting cultural, social and economic legacy.
Very much indeed. I call on Philip Brett. Philip.
Mr. Deputy Speaker, I often use my platform in here to stand up and speak up for the great city of Belfast that I'm proud to represent, for the cultural diversity that the city has to offer, and for ensuring that our city continues to be the economic driver of our country. With that in mind, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I welcome the opportunity to contribute to today's debate. Who would be churlish not to warmly welcome the fact that up to 700,000 people could come to our capital city to celebrate and reflect on this part of these islands and the cultural history that we have. We've been to the fore, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in Belfast City Council in supporting this event to ensure that it is delivered in a way that truly reflects the cultural diversity and ambitions of our city. I was delighted that our Lord Mayor, Tracy Kelly, could travel down to the Republic of Ireland to see the Fleadh take place and to send her best wishes and invite those from the Republic of Ireland to take part here in Northern Ireland. I do want to pay tribute to the organisers of the Fleadh who have gone out of their way to engage with those who may have had some reservations about the events, to make clear their commitment to ensuring that these events are respectful and celebrate all forms of culture here in Northern Ireland. I hope, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that those who will engage in fringe events and organise events on the back of the main programme will continue in that spirit. It has been unfortunate in previous events where we have seen things called culture or Fleadh, where we have "Ooh-ah, up the Ra" chanted, "Go on home, British soldiers, go on home" chanted, or flags or emblems of terrorists outlined. If this city is truly to move forward, and I think it's important that we all in this House unite to send a clear message that we want this event to be successful. We want this event to celebrate the cultural diversity of Northern Ireland, that all participants, all parties and all those of influence should stand up and say, if you want to engage in any events that may offend or undermine the cultural diversity of these events, stay away. This is an opportunity for all of us to celebrate our shared history and hopefully our shared future. So with that, I wish the organisers of this event well. I look forward to attending a number of the events across our city and trust that all of those in positions of influence, Mr. Deputy Speaker, will use their collective voice to ensure that this truly reflects Belfast and that it is truly something that everyone can say that they attended and celebrated and enjoyed.
Thank you, Colin Sean Mulholland. Sean.
I love the fact that the world's largest festival of Irish music and dance will take place in Belfast this year at a time when there is so much doom and gloom. I think that we could all do with a bit of ceol to lift the spirits. I want to start by paying tribute to the arts branch of the Cultus Cultural Éireann, especially Niall, Brona and Mervyn, who have worked tirelessly with the Belfast City Council to bring the Fleadh here. It is no small achievement, so moi sibh agus con gorgeous live.
Will the member give way?
Yep.
Would the member agree with me that ARD CCE have been the ones at the forefront of ensuring that this is an inclusive festival that everybody can take part in, people from Northern Ireland and visitors alike?
Yep. Thank you. Inclusion has not only been talked about, it has been acted on. Belfast City Council have actively engaged with the Belfast Bands Forum and the Orange Order, recognising that inclusion is not accidental, it is intentional. And that outreach, I believe, by ARD CCE has sent a powerful message, and one I couldn't agree with more. That culture can be a space for celebration, not division. That approach was further strengthened, I believe, by the Royal Scottish Pipe Band Association Northern Ireland, which has written in support of the dual approach in Bangor, where the Ulster Pipe Championships and a Fleadh Fringe event will take place on the same day. And that intervention really matters because it comes directly from the band's community themselves, from people who actually know what they're talking about. And it just, for me, shows that people who live and breathe these traditions don't see culture as a zero-sum game. And it does, unfortunately there has been a wee bit of predictable negativity around the event in Bangor, and despite reassurances from the council officials, despite clear support from the Royal Scottish Pipe Band Association, and despite the obvious economic and cultural benefits, some seem determined to look at a celebration of music and search for something to be annoyed by. So apparently 2 music events on the same day are not an opportunity but a crisis for some. The rep from TV is not here, but it was his party colleagues who made those comments. If the band's community itself can see the value in sharing space, audiences and energy, it is very hard to understand why some politicians cannot. If we get this right, the Fleadh can leave more than just memories. It can leave confidence, skills, connections and a renewed belief that culture, at its very best, brings people together. We will be supporting the motion, obviously, and we will be supporting Mr Carroll's amendment looking at a working group. So all I is left to say is just add more agah to the organisers agus Falsha Rove to hopefully the nearly 1 million visitors who will come to Belfast. And like a Sister Maria, I look forward to seeing the city alive with the sound of music.
Thank you very much indeed for that, Sean. And I call on Alan Chambers. Alan.
Deputy Speaker, I wasn't due to speak on this motion tonight, but unfortunately our chosen Speaker was called away. So the privilege has fallen on me on behalf of the Ulster Unionist Party to warmly welcome the Fleadh to Belfast in August this year. It will provide a major economic boost to the city and, more importantly, will create a feel-good factor about the city. I congratulate those who put together the successful bid, and that committee included members of the McLean family from the Bangor and Ards area who were part of that committee. And I'm confident that they will deliver a memorable event. And that family freely gives of their time to encourage and teach young musicians in the Bangor and Ards area. And I thank them for that. When the Fleadh was held in Wexford last year, 800,000 people came to visit it, and it provided an economic boost of €60 million, I'm told. Tourism in Northern Ireland is forecasting that it will bring £60 million into the local economy. And Bangor is benefiting, as we've heard. Bangor is hosting a one-day fringe event. On a personal level, I love traditional music. The Ulster Scots immigrants took many of the tunes and the reels to America with them when they went there. And it came back to us as bluegrass and country music, and that is another genre of music that I really do appreciate. So I'm looking forward to August. I'm looking forward particularly to the weekend before the actual launch of the Fleadh in Belfast, when there will be a fringe event. And the Royal Scottish Pipe Association will also be hosting and holding their biannual event in Bangor on the same day, and will march through the town at the conclusion of that. So really looking forward to that. What a musical treat and a diversity of music tradition for the people of Bangor to look for, but also to the people of Northern Ireland generally. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Alan. I call on Deirdre Hargey. Deirdre.
And I'm delighted that the Fleadh is coming to Belfast for the first time and to the north for only the second time. This has been around 8 years in the planning and represents a major opportunity to build on the success of the Fleadh in Derry in 2013, which attracted over 400,000 visitors, delivered significant economic benefit and a lasting cultural legacy. Belfast is a city with a deep, rich and living tradition of Irish music, language and culture. It was here that these traditions were preserved and revitalised through activism, organising and community commitment. In 1792, Belfast hosted the Belfast Harp Festival, a landmark moment in the preservation of ancient Irish music and an era of Gaelic revival. That festival took place in the Assembly Rooms, a building recently returned to public ownership by Belfast City Council, and it is hoped that it will once again play a role in this year's Fleadh, connecting our past to our future. Belfast's contribution to Irish music includes Edward Bunting and his vital work in collecting and publishing ancient airs, supported by figures such as Mary Ann and Henry Joy McCracken. The Irish Harp Society was also based here in the city, in my own constituency and community in the market area on Crummock Street, reminding us that this cultural legacy is also rooted in our communities.
The member taking the intervention.
Yes, go on ahead.
Thank the member for taking the intervention, and exactly on that point of being rooted in our communities, I think that we should commend, and I'm sure you'll agree with me, all of the branches of cultus right across this island and further afield who feed into the Fleadh, and I want to specifically name check Colleen to know.
Absolutely, it wouldn't have been possible without cultus or indeed Belfast City Council. That legacy remains strong today. Belfast's designation as a UNESCO City of Music in 2021 reflects the strength of our tradition and builds on the success of festivals such as the Belfast Trad Fest, Fleadh and Phobal, the Woodfield Festival, and in my own constituency, Fleadh and Ahoan, which is now in its 5th year. This year's Fleadh will also include Seachtain na Gaeilge, creating an inclusive cultural space where an Gaelic is central and celebrated. The Fleadh is arguably the largest annual celebration of Irish music, song, dance and language anywhere in the world. And our streets, venues and communities will be alive with competitions and performances as hundreds of thousands of visitors, families, young people and musicians come together to celebrate this rich cultural heritage. It also offers an opportunity to build connections across these islands, highlighting our shared musical and cultural traditions, from the poetry of Robert Burns, such as A Parcel of Rogues, to its embrace within the Irish traditional music scene, sang by one of my favourite musicians, Luke Kelly and the Dubliners. We are reminded that culture can and has crossed boundaries and indeed has brought people together. The Fleadh represents a huge opportunity for Belfast and beyond to showcase talent, support our local economy, strengthen our community arts infrastructure, honour our collective history and inspire a new generation to carry on this rich cultural tradition. And just to add, we will also be supporting the amendment as well. I think the issue around transport, obviously we are working within constrained financial budgets and we're aware of that, but I am sure the Minister and indeed all of us are committed to ensuring that we have the most successful Fleadh Ceoil that we can have, and obviously we endeavour to work together with other partners to deliver on that.
Thank you, Deirdre. Colin Kelly Armstrong. Kelly.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And like others, of course, I'm going to rise to welcome the Fleadh coming to Belfast. But can I just say my absolute best wishes to all of the organisations, the volunteers, the community groups and the public bodies involved for these preparations for what promises to be an extraordinary event for Northern Ireland. We talk about 1 million people being in Belfast during August. That's not just people who are at the Fleadh. Remember, we have a lot of cruise ships come in at the same time, so the opportunities are huge. And while others are talking about the opportunities that we will have in the Fleadh in Belfast, I would say to the Minister of the Economy, what Jerry has brought forward today about transport and about protecting people to make sure that others don't perhaps make a lot of money out of providing space in homes that should be kept for local people, as we look beyond Belfast, because a lot of the people who go to the Fleadh, they come along for the dance, the singing, the music, wonderful, but after that they stay in the place. They move out beyond, they will be moving out beyond Belfast to elsewhere in Northern Ireland, so there's huge opportunities for families and for others who will be there in other parts of Northern Ireland that can bring these families together and provide them with more enjoyment, more music, more song, more dance. So I'd love to hear if this working group, when it comes together, looks at Belfast, but how we can keep people here in Northern Ireland so they don't disappear off and they enjoy what we have to offer. I believe in a shared society and a shared history, and I think that we in Northern Ireland can provide such a fantastic opportunity, not just for Irish traditional music, but also Ulster Scots music and dance. I was a festival Irish dancer up until I was 18, don't look like it now, but I have to say that I thoroughly enjoyed that, and that's the cross between Irish dancing and Scottish dancing. So I can't wait to see this, but what I would say is we need to think about our central business district of Belfast. Making it pedestrianised, providing free transport, removing cars from the area is something that the Fleadh has brought to other places, and I think we need to bring our businesses on board to make sure that they understand that doing this will not only enable free flow of people and for the events to happen, but actually gives them opportunities too. I absolutely support the ideas of having the pubs open later. Wouldn't that be fantastic? We can keep the nighttime economy going. But the Fleadh is not just an event for 2026 and 2027. It's a catalyst for cultural development, civic pride and a deeper understanding of the traditional arts, Irish, Ulster Scots and beyond. It's part of our wider tapestry of who we are here. So I'm really looking forward to this. I think that there's a massive opportunity for us to showcase Belfast, to showcase the wider Northern Ireland as people stay on after the Fleadh, and to really take the opportunities. And I say to anybody that wants to, the Ards Peninsula from the Ards CCE
Kelly, can you draw your remarks to a close, please?
For people to come down and enjoy all that we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I'm absolutely delighted when Comhaltas Ceoltóirí Éireann announced that Belfast would host this year's Fleadh na hÉireann. That's a monumental achievement and a huge cultural and economic boost, not only to Belfast but right across the north, as other members have pointed out.
As an Irish speaker and a member of Comhaltas Híreoin, I fully understand and appreciate the rich culture impact that our language and our music have on all those who embrace it.
Music and culture, as well as a significant artistic and social event.
I pay tribute to all those individuals and organisations who worked tirelessly to make this event a reality.
Huge economic benefits that Fleadh will bring, so I'll focus my remarks on the cultural significance. Neil and Shaw Akandara, who are
this year will mark only the second time ever that the Fleadh has taken place in the north after the hugely successful Fleadh in Derry in 2013.
I have attended many Fleadhs throughout my life, and they are a hugely dynamic, entertaining and enriching experience, and I would encourage everyone in this chamber to not miss the Fleadh coming here right to our city. The decision to host it in Belfast reflects the growing interest in Irish culture in the north in recent years. It was recently reported there's a 227% surge in the number of students enrolling in Irish classes in Queen's University, and last year saw record numbers of people attend Oireachtas na Saona in Belfast. We also cannot deny the very positive role that our current crop of musicians and groups and individuals have had in bringing Irish culture into the mainstream like never before, particularly to a new, young audience. The word revival has been used, and I think that it sums up very well what's happening with culture at present. We should all recognise the very real potential that can be found when young people find new and exciting ways of expressing their identity in a positive way. Irish culture and music have a unique way of bringing together communities and creating a better understanding of the shared history of all the people on this island. It's also important, I think, to recognise this is actually a global phenomenon. We will have many, many visitors coming from overseas and from other countries to this event to participate and also to enjoy it. I look forward to attending the Fleadh this year and celebrating what I am sure will be a historic day for all of us here in Belfast and right across the island.
I call on Connie Egan, please. Connie.
Deputy Speaker, today I rise to add my enthusiastic support for the forthcoming Fleadh in Belfast, both for what an enriching musical and cultural experience it will create, but also the opportunity it presents for a boost in economic and tourist activity across our region as a whole. This place has long had a rich tapestry of musical talent and heritage, and it's fantastic that the opportunity has come up for us to present it on the world stage. The bid efforts for the Fleadh would not have been possible without the host branch, Ards CCE, a group of musicians from across North Down and Ards area who have long championed the need to give a platform to traditional music across all our communities. It's been a pleasure to engage with my constituents, Brona and Niall, and everyone on the committee at Ards CCE around their vision for the Fleadh, and also to attend the announcement at Belfast City Hall, where musicians across different traditions and cultures came together to celebrate the legacy of music in Northern Ireland. I am particularly pleased that the first Fringe event, the day before the Fleadh's official opening, will take place in my hometown of Bangor, a city long seen as a destination for celebrating music of all genres and traditions. Whether that's the hugely successful Snow Patrol and True to Our Cinema Club, or up-and-coming bands like the Florentinas, or music that's in the heart of our local communities like Ards CCE, our local Pipe Bands Association, or Bangor Ladies Choir. Bangor has always been a place of talent, worthy of the world stage, and this Fleadh Fringe event is a brilliant opportunity to demonstrate our rich musical heritage. This is emphasised by the fact that the UK Pipe Band Championships is also scheduled to take place in Bangor on the same day, creating an ample opportunities for residents and tourists to experience an abundance of musical talent. Organisers of both events have welcomed this crossover, appreciating the positive opportunity it will present. Our local community is already very excited for this, with town centre businesses and community organisations having established an informal committee to help local businesses, hospitality providers and retail prepare for the offering of the day. The amendment to this motion does mention ensuring ample accommodation for visitors to the Fleadh during its week-long programme. I would like to encourage attendees to come to places like Bangor. It has lots of family-run B&Bs and it's only a short train journey into Belfast city centre. Music is meant to be shared, person to person, tradition to tradition. The Fleadh's presence in Northern Ireland is an excellent example of building our legacy of belonging and world-class talent, and I am personally really looking forward to it. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Connie. And I call on the Minister. Minister, you have up to 10 minutes.
And I'm delighted to have the opportunity to contribute to this debate and to welcome the 2026 Fleadh Ceoil Nahéireann to Belfast. As many members in the Chamber have already reflected, it's only the second time that the Fleadh has been hosted in the North, so it's a hugely significant event. And the Fleadh is not just a competition, it's a celebration of music, culture and community. The Fleadh will also deliver a major economic boost, estimated at over £50 million each year. Over 8 days, hundreds of thousands of visitors will come to Belfast. This underlines the value of traditional Irish music in attracting tourists. Matthew and other members have talked about how successful the Fleadh in Derry was in 2013 and has expressed the desire for it to be bigger and better, and I genuinely think that it can be and that it will be. I think over recent years we have had a lot of experience in delivering big events and a lot of learning, and we have got pretty good at it. Tourism NI will encourage visitors to extend their stay, as members have reflected, and to experience other parts of the North so that the benefits are felt right across our region. Visitors who have a good experience will be more likely to come back and also more likely to encourage friends and families to visit here. So I would encourage all businesses to keep their prices at a fair level and to provide visitors with real value for money. Many government agencies need to work together to ensure that the Fleadh is a success, and to this end my department and others will work closely with Belfast City Council, who are leading on this. A good example of this is in relation to transport, which will be key to the success of the Fleadh. As members will know, a number of executive departments have come together to pilot the night mover service. This initiative will provide reliable late-night transport for people who come into the city centre to enjoy the Fleadh, and as Jerry has mentioned, it will also support people get home safely, including those who are working. Last year we successfully hosted the Open Championship at Portrush. A successful Fleadh will further strengthen our international reputation for delivering world-class events. So, Cancóla, I want to thank Belfast City Council and Ards Comhdhúirí Éireann for bringing the Fleadh to Belfast. I've had the opportunity to meet some of those who have been involved in organising it, and I want to wish them the very best. I, as Economy Minister, have supported this bid from the beginning, and I intend to ensure that it delivers cultural and economic benefits for Belfast and for the North as a whole, and I look forward to getting along to some of the events in August.
Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I call on Jerry Carroll. Jerry, you have up to 3 minutes for your wind on the amendment.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank the members. I'm not be able to go through obviously every point given the sort of the time limits, but thanks everybody, and thanks for those supporting the amendment, those parties. I think just in a couple of comments, Gemma Dolan talked about it being the best and the biggest event for Irish music, and she was quite optimistic and hoping that the benefits would stretch away over to Fermanagh. And I like her optimism, and I hope so as well, and for other constituencies across the North too. Philip Brett welcomed it, the Fleadh coming to Belfast, and mentioned people who may have reservations about it, and sort of praised the organisers for reaching out to them, if I heard correctly. And I said in passing to somebody before this debate, I wondered how some would try to connect the Fleadh to the IRA, and I think Mr Brett did that quite creatively, if you will. Yeah, sure, yeah.
Creatively at all, Mr Carroll. The point that I was making was that we were very happy to support this event, and all I was saying is that I just don't want to see repeats that we've seen at the West Belfast Festival taking place in this, because I think it diminishes everyone standing in the community that we've stood together to support this event, and anything that alienates people should be roundly rejected by anyone, and I think that's a fairly acceptable position.
Okay, well I think you're burning two different organisations, or two different events rather, but you made your point, and I would say as a general point, Deputy Speaker, that if jigs and reels aren't inclusive or kind of terrify you or make you kind of recoil, then it says a lot about certain people's perspectives on inclusivity or their own prejudices, as a general point before anybody gets offended. Kelly Armstrong made the point about the need for a working group, and kind of supported the amendment, and I thank her for that, and hopefully, if not through the Economy Minister, and I thank the Minister for being here, hopefully we can get an update in the months and weeks ahead about if the amendment and the motion hopefully does pass, then some kind of updates on that would be useful. And I think pedestrianising, that word that I always get correct, is very, very important, because we want people to feel safe, to feel secure, and not to be having to traverse cars or vehicles in the city centre of Belfast or elsewhere. And I think, there's some very important points in that. The Minister talked about, in general, sort of bigger events coming to the city and the region of the North, and it would be a mistake in passing for me not to mention that the wrestling match tonight in the Odyssey, where CM Punk is battling Finn Balor for the World Heavyweight Championship, as a very, very important cultural event to many people in this building and elsewhere. As a passing comment, Deputy Speaker, I'm sure the Minister would agree with that. And just in conclusion, before I wind, what I was talking about before is the need for the issues about later bar openings, public bathrooms, and other sort of additional services, if you will. We need to also ensure that our hospitality workers are supported, protected and remunerated for the work that they do and the extra hours that they take on, and that should include a zero tolerance policy for harassment and a requirement for employers to make sure workers get home safely and they're not out of pocket. And this is about obviously doing what we can to make sure we have the best Fleadh possible, but also to start to reimagine how our city can look like away.
Isn't it a terrible shame that for Fleadh, Kyoll and Ahern coming to Belfast in August 2026, that Casement Park is not complete, and there will be no events in Casement Park? Isn't that a shame?
You've got 4 seconds, Jerry.
More on that later, so I'll move the amendments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for moving the amendment. I call on Patsy McClone. Patsy, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. The SDLP welcomes members' contributions to the debate on our motion. Mr Speaker, this marks the 75th anniversary of Fleadh, Kyoll and Ahern. It is the world's largest annual festival of Irish music, singing and dance. It is also a festival that welcomes everyone and includes everyone. It It attracts visitors, investment and global attention wherever it is held. And from the 2nd of August to August the 9th this year, it will be held in Belfast. This is the second time in its history that it will come to the north, following the very successful Fleadh in Derry in 2013. This is the first time that it will be held in Belfast, the only UNESCO city of music on the island of Ireland. Congratulations are due to Belfast City Council and the Ards branch of Comhaltas Ceoltóirí Éireann, along with the Comhaltas branch in Belfast and others who for their work in bringing this historic Fleadh Cheol to Belfast. During the Fleadh, the city will welcome hundreds of thousands of musicians, dancers and visitors interested in taking part in the festivals. This is an opportunity to celebrate music and culture and community in a way that brings people together. As a festival, the Fleadh is always inclusive. Derry demonstrated that in 2013. The Fleadh also fits perfectly with the vision of the 10-year tourism action plan published last year. Tourism is one of the success stories of the Good Friday Agreement. It is one of our most important economic drivers, helping to create wealth and jobs across the region. The sector is also successfully recovering from the COVID pandemic. The Fleadh will give a boost to tourism, providing significant economic benefits and supporting local businesses in Belfast and across the north, as well as being a fantastic event in its own right. The Fleadh is an opportunity to enhance our reputation as a host for other events of the same size and quality. For many of the hundreds of thousands of visitors to the Fleadh, this will be their first time in this region. It is our shared responsibility to ensure that they have a safe and joyful experience while they are here, and that they look forward to returning to Belfast, of course. In the final months of preparation for the Fleadh, it is important that the Assembly and the Executive do everything in their power to ensure that the festival week is as successful as expected. As the Lord Mayor of Belfast, DUP Councillor Tracy Kelly, said, the Fleadh is an opportunity to celebrate and showcase our diverse talents and cultures, and to demonstrate our ability to work together to deliver something we can all be proud of showing to the world. We wholeheartedly welcome that opportunity and the scope that it offers to promote inclusion, shared cultural participation and community connection. There is no better time in the world than now to celebrate and promote those values. The Assembly should speak with one voice today regarding a safe, inclusive and successful Fleadh. A Fleadh that will leave a positive and lasting legacy for Belfast and for communities across Ireland and beyond. The SDLP urges the Assembly to support this celebration and to work collaboratively to help to ensure that it is a success for everyone. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much indeed, Patsy. Ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be made. All those in favour say aye. Any contraries? Clear the lobbies. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Order! Order! Ladies and gentlemen, order! Please return to your seats. Justin, seat. Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, the question is that the amendment standing in the name of Jerry Carroll be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Any contraries? No. Do we have tellers? Order! Order! Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Jerry Carroll and Cara Hunter. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Order. Members, please resume your seats. Clerk, could you read the result?
66 members voted, 43 members voted aye, 23 members voted no. The amendment is therefore agreed.
Very good. Okay. Unfasten the doors. The amendment is made. Therefore, the question is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those contrary? No. Do we have tellers? Order. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Matthew O'Toole and Patsy McClone. Tellers for the noes are David Brooks and Peter Martin. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right, noes to my left. Secure the doors. Ladies and gentlemen, members, order. Please, could you resume your seats? You can sit anywhere you like, Matthew. Yeah. Come on, come on, come on. Tap, 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 tap. Well done. Clerk, could you please read the motion or the result?
65 members voted, 43 members voted aye, 22 members voted no. The motion as amended is carried.
The motion as amended is agreed. Unfasten the doors. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is now adjourned. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber.